Okay, we're ready. Get on the ready line. It's time to die. Well, not die, but hopefully have a good time. Hopefully have a good time.
Having a good time.
Yes.
No.
Alien. Yes, Alien is probably not best set to that music. But hey, we all have our different choices in life. Hey, everybody, welcome. It's Friday night. It's your good old friends here at Slices and Dices as we play through the awesome RPGs that we know and love. This one, of course, becoming a perennial favorite, the Alien RPG. This one specifically, as we dive into a three-parter known as Destroyer of Worlds. In a world that you destroy.
There's the Destroyer of Worlds. Right there. Destroyer of Worlds.
Destroyer of Worlds. Obviously a reference to Oppenheimer's I Am Shiva, the Destroyer of Worlds. If you don't know what I'm talking about, do a quick search on Google to see what the hell I'm talking about. Robert Oppenheimer, the creator of the atomic bomb. That said, we're going to say hello to our round of Alien players who have come back this time as different individuals. Colonial Marines. Some real tough hombres.
Locked and looted.
And yeah, this is going to be the first of a 3-act scenario. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive in very quickly and meet our individual characters. So what I'm actually going to do, like I did last time, is I'm going to go one by one. And since everybody has their own personal agenda, except for in certain instances where certain Marines know each other, most of the Marines do not know each other. This is a team of 7 Marines, of which 5 are being played by the people you see around me. So 2 obviously are NPCs, or could be backup characters in case somebody dies, but we'll see how that works out. We see going in clockwise order from your left, the way you're seeing me. We see James playing Private Hammer. And then underneath him, we've got Jonathan playing Sergeant Mason. Directly under Jonathan, Jonathan's sort of down but at the very bottom. we've got Sarah playing Private. We don't really know how to pronounce this, but how do you pronounce your name, Private?
Zimiewski.
Right. So Private Zimjewski is being played by Sarah.
Ooh.
And then in the position, probably around the sort of, I guess the 7:30 position. Crap, I can't do this. Mirrored. It's this way. It's this way. We've got Scepter playing just Chaplain. He doesn't actually have a. Oh no, I'm sorry. He's a warrant officer. Warrant officer, Chaplain. That's right. And then, of course, to my direct left. Right here on the screen, you see Patrick playing Gunnery Sergeant. Am I right there? Gunnery Sergeant Iona. And you'll see all of their wonderful faces as characters here in the little box below me. But let's get into the action here, folks. Let's start to meet our characters. The other 2 will meet in time. So let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and drag in order. I'm going to start with Private Hammer. So yeah, let me go into here and bring Private Hammer. And welcome, Private Hammer. How are you today?
I'm doing real good.
I should probably be a little bit more militaristic. Private Hammer!
Yes, sir!
State your name and rank.
Private Hammer reporting for duty, sir!
Okay, Private Hammer, here is your agenda. I'm going to deal to you right now.
Yes, sir!
Tell me something about you, Private Hammer, while everybody's learning about you.
Well, sir, I was part of an assault team with Private Dante as well, and we get along great, but I don't like other people besides him, so I have
Do you have a problem with other people, Private Hammer?
Yes, sir!
What is your major malfunction, Private Hammer?
I like to shoot things, sir!
With what do you shoot them, Private Hammer?
With my minigun, sir!
That is a good answer, Private Hammer.
Thank you, sir!
All right, step back in line, Private Hammer. I will be dealing your agenda to you directly. All right, we're gonna go on to Sergeant Mason now. Here we go, being played by Jonathan. All right, Sergeant Mason, report for duty.
Putting in, sir.
All right, Sergeant Mason, let's have everybody else know a little bit about you. What can we know about you, Sergeant?
Full name is Gunnery Sergeant Luca Mason, aged 42. I have a considered meticulous personality, and I'm on the rifle team along with Warrant Officer Chaplin.
You like Warrant Officer Chaplin?
He is a very capable member of the rifle team, and we get along just fine.
All right. Anyone that you have a major malfunction with?
Hammer in particular, he is erratic.
Hammer?
He is
Yeah.
Hammer.
Yeah.
He is erratic. He is sometimes uncontrollable. He will do things that are either rushed or just not according to protocol, sir.
Sorry to hear that, but I guess we'll do what we can do. All right. Fall back in line, Sergeant. Let's see who else we can get a hold of. All right. Let's go to... we're going to go to Private Zim... Private... Shit, I don't know how to pronounce this goddamn asshole's name. Hold on one second. All right, Private Z. Private Z, you're up.
Yeah.
All right, I cannot pronounce your last name for the life of me, so I will just call you Private Z, unless you want to school me on how you actually pronounce it.
Zimyevsky, like Jimyevsky.
It's not how you spell it, though. I don't understand.
That's exactly how it's Polish. It's whatever. Anyway, yeah.
All right. So fall in. Tell me something about yourself there, Private.
Okay, well, I'm a colonial marine, and I'm a rifleman first, and the driver second. And that's what I do. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any specific Marines that you are particularly fond of?
Nah, not really. They all kind of piss me off.
They all kind of piss you off?
Yeah, I'm not a people person. It's not really my thing. Yeah. Don't like people. Really at all.
Okay. Well, that's
That's why
it.
I'm out on this fucking rock, Fewer people to deal with.
All right. I have dealt you your agenda. Would you like to go ahead and take that card for me, please, off the table and
All right.
and peruse it, please?
I only see one over Sergeant Iona. I don't see one over me.
Yeah, there should be one on the table. Do you see it?
Oh, it was
Yeah.
over someone else.
Yeah. Go ahead and grab it. Yep. Go ahead and grab that card.
It just told me to edit a token. All right. What do I just clicking on it? Is that all I got to do? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and you just say right click it and say tape card.
I right click and it says edit token. What the fuck?
No.
Alright,
Just
maybe.
says take card.
All right. Okay. There we go.
There you go. Thank you very much, Private. You may step back in line while I deal out the agendas to the other players.
Should I look at this thing or what?
Yeah, you should look at that and don't tell
Alright.
anybody else about it because that is your act agenda. And
All
we
right.
appreciate you keeping your mouth shut about it, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, I got it.
All right, let's move on to somebody else. I guess we'll go to Chaplin next.
All right. Have a nice day.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on.
Oh, awesome.
Or Warrant Officer Chaplin.
Oh,
Yeah, Warrant. Hello, yes, greetings, whatever. Fall in for a goddamn minute.
all right then.
All right, tell us something about yourself, Warrant Officer Chaplin.
I'm in the rival. I'm the rival team along with Mason, responsible for firepower, medical support, and coordinating the squad's field objectives.
It sounds okay. Did you do any actual firing, or are you just there for support?
I'm more of a technical support, and I mean, yeah, technical support, medical support, just.
Okay. Is there anybody in specific that you are friends with there within the squad?
Believe the name is Mason.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Absolutely, Sergeant Mason. Anyone else you are particularly not fond of?
No.
All right. Stepping out of character for a second, Chaplin, are you human?
No, actually.
Okay, and it's known that you are not human, that you are in fact a synthetic.
Correct.
You make no bones about it. You're
Correct.
there to assist.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that we should know about you, Chaplain?
I have a feeling that I'm having a second person within this mind of mine by the name of JL, a rather interesting individual, a rather not so friendly kind, to be exact.
Okay, so we've got another personality inside that skull of yours. Very interesting. I've just gone ahead and dealt you a personal agenda card. Right-click it and say Take Card. Go ahead and look at it. Do not reveal it to anybody else.
I'm sorry, where is it?
It's on the it's on the screen. Go ahead and right-click it. It says Personal Agenda. It's on the screen. Just right-click and say Take Card. Got to do it before I take. Yep, right-click, and it'll go right under your or right above your name.
I'm right-clicking.
Yeah, just say right-click and at the very top where it says Take Card.
Yeah.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I'm trying to, but for some reason it just.
All right.
It's not. It does. It's
I
not
will
letting
read
me
it out
go.
to you then. You ready?
Sure.
I'm hoping that you'll be able to take the card soon. But here we go.
I mean, I can only just. Yeah, like I'm trying to right-click, but it only does like the open image and all.
No,
that
no.
stuff.
Right. If you right-click on it, it will
I
say
am
Take Card.
right-clicking.
Yeah. Okay.
I am right-clicking.
All right. All right. I believe you. All right. Here we go. Here is your agenda. Let me just return it. Okay.
Oh, maybe it was the wrong one.
Maybe it was. Would you like me to try dealing it to you again?
Sure.
Okay, well, I will basically give you your agenda. Your agenda is quietly eradicate any xenobiological evidence behind the squad's back. Kill or cut it out of the Marines who are AWOL, as you'll find out in a second. And eliminate any witnesses if you have to. Just play stupid and don't get caught.
Okay.
All right, I put the card back on the table. See if you can grab it, please. If you can't, that's fine. I'll just take it and...
Oh, there it is.
There you go. Atta boy. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. All right. All right, back in character. All right. Chaplain, get back in line. We've got other people to get held of. All right. And then finally, we've got Gunnery Sergeant Iona. Let's bring him in. Gunnery Sergeant Iona. Gunnery Sergeant Iona, are you there? Oh, he is muted. He is not able to talk. I do not know why. Gunnery Sergeant Iona, if you can hear me. Hello, Gunnery Sergeant. I do not know why he cannot hear me, but I will try again. Gunnery Sergeant.
But it's fucking Marines.
Gunnery Sergeant
it's just
Iona, can
like-
you hear me? Hello? Gunnery Sergeant.
You're in the main channel now.
I know I am because I cannot. I do not know why Gunnery Sergeant Iona did not join me in the main channel. There we go. Let me go
you
back over here. Gunnery Sergeant Iona, can you hear me? All right. I do not know why Gunnery Sergeant Iona is unavailable, but can I hear him? Gunnery Sergeant Iona, if you cannot hear me, that is totally fine. I will go back, and what I will do is I will give you your agenda. I will put a card onto the table in a second, and when I do that, I would like you to pick it up, take a look at it. See, that is your agenda for the act. Give me 1 second. There we go. That is the card on the table. You go ahead and right-click on that card. You grab it. And I'll give one to Private Hammer and one for Mason as we go through. So right-click that card and grab it and say, Take Card. All right. It seems like this one-on-one thing is not working, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Gunnery Sergeant Iona, are you with me? Please say yes if you can hear me. Can anyone hear Gunnery Sergeant Iona?
Not at this point.
No, sir.
I do not know what happened to Gunnery Sergeant Iona's microphone, but clearly
He's
we
been
have
ha-
a
he was
major
having some
malfunction.
technical difficulties a little while ago. Now I'm picking up your accent. God damn it.
I know, I can't help it. All right, so I do not know what's going on with Gunnery Sergeant Iona's microphone, but I will take his card and I will give the agendas to Private Hammer and to Sergeant Mason, who still needs it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can you hear
All
me
right.
now?
Oh yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah,
I can't.
I could hear him before, so I don't know. I do not know what is going on, but here, let me take this card, and let me take the card for... Who is still missing? Mason is still missing his.
Like Chaplin has muted himself,
Nope.
and now
I don't know
I'm
what's
looking
going
in.
on.
I'm looking in Discord, and
All right.
Chaplin's muted himself. I don't know why.
I don't know why you guys are all muting yourself in Discord. It
I
ain't
don't know either,
funny.
man.
I'm here.
There
I'm
we
here.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah, now I can hear you.
cool.
Everything
Mason.
went demonic, and then I lost all audio. But I could hear Sarah, and I tried to get back into the chat, and
All
it
right.
just like.
Mason, I just put a card onto the table. That is your personal agenda card. Can you right-click it and say "Take card," please?
One at the table right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. See, Jonathan can do it. Why can't you guys? Why can't you guys be like Jonathan?
Oh, I mean, I was not told what to do, sir.
You have
Yeah.
succeeded.
All right, Hammer. I'm gonna give you your agenda as well.
Yes, sir. I'll click the card as soon as I see
You
it,
better
sir.
goddamn listen to me, and you better click that card as soon as I tell you to do it.
Yes, sir.
All right, Hammer. This is your card. I put it right above here. There is. This is your card. There is no other card like it.
There are many like it, but this one is yours.
This one is yours.
I have taken the card. How do I look at it, sir?
You make if you right click on it or left click on it, it will flip around,
Oh, thank you, sir.
and then you can double click on it, and then there you will have it.
Just
I
don't
see
read
it.
it. Just don't read it out loud.
If you read it out loud, I will kick you from the game. Iona, if you can hear me, put up a thumbs up.
Can I hear?
Yeah.
Anybody else hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear
It sounds like I'm hearing something overlapping with my.
Oh my God, Iona, your sound.
Need to change our Discord server?
Nah, I do not know why it is only Iona. Anyway,
You
Patrick.
need to get a new player.
No, Patrick, here's what I need you to do. If you can hear me, which I know you can, I put a card on the table. Right click it and say take card, because that is your agenda for the act. The sooner we can get this going, folks, the sooner we can now move on. Right click, say take card. Boom, you're done.
It's gonna be real fun.
All right. While Iona is figuring out how to take a card off of Roll20, I'm going to go ahead and start this thing. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Awesome. Here we go. Number 1. You guys all have your own little handouts, your own little agendas, your own little information. But, Hammer, I'd like you to remember some things about your particular, shall we say, problems. And Mason, I want to make sure that you are aware as well that you have your own special handout too. So be aware of those. Yeah? All right. Here we go. Where is it? There it is. Okay. This is new to you. This planet. It's cold, distant from any world that you've ever seen before. But for some reason, each of you, when you step foot on the planet of Ariarchus, it seems like a place that you don't want to be on. It's alien to you, more than any other place that you've ever been. And you have been places. You've been many, many different places. Some places you've been easy to get through. Others, not so much. But you've all heard of the oil wars. Hell, most of you have been on the front line as the United Americas, the Three World Empire, and the Union of Progressive Peoples, also known as the UPP, have faced each other down over scarce oil reserves. Too many fronts, not enough grunts, as the saying goes. The United Americas Allied Command, also known as the UAAC, and the Colonial Marines, of which you 5 are a part, maintain an uneasy peace as protesters and insurgents cause trouble across the colonial worlds. This is true of the United America's refining and refueling station on this planet. Well, it's not really a planet, it's a moon, a frozen moon. Aryarchus in the Kruger 60 system, with its oil production and space elevator reaching into orbit from the ground. But the colony is in turmoil and decline. The 2180 Weyland-Yutani census cataloged 200,000 colonists on Aryarchus. In the 3 years since then, all but 2,000 have abandoned the moon for greener pastures. Whilst the military needs of the USCMC are still being serviced, most of the colony is now little more than a ghost town. 1 week ago, the Union of Progressive Peoples annexed the nearby 61 Cygni system. All communication with the colony there on LV-038 was abruptly lost. In response, Allied Command assembled a fleet to take back 61 Cygni, using the Fort Nebraska refueling station in the Kruger 60 system as a staging ground. That's where you are right now. Now, you expected to be passing through Fort Nebraska on your way to war, but each of you Marines were pulled from your companies before they went FTL, leaving you stranded at the fort on this volatile colony moon. One of the largest oil producers in the colonies, Aryarchus is also a hotbed of insurgency. With the UPP moving in on Kruger 60 next, the United Americas has decided to cut its losses and evacuate the colony. But as of this morning, that evacuation was suspended. All civilian and military transports were grounded with no explanation given. With the insurgency problem, barely a skeleton crew of military personnel, and nearly 2,200 divided colonists stuck moonside, it's only a matter of time before this situation blows the fuck up. Now, Major Hatfield, from the infamous Sin Eaters unit, has assembled you for a special Moonside mission. Every Marine has heard of Hatfield, a real soldier who always puts duty first, and lost his arm as a result. His remaining left hand is always resting on the brass hilt of his antique U.S. model 1852 Marine sword with its shark skin grip bound by gilt wire. His hand grips the hilt as he speaks. All right. Listen up. Everything you're about to hear is a need to know, and no one else needs to know. Do you understand? I said, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Sir.
yes, sir.
As of 200 hours, a 4-man Marine Squad went AWOL from this base with classified intelligence. Intelligence that in the wrong hands will mean life or death on the frontier. Intelligence that simply cannot fall into enemy hands. Command believes that the AWOLs plan to make contact with the Moon's insurgents and defect to the UPP. We're looking for Wojcik, Carvalho, Reese, and Wright. Here's their ugly mugs and all the info we have on them. And if you look now in your handouts, I'm going to give you these right now. They're yours to peruse. Everything else about them is classified. Now I want you to find these defectors for me, confirm their identities, as well as the identities of any other fucker they passed information to, and bring them in. For the duration, you are Charlie Team. I will coordinate from here at Fort Nebraska. All communication will go through me on a secure channel. We are thin on leads. So I want you all to start at the spaceport or that fucking dive bar, Oblivion. Some asshole there's got to have seen them. Remember, there are insurgents out there too, so stay alert. I see some looks. Yes, I do. I know you've never worked all together before. But I cherry-picked your asses because each of you is the best at what you do. So get her done. Oh, and one last thing. Deadly force is authorized. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Best
yes,
news
sir.
I've heard all day, sir.
Hammer, I see you. I don't want you firing that fucking gun until you see the whites of their goddamn eyes.
Yes, sir.
I know what you're all thinking, and you need to forget that shit. These bastards are not Marines any longer. They are traitors. And they are shit yourself dangerous. Your orders are to bring them in alive, if you can, but if they present a clear and present danger, you goddamn shoot, and you shoot to kill. I'll ask again, am I clear?
Yes, sir.
I can't fucking hear you!
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, on the ready line, Marines. Fall in and move out. All right. So, the 5 of you, plus Silva and Dante. Silva being the captain of your group, and Dante being the private, along with you, except this one with, she's known as the Marine Breacher. She's a little talkative, but she basically is in charge of breaching doors, taking out security systems, and neutralizing enemy encampments, and she's walking around with heavy ordnance. Dante walks around with with an RPG launcher on her back. I want the 5 of you to come up with a sort of a pet name for Dante.
Big Bang.
Big Bang. Perfect.
Yep.
Big
Bang.
bang.
Big Bang. All right.
Yeah.
So Dante is known as Big Bang. Captain Silva, you don't have any pet names for her. She's the boss. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the map of Ariarchus. And I'm going to bring everyone else in chat to see where it is as well. Do you have any questions to this point, actually, before I bring you to the map?
Nope.
Pretty good so far.
All right.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh boy.
That is the colony moon of Ariarchus. Let me bring everyone else there as well.
That's huge.
It
Alright.
also vaguely looks like Brooklyn.
You're right. That's fucking weird.
All right. So, Ariarchus has 4 districts, as shown in your handouts. District East, West, North, and South. To the south is the spaceport, as well, and just a little bit to the east in downtown is this bar that the Major told you about, called the Eye of Oblivion. You also see to the east, over here in this district, a relatively well-known medical facility known as San Rocco. Here is Fort Nebraska, where the Marines are essentially stored out of. And then to the north are where all the oil fields are. Now, it's important to remember that Ariarchus is an oil refining colony. There are oil pipes everywhere. Think about it like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of maybe like parts of Detroit or Newark, for those of you who are in the Newark area, where there's just like tons of oil refineries everywhere. You see just pipes and oil stack poles everywhere. So keep that in mind, that there are, this planet is extremely cold too. You have the sound of the wind as you step outside. And as Hatfield addresses you and puts you outside of Fort Nebraska, you see an enormous, heavy, thick wall with massive turrets pointing outward, with the gate of Fort Nebraska open. You can also see that down here at the bottom is a picture of Fort Nebraska. And what I'm referring to is the perimeter wall. Chances are that Hatfield has actually pushed you guys to the outskirts of Fort Nebraska itself on your way out. And right here, right there, at the southern end of Fort Nebraska, the gates open. You see in front of you an armored personnel carrier, also known as an APC. Some of you guys have been in APCs before. Some of you drive them. Like Iona, for example. I think he, from what I remember, Iona is a pilot. He drives these things for fun. Am I right? Yeah.
Dibs on the gun seat.
I don't know. I think we're losing your microphone again. I don't know if it's if that's. But you might want to.
Just make sure.
Yep.
I can fucking drive. It's fine.
Just make sure you don't get us killed, please.
What's the fun in that?
So all of you guys are wearing, and let's talk about your outfits, right? You got your gear. That's all within your personnel file there in terms of who has what kind of firepower and armor, and cold weather gear, right? This place is cold. Ariarchus can, during blizzard conditions, can reach, into the negatives, far into the negatives.
That time of the year, huh?
Yeah, we're talking negative 23.
Canada.
That is fucking cold.
So keep your gloves on, keep your ears covered, keep your parkas zipped, and pray a blizzard doesn't arrive. So you guys are here at Fort Nebraska. Everybody has their personal agendas except for Iona. I'm going to just see if I can drag his onto the one last time, because it didn't seem like he was able to do it. But let's try it again. Iona. Where is your agenda? Okay, here we go. That's like 3, 2. Sorry. It seems to have disappeared. I don't know what happened to Iona's agenda.
I think you left it on the other screen.
Oh. Holy shit. That's hilarious. Oh, I did. You're right. That's pretty funny. I didn't know.
I mean, I'd prefer to just sit in the APC and let the action happen elsewhere. But if you're gonna drag me into it, you might as well drag me into it.
No. I'm definitely giving it to you. All right. So here we go. Your agenda is on the screen. Go ahead and grab it for me. Right click and say take card, and then it's yours, Iona.
I'm not getting a take card option here.
I had the same thing. Like,
What did you have to
right-click.
do to fix that, I wonder?
I had to try like 5 times, and then right click worked.
All right.
I was
mean,
say I left click then right click, so that was just me.
Well, my personal problem was I was selecting the wrong type of cards for me personally, so...
Oh, it's definitely the one on the main table, like right there, the one I'm pinging.
It's the big one. You can't miss it.
Yeah, the big one.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at
There
the
you
side.
go.
That's
Yeah, that's-
fine. Everybody was doing
There you
that.
go.
All right, so now right click it and say take card, and you'll see it.
Got it.
Oh my
Hey.
God, it worked! I'm
All right.
amazed.
Hey, don't read it out loud.
Yeah, whatever
no.
you do, don't read it out loud.
You are actually an alien. Got it.
Wait, what?
You are a xenomorph. Congratulations.
Hold on.
Go straight to jail to not pass go.
All right, so you guys are here at Fort Nebraska. You have your leads, so to speak, as Major Hatfield has given to you. What do you want to do? You can discuss amongst yourselves, but not for too long.
I did say the Oblivion Bar was probably a good start to go to.
I could use a
Close
drink.
by. It's close by, and then the spaceport's all the way down south.
Fucking people. All right, whatever. Wherever you want to go, it's fine.
Go
Where
to
are
the
we
bar.
wheeling
At least we'll
to?
get to know each other too.
Oh god.
No, you
Yeah.
people. Yeah, sure.
Highlight of my career. All right, so who's driving?
Everyone looks at Sergeant Iona.
Yeah. She'll do all right. And it's, not too narrow as streets go. And this ice ball's pretty miserable, but I think I got a handle on it after this much time.
All right, Iona, make a piloting roll for me.
Not quite the
Yeah.
kind of place I would want to hang around in.
Then we crashed and all died.
Remember that you can push rolls. All right, there you go. One success. So, yeah, Iona, you just jump in behind the seat. Everyone piles in. You guys, when you get into the APC, you notice that Hatfield has done a really good job of prepping the APC with additional gear. You do see that there are 2 additional reloads for each of your weapons, as well as an additional set of armor, of M4 or M5 armor, personnel armor that you guys are all wearing. As well as med packs. 5 med packs. 1 for each of you.
We mark the reloads in our personal gear.
No, they are stowed in the APC.
Oh, all right.
So you can take a reload. That'll increase your encumbrance to some degree, but, you know.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Never mind then. Cool.
Captain Silva says, all right, the 5 of you, just get in. Ah, damn. Ow, my neck. Shit. This fucking weather is always killing my goddamn... I never knew I had arthritis until I came to Ariarchus. Anyway,
You need a ride to the bar to take the edge off.
we're not there to take the edge off Iona. We're there to find these fucking AWOLs.
Silva, I'm just trying to help with the arthritis.
Shut your mouth, Iona.
Aye, sir.
Okay, guys. Playtime's over. Come on, we got a job to do. Let's just
Silva
do
like
it.
pulls out a camel, and she just you've known Silva just be like a chain smoker. She just like smokes like constantly. She's got like a thing in her helmet of like a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, and she's just constantly smoking.
I like to think I'm usually smoking a cigar whenever possible.
Okay, I like that idea. All right, so with that, you guys all head out.
Good.
And drive to past downtown to the Oblivion Bar.
Kind of pull my helmet over my eyes and take a little nap.
Interesting name for a bar.
Yeah, it's strange as you drive south. It's probably about, I don't know, let's see what it's about 2 clicks to the south, maybe a little bit more, 2.5 clicks. Takes you
Named
about
after the planet, I say, from under my helmet.
in the distance to the south, you do see the massive walls of the spaceport. As you are driving south, you do see as well that there are many, many colonists who are walking through the streets, all of which have, they all have heavy weather gear on. They're all sort of trudging against the cold. Those of you who have been at Fort Nebraska for a while, of which probably not that many of you, every day there are fewer and fewer colonists on Ariarchus. But you are happy to see that the Eye of Oblivion, of which I'm now going to give you a handout to see what it looks like. There we go. This is what the Eye of Oblivion bar looks like on the outside.
Very homey.
Sort of massive steel front.
Sounds like a bunch of metaphysical bullcrap. I have Oblivion.
As you park the APC outside and it sort of screeches to a stop, some of the colonists sort of look at you strangely, like, oh shit. And some of them sort of run in strange patterns, like trying to swerve away, maybe that they think they might get fired upon.
Where you going?
No, nowhere! Please don't kill me!
Let's not cause
I'm
any
not-
Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble, please.
This whole
Don't feel
fucking
like
planet is trouble. Let's just find these fuckers so I can go home and get a rest, huh? Alright.
Okay.
I had to feed my cat.
A large blue neon winking eye with a red crescent moon at its center marks the entrance to the colony's only open bar. You know that the Eye of Oblivion services what you would consider to be loyal members of the galaxy's true members, rather than the UPP. But for the most part, you do see colonists. Any one of them might be an insurgent, but you're not sure. And as you enter the bar, the wind dies down, and you guys all come into the Eye of Oblivion bar, and the sounds of music from the cyber sort of music system in the back start echoing through the bar. And I'm going to bring you now to the Eye of Oblivion map.
Interesting choice of music.
So there you are. You're all at the Eye of Oblivion bar. Door opens.
Don't mind if I do.
Hammer walks in.
Yeah, Jesus, it's fucking cold out here. I'm in right after.
Silva walks in as well, as does Dante.
Hey, Dante, what do you want to drink? I'm thirsty.
Dante just goes, nothing, I'm fine.
Hey, barkeep, I'll take what will knock my socks off.
You walk up to the bar, and there is she sort of swivels around gracefully, and she has this beautiful sort of short, very silky looking hair. And she looks at you and says, hello, nice to meet you. What are you looking for?
Just a strong drink. At the moment, anyway.
Of course. Anything for men in uniform? And she sort of moves to the back. You do see that over here there is a sort of a lithe, graceful-looking girl on top of the bar just dancing to this music. And you do also see over here someone with a pilot's helmet on. She's just drinking herself like silly. She's just...
I'm looking around. Who looks the most uncomfortable that a bunch of Marines have just walked into this bar?
Make an observation roll. Okay, one success. You look around, you see that many of these colonists kind of look uncomfortable, but no one's more than these two individuals here. They are very closely sort of watching you guys. Like, everyone else is sort of like in the corner, like, what's up with that? That's fucking weird. But these two are just closely watching you.
I'm gonna go over and sit down at the table. Hey guys, mind if I join you?
Sure.
Hey, yeah, it's nice to meet you. My name's fuck it. You know what? Just call me Z. Anyway, I'm looking for a friend of mine. I was supposed to meet her down here, and she disappeared. And like, her name is Wojciech. You guys seen her around anywhere?
No.
You sure? Because I swear that you look like this asshole that she used to date. And I tell you what, man, like, I never forget her. So, are you sure you ain't seen her around here? Because, you know.
No, we haven't seen anyone named whatever.
Wojciech. It's not that hard. It's
Wojciech.
like my name.
No, we haven't seen anyone named Wojciech.
Dmieski, Wojciech, what? Polish name's a little bit too hard for you?
She just stares at you.
Yeah, you know what? All right, fine. Whatever.
The bartender comes back and hands you a drink, Hammer. Silva comes up to you, Hammer, and says, Hammer, what the fuck are you doing?
Blending in.
You're not supposed to be drinking while you're on duty.
Oh. Sorry, sir. Puts the drink down.
Silva comes up next to you and looks at the bartender and says, we are currently investigating the disappearance of 4 members of our platoon. I'm wondering if you've seen any of these individuals. And she places the pictures of the 4 members on the bar of these 4 people. And the person behind the bar takes a look at them and says, well, maybe I have, maybe I haven't.
Either you have or you haven't. There's no maybe you have. It's not a maybe. It's you have or you have not. Have you
Does
seen
she-
them or not?
Does she appear to look like she's lying?
Make an observation roll. You cannot tell, Chaplain, unless you want to push the roll. Actually, you cannot push the roll because you are a synthetic.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, we did not know that.
Oh, no, I apologize. It is widely known that Chaplain
Oh.
is a specific model of synthetic that is very easily detectable by you guys. In fact,
Oh, all right.
yes.
The bishop
Chaplain is an open synthetic.
He's a bishop.
Why?
Okay.
He
yeah.
is a
That's
bishop
why I
model.
work.
He's a bishop.
That's why I work with Chaplain.
Exactly.
I'm gonna look back over at these 2 that I was just talking to and see if they look more uncomfortable after I went over and did that.
The one who you talk to, the female, sort of looks at you, whispers something to the male, and they get up and they leave.
As they're doing that, I'm gonna come back to these. I'm gonna be standing here by these guys and go, well, I certainly stood up a hornet's nest with those two. I say we follow them.
Can I also make an observation
To do what?
as they're going past to like see if it's shady or off put or just done?
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
Is
That's
they're
fine.
leaving in relation to us?
Sure. Make an observation. You cannot tell, Iona, unless you want to push that roll.
Bad
No,
luck.
not yet.
Just real quick, Silva.
Leading.
I'm telling you, man. I talked to them and they left. I mentioned Wojciech and now they're out. To me, that's a sign. I don't know.
It doesn't look like you're gonna get any information out of this one, Silva. Do you want me to rough him up? I can get it for you.
Silva sort of looks over at you and says, "That's no way to treat the colony, don't you think, Hammer?"
If they holding something back, that's a problem for us. They got to be honest with us, and if they're lying about it, we got to know.
Silva says, "Listen, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." She says, "You can call me Faye." And Silva says, "Faye." And she grins broadly and sort of puts her arms down the table. She says, "Yeah." And Silva goes, "Nice, I didn't even notice." Chaplain, you've seen you know a synthetic when you see one. Faye is a synthetic.
Ah. Another synthetic. I'm curious.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm out. He just takes the drink off the table, walks away.
Big Z, I think you're onto something.
You want to come with me? Follow these fuckers?
Of course.
Let's
We're gonna
go.
beat something up. We're gonna shoot it.
No shooting,
Ready.
but maybe you get to hit somebody. I don't know. Come on.
Sounds good
Shit,
to
a
me.
little
Let's
bit.
do it.
I'm out the door.
Okay. As you walk out into the cold, make all of you can make. Who has the best observation? Since you now are making a group observation check.
Well, I have a 2.
I have 2 plus 3, so total of 5.
Okay.
4.
Yeah. Include when you do observation. Always include your primary ability too.
Okay, not me. I'll tell you.
Not hammer. Okay.
Yeah, because I have a 2 in observation.
Okay.
I think
Well, you
Well,
had
you're
the
still
right-
in the bar, chaplain. So.
Oh,
no
Yeah.
difference.
Oh, okay.
Mason, what do you got?
4.
I got 5, so I guess it's me.
Okay. So some Z. Go ahead and make an observation roll.
Zhimyevsky.
Jimieski. Yeah, exactly.
Jimieski.
God
Oh
damn
my
it.
Okay.
God.
So that's a fail. Do you want to
I'm
push
gonna-
that roll?
Yeah, I want to push that.
Okay. That will give you 1 point of stress.
I don't fucking care. I'm gonna like sort of rub the snow off my
Okay,
face.
so add a point of stress and then roll it again.
And I clicked. Oh, right, I have to do mods. I was like, I clicked you.
Okay,
There
one
we
success
go, all
and
right.
no panic. Very good. So you look. Let's see if these guys actually avoid you by doing a mobility roll. Interesting. They have mobility. No, they don't. Okay, so they're just gonna roll a straight 3 base dice. Here we go.
As we're waiting around, he's totally drinking that drink, even though I'm not supposed to.
Okay, so unfortunately, that one base, that mobility roll counters your observation roll, even with the push. So you are unable to see these 2 individuals wherever they went.
Can I like look for footprints in the snow or some shit?
That would be, I would say, that sort of encompasses your observation.
That's in the observation.
Yeah.
No D&D rules. It's not survival. Okay.
Can't even
Survival.
find 2 civvies. Really?
God damn it, motherfucker. Well, then clearly they aren't fucking civvies. Am I right?
They gotta
you know
know
which way they went?
Ain't no fucking drug bar patrons gonna disappear that fast and that quick and that well if they're just civvies. Shit.
Dante and Silva are still at the bar, chaplain, and the 2 of them are talking back and forth. And Silva says, "All right, Faye, how much do you want?" Faye smiles and sits back in her chair and she says, "Oh, I don't know, 20 credits will do it." Silva rolls a manipulation roll to see if she can get out from this. Here we go. With 1 success, countered by Faye's manipulation. and gets 0 successes. And so Silva says, you know, I could just tell everybody in this bar that there's oil in your drinks. And then everybody would run out of here, lickety fucking split. Faye's smile completely just droops into a grimace and says, fine. Okay, listen, they were here last night, okay, all 4 of them. They met with some short man. He was like balding. I didn't really recognize him. And then they all had this crazy argument and they all left separately. Now, yeah, one of them left super fucking angry. Like, he was throwing shit. I had to like kick him out.
What kind of man did this individual look like in terms of gear, in terms of like his aesthetics?
Wearing the same stuff as you guys. Armor, helmet.
Curious.
Funny thing was, like, just as he was about to leave and throw stuff out, like, as I was about to throw them out, these, oh yeah, the marshals came. They arrested him.
Arrested him?
Yeah, he was just drunk off his ass and he was throwing shit around, so I had to call the marshals in. So they came in and arrested him.
Where do they normally take, well, custody of these people?
Well, I mean, the marshals go to the marshal station. That's where they're usually hanging out, I would think. I got, like, video of the whole fucking thing in the back, if you want. Just
If
don't
you
tell
don't.
my clientele, would you? Silva smiles and says, as long as we keep this in the deal.
Alright then. Let's take a look.
Silva calls back to the 4 of you. Squad, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Iona's still leaning against the wall, waiting for. Okay, Silva calls forward. Yeah.
Dante,
I take one last look around outside and just swear under my breath and then come back in.
Faye opens a small, like, I guess, sort of separation in the bar, which allows you guys to come through it to the back.
I can't help but
It's over here.
I can't help but give the pilot-looking Marine like one quick glimpse.
She's
Just-
drunk. She's like super drunk. She's just looking at you like, "Sup?"
You guys coming?
Pilot like colonial, like like colonial or like
She's not. She doesn't have colonial gear on. She might be a freighter captain. You're not quite sure.
Okay. Interesting individual.
I'm in the office.
You guys all pack into the office.
Bit of a tight squeeze. But
Yeah,
sure.
I would
Yeah,
say
I don't
probably like 4 or 5 of you.
Doorway.
Dante, Silva comes in. The doorway's here, by the way, Iona, if you want to come in. Dante's
Iona's cool, just chilling
guards.
at the door.
Super. All
He
right.
does not really care as much. He just takes the orders.
As you look, Iona, over here at the corner, this girl dancing on the bar, she just like gives you this big wink, like, "What's up?" She's dancing all over the place. While
Iona's just leaning against the wall, looking at the whole bar.
the office is this tiny little room behind the bar. It's dingy. It's got this humongous large desk and 2 chairs. You look as Faye starts typing on her keyboard, and you see on the screens in front of her a whole bunch of security feeds that actually cover all areas of the entire bar. And she types a couple things in, and you see a couple of the screens like start rewinding, and it shows the previous night in terms of a Chiron. It shows the date.
A tech whiz is in here, right?
Say again?
A tech whiz chick who's currently being played by you. She's in here, right? Because she should definitely be watching this shit.
Oh, who is the tech whiz? I wonder. Who is that?
You said
Dante.
that one who was.
Dante's more like a breacher. She's just like she's just brawn. She doesn't really do
You
tech.
said she. Oh, I thought you said she was carrying tech shit. Never mind.
Oh, no, she carries like an RPG, like a fucking
Okay.
rocket launcher.
For
Oh, right.
explosions.
She's.
I
that's right,
mean,
she's big bag.
I'm-
She's big
I
bag. I
mean,
forgot.
I'm-
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm the tech.
I would
person
say,
here.
yeah, of all the 6 or 7 of you, I should say Chaplain's probably the most techie. He's got
Alright.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Well,
No,
get in there,
right,
Chappie. You're not doing anything over there.
I'm doing something. Just it's crowded here.
Can you even see it from there? Come here. You trade me place. Go over there.
Okay.
Iona, you're in the back there. You hear this sort of like conversation inside. Dante just looks over at you and like goes, just rolls her eyes. She's like, God damn, these fucking people. Faye Chaplain, she shows you the previous night's security footage, and you see these 4 Marines all coming into the bar. And it seems like they're meeting with that individual that Faye was speaking about, this sort of short guy with slick back hair. He's balding. It's kind of grainy. And yeah, you've never seen him before. But what I will allow you to do, Chaplain, or actually anybody who's in the room, is to make an observation roll. And that might identify him as like a known suspected like insurgent or colonist or something like that.
Damn, Chaplain, nice.
Chaplain
Wow.
with 3 successes. So here's where I'm going to actually show you the stunts for observation, which I love to do. Here we go. So check this out, guys. I've got the stunts all pulled up here. So observation, you've got 2 extra successes there, Chaplain. Is it coming for me? Are there more of them close by, or how do I get in / past / away? Don't necessarily know if any of them really count in this case.
I mean,
Could
I
it
would have to
be?
say.
Are there any known associates nearby?
Yeah.
Balding
that's-
man.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Like.
Would that be a reasonable
if there's
facsimile
a-
of that?
Sure.
If there's any associates, or if there's like, if I can get like a clear image of who this figure is.
Enhance.
then-
Enhance. Enhance.
Doesn't exist.
I will say, just in this case, I will allow you to give a +1 on a future roll because it doesn't really count in this case.
Fair point.
Cool. All right. So here's the thing, Chaplain. You do recognize this individual as a known insurgent by the name of Ivan Stoles.
Ivan Stoles.
That is correct.
Ah. The insurgent. He's got a reputation on him?
He's known to work with other individuals who are insurgent leaders and potentially, even possibly, the UPP. Remember that the UPP does want to have some say in this sector, as you very well know, or all of you Marines know, that the Colonial Marines are dealing with the UPP in 61 Cygnus right now. Or supposedly they are, anyway.
So then why is it that these 4 Marines decided to meet up with this individual in the first place, though?
Tell them get the fuck out of here.
Probably.
We probably got something that spooked them. Wait, I'm not in the room. Sorry.
Is that I look at Faye. I say, is that that bald guy? He come in here a lot. You seen him before?
No, can't say I have. Never seen him before.
Dead ends everywhere. Okay.
It's too bad we can't just. It'd be nice if we knew where the hell we could find this individual at, though. Like.
Hey, stupid question. Don't they have cameras on the outside? Couldn't you see if they went somewhere from there?
No, we don't have cameras on the outside. All we pick up is fucking snow. Sorry.
Other than the fact that we have this Ivan fellow, might as well just continue to play through the video and like.
I'm piecing the fuck out of this room. This is boring.
Someone mentioned an arrest. Which chap got arrested?
Yeah, like see which one did. Yeah.
Yeah, you do see that it does seem to be Reese. Of the four of them, you recognize him from his sort of graying hair and his proclivity to just sort of fly off the handle. At least from the pictures that you see, you do see that it does seem to be Reese that was arrested.
So Reese is the one being held over at the sheriff's for sure, but the other three though,
Unknown.
they just went together and effed off. So our biggest lead so far is with Reese, for sure. Can't really go off of Ivan, because God knows where the hell he went.
Hey, listen, as much as I would love to have you guys sort of hang out in here and wax philosophical, I've got a bar to run, so I think I've done my part.
Fair point.
Great. Scoot.
Alright.
As Hammer and Jamiowski are coming out of the bar, out of the back room, Iona's going to say, "Anything good on TV?"
Oh.
Hey, which of you here is people person? Anybody?
Not me.
I knew it wasn't. I wasn't even fucking looking at you. Come on. Now look at the others. Anybody?
I mean, I
Come on.
occasionally could probably do that.
All right.
Dante good at breaking the ice?
Dante says, I'm good at breaking a lot of things, but not ice.
I almost smile, but then I don't. And then, so it was Iona who said that she was kind of good with people? Oh, Iona, he or she? Iona's a he. Okay. I'm like, all right, I don't know, this pilot lady feels weird to me. I feel like someone should talk to her, but as we have seen, I am not the people person. So, just a suggestion, but I'm gonna go look outside, see if I can figure out where those fucks went.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go wait outside.
Juski, you hunting? I'll go too.
Dante sort of vaults over the bar, and her rocket sort of flips a little the wrong way, and she tumbles a little bit. She's like, ah, fuck. Ah. Ow, damn.
You alright? You alright, Dante?
I'm good. Thanks, Iona. I'm good. She holds her like stomach for a second. She's like, I think the damn thing hit me right in the stomach. Ow. Oh, damn. Fuck. I'm not used to this shit. I'm not used to this shit. Oh my god damn. Alright, I'm alright.
You sure?
I'm fine. Stop.
Okay.
Well, I'm no doctor, but it's probably going to be tender for a couple days. You should stop banging into things.
I mean,
Thanks.
I am the doctor here as well.
Yes.
Brilliant
We
advice.
know that, Charlie. Charlie.
Wait. I don't get it.
Shut
Don't
up,
worry
Hammer.
about it.
Shut up.
Don't worry about it.
Silva comes over to you, Z, says, what are you doing?
Oh,
Zimievsky. Am I pronouncing it right? I hope I am. Oh,
Sarah?
she's gone.
Oh no!
The alien got her.
It was the cats in the background. Probably.
She went out. Okay, so Silva was waiting with Z in the back. What do the rest of you guys want to do while they're waxing philosophical?
You sure you're alright, Dante?
I'm fine. Just leave me alone, all right?
Alright. Just
Never
look
knew
out
you
for
to be one to actually give a shit about anybody.
you and no one else.
She sort of smiles at you and gives you like one of these like, hey.
What do you think of the? So, what do you think of this whole scenario so far, Mason?
it's well hidden, but they've let one of their wheels fall off when you chase it. It's not
Still
in
rather-
here.
Still rather peculiar, interesting how they decided to go. What, like,
Whatever the hell they have,
and why?
we're going to be told it's not our business, but
Yeah, well, sure as hell became ours.
unless it's either dangerous or worth a shit ton of money.
I thought our job was to deal with the dangerous stuff.
Money can be really dangerous.
Fair point. Oh. just,
Uh,
just pray this doesn't really cost us our lives, at least.
well, I'm thankful for your concern, Chaplain. I think you have it a little bit better than the rest of us in terms of a safety blanket.
Well, I mean, better than a certain. I'll look over a hammer. Yeah.
I honestly am not sure if anyone is watching over Hammer on this world or another.
Can I hear that?
Make a observation roll.
Iona's gonna sidle up to the bar next to Hammer and go, so.
I'm gonna give you.
Something happened back there.
I'm gonna give you 1 second, Hammer. I'm gonna give you a modification of -1 because it's pretty far away.
Oh,
Uh,
Okay, well, -1 on that. So
Okay.
that's nothing. No,
Yeah, you don't hear a thing, Hammer.
It's the loud music.
Totally.
I'm also focused on my drink I'm not supposed to have. But, hey. You want one, Dante? You want?
Silva looks over at you and says, "Okay, well," at Z and some Yusuke and says, "Okay, listen. If you have something to say, now's the time to say it because we don't have a lot of fucking time."
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You seem to know what the hell is going on here, or maybe you have an idea of what's going on here.
Well, no, I fucking said I went over. I saw these guys looking cagey when we walked in. I tried to talk to them. I did not do so good because people are not my thing.
All right.
And they left, and we tried to follow them, but they got out of here pretty fucking fast, which tells me that if we couldn't spot them, then they are good at hiding their tracks and not just a couple of local drunks.
Listen, I understand that you might think that everybody's out to get you here, Z, but this is not necessarily the case. We need to find these
I
fucking
don't
AWOLs.
think anyone's out to get me. I'm looking
All
for
right,
fucking
all
AWOL.
right, all right, all right.
I mentioned Wojciech, and they fucking split. I think that's a sign.
Maybe they were just
So I thought-
intimidated by your ridiculous firepower.
It's not ridiculous. It's a standard issue. Anyway, I was just suggesting that maybe somebody wants to talk to the pilot at the bar because she's the only other one in here who doesn't quite seem to fit, if you know what I mean. Look around.
She fits just fine. She's a pilot. I've seen pilots all over the place. They come in
Yeah,
and out of
everyone
the
else
space
here-
door.
I don't know. Everyone else here looks like a common working stiff, and she's really got a better paying job than these fuckers, and she's also, I don't know, looks like she's drinking away something. But whatever, don't listen to me. I've got a crazy amount of firepower.
Mason.
Fucking walk away.
Mason,
Yes, sir.
Bye.
go to talk to that pilot over there. See what she knows.
Will do, sir.
On the double. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Mason will walk in as I pass by. Silva says, "Permission to order a drink for appearances, sir."
Yeah, sure. Fine. Whatever.
And I'll go and order a drink and saddle to the drunk pilot.
All right.
All right, Mason. Right, buddy. I see you.
Captain
Get
sort of
flattened,
like
Hammer.
pulls her aviators down like over her nose and is like, "What's up?"
Fun. Can I get you something to drink?
No, I'm good. I mean, no, I'm good.
So, we getting ready to go somewhere? Or you just got back from somewhere?
I want to go somewhere, as in off this fucking planet.
I mean, so what you've got right here is going to take you far away in your brain, but where you want to go?
Off world.
Where-
But my fucking
And-
ship is fucked up, and so they can't repair it.
Sorry to hear that. An idea what happened?
All I know is I need to get off the ground, and all the fucking supplies and the repair team are stuck in orbit due to the fact that the space elevator that everybody uses is suspended. So I can't get the fuck off planet because the repair team will come down to fucking repair my ship. And so I'm just gonna drink until that fucking happens because I'm pissed.
You got a name, pilot?
Edie.
Edie?
Yeah. You?
You can call me Mason.
Well, hello,
Well-
Mason.
Hope where you're trying to go, you get there. And I place my drink and slide it over in front of the pilot.
She takes it and she says, "You're sweet. I'll remember you."
Mason just sort of looks a bit and pauses and then nods, gives a little smile.
All right.
And we'll go back to the group.
All right.
Oh, Mason, what happened? Did you strike out?
Silva walks over and says, "Hammer, secure that shit."
Yes, sir.
Mason, intel?
Well, it is legitimately drinking away their woes. Their ship is apparently damaged, and supplies and the repair team are stuck in orbit. Space elevators down, so pilot's grounded.
Great. Which means we are too.
Fortunately so, sir.
I kind
Well,
of look smugly over from where I'm standing and just give a little smile that says, "Told you." Useful.
all right.
Well, as far as we are aware, it seems like the only lead we have is over at the sheriff's with Reese.
Marshals. Yeah.
Marshall. I keep mixing.
Fine. All right, let's haul ass. All right, everyone pile in. Let's go. Let's file up. Come on, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. And Silva double times it with the rest of you guys into the APC. Iona, you get behind the seat. Make a piloting roll. I'll give you a bonus mod to this, a +1, since you are relatively used to the way that this handles.
Question: is the gunner seat on this thing open to the
Yeah,
air?
absolutely. It's not open to the air. No, in fact,
okay.
there is a. I don't know if you've seen, like, if you take a look at the
It's a turret, right?
to the the turret. It looks like it can sort of. The cool thing about these APCs is that it has actually two turrets. It has a front turret and a back sort of top turret, which swivels, and it actually sort of comes down off the back too. And both of them are miniguns, right? They're like fucking They do not fuck around on APCs.
And you just take a seat from the inside and you just like turn and whatnot. Right?
Exactly. So
Is there a
Iona.
hatch in the top?
There is no hatch on the top. It's just a side door. That's the way it works. Iona, go ahead and make a pilot roll for me. I'll give you a +1 mod, so just give a 1. Don't put the plus in there when it asks for mods.
You got this.
There we go.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Too cold.
you want
Too
to?
cold to start. You let it sit too long.
I let it sit too long, Iona. I let it sit too long.
You wanted me in there. I
Iona,
like to sit in
shut the
driver's
fuck
seat.
up and do it again. Push
Yes,
that roll,
sir.
Iona, and give yourself a point of stress. So give yourself a point of stress first, and then push the roll again. There you go.
Okay.
Did you add the point of stress? No, you did not. So,
Sorry, one more time.
yep. No, I'll accept the success, but do in fact roll to see if you got a 6, or I should say a 1 or a 6 on that die. So, yep. Always add the point of stress before you re-roll, guys.
Alright,
Oh, she added a point to piloting, not a point to stress.
I see what I did.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so we're good with the stress. So yeah, Iona.
Try not to overstress yourself over there.
And finally, the APC's engine hums to life. And you guys now move to
The marshals.
the Marshals Station. So let me just ping where that is on Ariarchus. So you guys were, in fact, here at the Oblivion Bar, and now you're driving a little bit further to the north and a little bit to the east to the Marshals Station here, center of downtown. And so
how long we been out for?
I would say probably maybe a couple hours, not too much.
Okay.
Yeah, as you are about halfway to the Marshal Station, a group of men step in front of the APC, like from both sides, like about 7 or 8 of them. And they are all dressed in winter gear. They all have goggles over their eyes, like single veil goggles. You can't see their faces. They're all wearing big helmets, military style helmets. And from the middle of them, a female figure actually steps, wearing cold winter gear, and she pulls this mask off of her face, and you see a young, sort of. Well, I'll give you the handout for what she looks like, actually.
Ooh.
Target's quiet, Captain. Just say the word. Oh.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Where is she? Give me 1 second. I just don't want to.
Somewhere.
There she goes, right there. So, right there. That's what she looks like.
Yeah.
She looks cold.
She does look cold.
Aw.
So she looks at you in the APC and she says, "I think we should have a chat. Would you all come on out, please?"
Iona's hands on the wheel and looks at Silva and goes, "Seriously?"
Silva sort of looks over at you and says, "Honk the horn."
I honk the horn.
None of them move. They all stand there.
How heavily armed do they look?
They all have rifles, automatic rifles.
Tell me when to shoot, Captain. I'll do it.
Let's avoid this right now. Thank you. I appreciate your eagerness, Hammer. Let's at least
doesn't-
see what this person wants to say.
It doesn't really seem like they're willing to budge anyways.
All right, file out. Let's go.
Seriously,
Alright.
all of us? Alright.
Iona, you stay in the APC.
I flick open the controls for the weapons, but don't turn anything on hot yet. Just prepared for trouble.
Fair enough. Silva steps out. Dante steps out. Anyone else want to step out?
I will.
Chaplain, Hammer,
I'm staying
Mason.
Z stays in. Mason
Mason steps out.
steps out. Okay. The individual in the snow stares at you all and says, "So it seems we have a shared interest."
Do tell.
She looks at you for a second, sort of gives a very small grin and says, "May I introduce myself?"
Please.
Yes, my name is Mallory Eckford. I understand that you and your unit are on the search for certain members of your staff that have gone missing. Am I correct? Silva says, "That's none of your business." And she says, "Oh, but it is. You see, I work for a very important organization, which you may be familiar with, as it pretty much controls everything in this sector, whether they like it or not." Silva sort of grimaces and says, "Fucking Wayland people. God damn it. Why are they always on my ass?"
Get him off real quick, sir.
Sir.
No,
Yes, sir.
no, Hammer, just chill, okay? I don't want more of these fucking dog catchers, all right?
Concerning the amount of power that the company has.
Yeah, all kinds of fucking shit. I don't want to have to deal with them if I don't have to. All right, so what do you want? And Eckford turns to look at you and says, "We want to make sure that these 4 individuals who you're searching for are returned safe and sound. That's all. And if we can help you in any way, we'll be more than happy to."
What's
Silva-
the cat?
Go ahead, Chaplain.
You make it sound simple. Is there a catch to all this?
No, just want to make sure that you don't do anything rash, and her eyes fall on Hammer, and eliminate any of your team. That's all. When they could be of so much use to all of us.
May I check to see if he's lying? Or she's lying.
Yes, you could make a observation roll. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's observation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. God damn.
Sorry, Chaplain. Very, I mean, the snow, her
It's-
apparent lack of
yeah.
movement, everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else outside want to do anything?
Waiting on Silva's
Silva.
response.
Silva just stands there looking a little bit nervous, to be honest. More nervous than you've seen her before.
Silva, I wouldn't Silva, as much as I don't like this scenario, we are pretty outgunned and out. Well, neutered.
Gun?
Hammer, shut up.
I'd probably recommend we take the deal, at least for now, at least.
I think they just want to see if we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think so too.
We're just here to talk to Reese.
Yeah, we're here to make sure that Reese is okay. And she says, Eckford says, right. Go ahead and have a look. We'll be around. And she just does this in the air, and these individuals in these white suits with the goggles on spin and in military fashion sort of grab their rifles, pull them to their chests, and jog to nearby corners where they take up posts.
Clearly everywhere.
Eckford turns to you and says, oh yes, everywhere. And then she walks into the snow.
Well, that was unpleasant.
But are we surprised that they're involved?
All right,
Doesn't matter. First of all, as long as the job gets done.
fine, whatever. That's fine. Marines, file out. Let's go.
Sir,
Looks like we've got another interested party. But we're not going to fucking go yellow just because we got another bunch of fucking idiots on our tail, do we?
no, sir.
Good.
Collaboration was never my strong suit anyway.
We all know that, Hammer. All right. All right. Mason, take point.
Yes, sir. And I'll walk in towards the marshal's office.
Okay. The Marshal Station is a large, flat, squat building.
I follow him in once the Wailing Yutani people have fucking
Oh, they're already. There's no trace of them anymore.
Yeah,
at all.
once they peace out, I hop out of the APC.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
You want to come along, Iona?
Well, I mean, if we've got company out here, do those crossing? Actually, can I banter? Can I use the banter to take down the stress? Great.
Yeah, sure.
I am gonna say to the chaplain and to Silva, so do the crossing guards have anything interesting to say? That should kill the stress points for me and Z.
Yeah, could you go ahead and click on? Tell me what banter does. I forgot what banter does.
Oh, I had this in the last campaign and never got to use it.
I remember.
Yeah. The stress level and the stress level of everyone in short range drops 2 steps for every turn spent in a safe place. So if we're not under active threat,
Yep.
joke making, and I'll say I'll sit out here and watch the car so it doesn't get too cold again, and I'll just lean against the hood, freezing and bitching to myself.
All right. So
Don't
you're going to
think
stay
I-
outside, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
I don't think I understand his sense of humor.
It's all right, chaplain.
Okay, chap, that's why you keep me around. I make the jokes for you.
Okay.
All right. So, can you guys see this map?
Yes.
That we can, yes.
Okay, cool. Let me bring you all onto this map because I don't think that you were actually brought on. So let's see. Hammer goes in. There's Hammer. Chaplain goes in. There's Chaplain. Iona stays in the car, so I'll put Iona over here. Mason, you're here. Z, Silva, and Dante. Okay. So yeah, you guys go ahead and you're at the door. There's an easy control panel to go ahead and hit the door if whoever wants to do that.
Now, question: once they open the door, this token is familiar. Is that just a repeat token,
just a
or is
repeat
that
token.
the person? Okay, just wanted to make sure that wasn't the same person I
It's
saw.
not the same person.
Wait.
I don't have like
Yeah.
different tokens for everybody, unfortunately.
He wasn't suspicious. He was just going to work.
figured. I just wanted to check.
I appreciate that. That's good.
So press open the door.
Okay.
Yep.
You press open the door, and the door opens. And inside, you hear strange. Well, it's strange because, first of all, the first thing that you hear is sort of voices on a radio coming from some maybe computer stations from inside. And the next thing that you hear is a woman's voice on the phone or some kind of transceiver who sits at a desk in front of you. And she's saying, "No, I don't know where they are. Okay, stop calling. This is not some kind of stupid sex line." And then she puts the phone down.
Everything
Yes.
all right, ma'am?
Oh, I'm just fucking dandy. Hi, who are you? Oh, and her eyes widen as she sees your gear. Listen, you're letting in all the cold air. If you're gonna come in, come in. Dante and Silva move in and shut the door
Might as well
behind
let's-
them.
Might as well let Silva take the front.
Yeah, Silva sort of steps up and says, yes, we're Charlie team. We're here looking for,
Reese.
yes, an individual named Reese. We had heard that maybe he was here, that he was picked up in some kind of altercation last night at the Eye of Oblivion bar. The woman who's at the front desk, the receptionist, says, I don't know anything about that, but I mean, you can talk to Marshall Hyams in the back. He's in the bullpen.
All right then.
Go ahead. And she just pushes you through. So Marshall Hyams is a close-cropped individual. He's got a patch over one eye, and he also seems to like cigars as well. And as the seven of you enter, or I should say the six of you enter the Marshall station, he turns to you and says, hello. How can I help you? Silva says, well, like I just told your... I assume you're... He goes, yeah, that's Olga. Old, reliable Olga. She says, I'm not old. God damn, I hate this place. Says,
When I hear her say that, I kind of give her a little.
she smiles and sort of like gets back to her work. Marshall Hyam says, listen, what do you want? I don't have a lot of time. I've got people to see. I've got a lot of shit that's going on right now. Silva says, listen, I'm very sorry to disturb you, sir. We're simply looking for an individual who we had heard might have been in an altercation at the Eye of Oblivion bar. Yeah, got him in the back, sleeping it off. Why? No reason, sir. It's just, we're here to take him back to station. Oh, I get you. Nice. Well, I mean, if you want, that's fine. I got other things to do. I got an interrogation to take care of in the back. Some asshole I've been looking for a while. But, yeah, if you want, he's over in holding area 4. I mean, he's in cell 4, over by the holding areas.
Right.
You want some help with that interrogation, sir?
Who are you?
I'm Private Hammer, sir.
Likes to hit things.
Yeah. Wait. Shut up.
Well, I guess you're going to have to go talk to Deputy Dodd, because he's the one who's questioning Stoles. So, I mean, we'll have to see how things work out with him.
Wait, I'm
Wait.
sorry. Did you just say Stoles?
You got stole?
Oh, we're looking for that fucker too. That's great. All right.
You're looking for him. Why are you looking for him?
Well, apparently he met up with our inebriated friend and a few other, shall we say, differently intentioned Marines the other night.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. All I know is that Stoles is an insurgent, and we're trying to figure out where the fuck his base is. So, doesn't really matter.
Oh, that would actually be useful information for us. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. One of you guys could go in the back and help fucking Dodd out. He looks like he could use the work. But if you want to take custody of what did you call him? What was his name?
Reese.
Reese. Yeah, he's in cell 4.
All right then.
Hammer looks at Silva. I thought this. They're always supposed to keep that quiet. Well,
Silva just says, I don't even listen. I'm getting a little flustered right now, so
It's his fucking name. He's got an ident. Jesus, everyone knows his name is Reese. For fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
fine. Just do what you need to do, Hammer. I don't care anymore. I just want to get through this fucking day. Can we just get through this fucking day? And Dante just comes over to Reese and like puts her hand on Reese's shoulder and it's like, Captain, we got this. It's fine. No problem. Silva's like, I know, I'm just getting a little you know? So I'm actually going to increase Reese's stress by 2.
Silva's, you mean?
Sorry, Silva's, yes, by 2. So
I'm just gonna like wander over here and sort of like lurk outside. Is there like a way I can watch this interrogation without actually going in the room?
Unfortunately not. There's
Okay.
a door here, which, you know, like because Hyams has given you the okay to go in there and help this guy with Stoles, you're more than welcome to go ahead and do so, Hammer, but you'd have to go inside to do it.
I mean, you coming with Z?
Yeah, fuck it. I want to see what this guy looks like up close.
All right.
Well, old chap, shall we talk to Reese?
Might as well. Silva, you coming along, or do you need some private loan?
I'm just gonna chill out here and have a. Hyams, do you have any coffee? Yeah, I got coffee. I could really, you know, it's gonna settle me. Coffee settles you? What the fuck? Yeah. It's weird. It just, I drink it and I'm fine. And like she just pulls out cigarettes and she starts smoking, like one after the other. Dante just stands by the door.
Well, that's a good thing I don't need to breathe. Anyways, this way, Mason?
Yep, right this way.
Okay, it's pretty
I mean-
dimly lit as you walk through the holding area, and you see that all of the cells are empty except for this one here. And laying on the cot, he's sort of facing the wall, seems to be that guy who you were talking about. It seems to, you know, you can see his body shape in the cell. Looks like he's sleeping.
How do you think? we
Rise
should
and
go?
shine, Corporal.
Might as well just bang on the cell thing.
Yeah.
No response.
Bang it like harder.
Wake the fuck up.
No response.
Is he normally that much of a deep sleeper?
I want
Observing.
Mason and Chaplin. Go ahead and make observation rolls for me, please.
Yeah, I want to see if he's breathing.
Come on. Son of a. I'm supposed to be kind of okay at this.
Mason got a
So
single
many
success.
dice.
Mason, you notice that the floor is covered in a reddish substance. It seems to be dried, sticky almost.
Son of a bitch.
What happened?
Probably dying or dead. Get the keys. And I'm going to start looking around for keys or anything, or if there's a marshal office guard nearby.
The door is actually open.
Oh, I'm going to
All right,
open.
After you, Mason.
Just going to throw open cell door. Do I have like a flashlight on me?
You do.
Yeah.
It's a shoulder-mounted flashlight.
Turn on the flashlight, look, and just start looking around.
You got to go inside the cell, though.
Yeah.
Mason.
Whoops. Examine the body.
Yeah. Okay. So you turn over the body, and it's pretty awful because when you turn it over, Yeah, here we go. You turn it over and it's revealed his face and hands have been chewed off.
Ugh.
What
And
the fuck?
There is an awful, horrid hole in his chest, and his ribs are bent outward. Take a stress point, please, Mason.
My word.
As you look and say, my word, Chaplain, something falls under your shoulder.
I look over at my shoulder.
This sort of semi-viscous liquid is dribbling down your shoulder.
I slowly look up.
As you look up, you see on the ceiling that there is a sort of fleshy sack that's like pulsing and writhing. There's something inside it.
Chaplain, get out.
And then, as you say, Chaplain, get out, the thing rips open with a wet sploosh. Something tears from this thing and flops to the floor. And you look at this thing, both of you, and what this is, this thing sort of unfurls, slowly raising its elongated head. It sort of leers at you, almost seeming to sort of mock you and your feeble existence. The thing's mouth slobbers as ebon lips peel back. It's got metal teeth. Its spiked, curled tail, pronounced ribs, protruding tubes coming out of its back, and eyeless face denoted as something inhuman, something unnatural, something alien. I would like everybody inside the Marshal Station. Actually, I'm going to do this. There's two ways that we can do this. We can either roll initiative, or I can just give the cards out in one shot. And I think that's probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah.
You guys feel that would probably be the best way of doing it?
That works.
All right, cool. So here we go. First things first, let's give you guys some music. All right.
Question though, since we're all the way over here, can we even hear what's going on over there?
Oh, I'm sure you will eventually. I will give Mason and Chaplain a single opportunity to scream. As you see this thing, I would first of all, number one, you will, well, I would say Mason takes a point of stress. That's the first thing, because Chaplain can't, unfortunately. And then Mason, you've never seen anything like this, so go ahead and make a panic roll for me.
Oh boy.
Okay, you keep it together. You hold it together. But this thing is just, it's inside the cell with you. Oh, and by the way, yeah, Reese is totally fucking dead.
Yeah.
Just in
Yeah.
case you were wondering.
He's V-dead.
He's super deadly dead.
Hey, is he Reese's Pieces?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
This is the kind of shit I have to deal with, folks. Just letting you know. This is the kind of shit that I have to deal with.
I
Win.
don't,
Jonathan
I don't
wins.
fucking believe it.
Gold star.
Okay.
Gold star for the night.
Gold star. Sure. Okay. All right. So, you know what I'll do is I'll allow you to scream.
Yeah. Mason shouts, "Contact hostiles!"
All right. Beautiful. Now let's contact hostiles. I love it. All right. So now I think with that, everyone is alerted to the contact in the station. So let's go ahead. I will add everybody gets a turn. Except, of course, Iona, who can't hear you. Sorry,
Got like
Iona.
106.7 Light FM going.
Made the right choice.
I only died. Patrick died in first combat last game. I feel like this was a wise move.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. All right. So here's the way I have learned how to do initiative using cards. There's this thing called the initiative deck. And so if I just show the deck and then I deal all the cards to the people in the turn order, it should... Oh, it ran out of turn. Oh, because there's too many people. Okay, so I know what to do. I will I will take out. I will have all the deputy marshals go at once. Okay, yeah, that'll work just fine. Then that should be enough. Let's see how many people there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's too many people, unfortunately, to do with one initiative deck. So, yeah, there's just two. Like, there's 7 of you. There's a fuck ton of creatures in here. So let's see if we can just do it this way. Nope, still didn't work. All right, that's fine. So here's what I'm gonna do. Then fuck it, just everybody roll initiative. You all have the button. Roll it.
All right. Initiative dice. Oop.
You can either roll initiative or there's the initiative little button at the top left.
Oh, really?
I mean, it makes sense. We are far away.
Yeah.
Well, I rolled a
And,
5.
lower is better, right?
Lower is better, absolutely, yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Alright, so you got a 3. These creatures go twice in initiative, too. Alright, did everybody go? I'm gonna have Olga. Mason did not go, of course, because I'm
Oh, whoops.
controlling Silva. Let me have Silva
Yeah.
go.
There we go.
Alright,
Don't
super.
forget Dante as well.
Yeah, Dante and Silva have to go. I will give them initiative. Bing. And bing. All right, here we go. Let's see who goes first. Ascending. All right, Reese is dead, so I don't even know why he's in the turn order, so there we go. Moving on. Stoles, like, stands up from the desk. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? What's going on here? And you see Hammer, this guy in handcuffs, standing in front of a sort of timid-looking deputy marshal who puts his hand on the guy's shoulder. He's like, do not, stop, sit down. And Stoles basically just wastes his action trying to get out of his handcuffs. Olga screams and runs over to Colonel Hyams, who takes out his sidearm and says, get behind me. Z, it is your turn.
All right. I'm gonna run up here.
Okay.
See that fucking thing? How close can I get
So you
from
can
where I ran?
Right, you ran to the next zone, so each of these is a zone, right? So you can,
Okay, all
so
right.
you used your fast action to move to this zone
right.
here.
Then I'm gonna take Overwatch.
Okay, cool. So
I'm gonna take Overwatch, and when
Great.
I have a clear shot on that thing,
excellent,
I
good
will
choice,
take my shot.
beautiful. Hammer, you're up.
You gonna follow Z up there? Is that 2 zones, or is something here or here?
Yeah, each is a zone, so I would say between doors is a zone essentially.
Okay, so I'm out here then.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll also take up post behind Z with my gun, and I'll also take Overwatch when I have a shot at this thing. It's like, the hell is that thing?
You see it, and so both of you guys add a point of stress.
Yup.
First time you've ever seen these things. You're lucky I'm not making you panic. Mason.
So, I'm way too close to my pulse rifle, I believe.
Yes, you would have a -1 modifier because it's point blank range.
How about a flamer?
Almost all weapons that don't have a engaged range, like you take a look at the range on your incinerator unit, which I think is medium range.
Medium.
It is medium, so I have to get back, right?
So that you'd have to get back, so you'd have to disengage or retreat, right?
Yeah, I will just open up all the different stuff. I can disengage as a slow or fast.
I think it all says it in the handouts
Yeah.
here, right?
Retreat is a fast action.
Yes.
Yeah, retreat fast action.
Yeah.
So you
So
could
I'll
retreat to
retreat.
this, like the holding area over here. Yep.
Yeah, I'll retreat back.
Yep.
And
That's a
I'm
mobility check, right?
That is correct. Otherwise, this thing will get a swat at you. So go ahead and make a mobility check. Otherwise, you will not move. 2 successes. 3 successes with the stress die.
Nice.
Very nice. Okay, so
Ooh,
with
wait,
mobility,
that was stunt,
yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. So let me give you the stunts for mobility. Here you go. So you can, since you had one success, you have 2 stunts, so you can give a success to another PC in the same situation as you. I think we might know who that might be.
Giving that to Chaplain.
Good. Okay, so that'll
Bless
be
up,
1
old
success
buddy.
to you, Chaplain, when you want to use mobility. Or you also, and I should say, you impress someone, and or you gain a +1 modification to a later skill roll.
I'll do that.
Okay, cool. So 1 success to Chaplain automatically, and then a +1 to a later skill roll. Double. All right, so you are out of range of this creature, as far as you are
And
aware.
I pull out my flamer.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
I think that's it for my turn.
Okay. Well, you used your fast action, right?
Right, and it's I think it's pulling out the flamer in a action.
I would say
or-
you probably have it all ready to go.
Okay.
You guys are relatively well equipped, so yeah.
Right, then a slow action. I'm going to attack then.
Okay, you're gonna fire your flamer at medium range.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you a -1 mod because Chaplain's in the same, like he's in engaged range with this creature.
Ah, shit, you're right.
He's
I
a
can't-
synthetic. He'll
You
be
could
fine.
light him up.
Uh-huh.
We also endorse. Fuck. Never mind. Pulse rifle.
Okay.
I'll pulse rifle it.
Like Ripley, you got them taped together. It's fine.
Absolutely. Get it up and fire away.
Smooth.
Do I take any modifiers here? Or
Nope.
No?
Nope. You're in medium range, so or short range, I should say. So you should be fine. All right. 3 successes.
Hey,
Shit.
Okay. Well, this thing has armor, so it gets to make a roll against that.
it is armor-piercing ammo, though.
That's true.
Okay.
So here's what I do is I, with armor piercing, which I just found out today, you have the amount of die. And in this case, he gets no armor. So, oh my God. So 2, 3. Okay, so it depends on how much damage you want to pump into this thing, to be honest. So right now, automatically you have 2, but you also have 2 stunts.
Yeah.
This is
So
how
I will show you what the stunts are for ranged combat.
Acid blood. Acid blood.
That is kind of the problem here. But let's go with the damage first. So what do you want to do with this damage? You have 2 rolls.
Yeah.
Two stunts, I should say.
I'm going to knock him down,
Okay.
and I'm going to try to pin him down too.
Pinning him down.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. They need to make an immediate panic roll. Unfortunately, aliens don't make panic rolls.
Oh, great.
So, and you just see the alien go, "Row!" And it falls against the back, and like a chair falls on him, and then like the bed frame just falls on top of him, pinning him to the ground. But an immediate like just explosion of green fluid as you nail him for 2 damage. So it will make an acid splash on everyone within short range. So
I
here's
swear to God, that prediction.
this is actually everyone within engage. Yeah,
One fight. Come on.
yeah. Let me double check on acid splash. Yeah, here we go. So this is with a 2 damage. So yeah, so with a +1. My God. My God!
Yes!
Oh.
The acid
Holy
just
shit.
flies everywhere, and
Those newer models have the hydrophobic layer on the outside.
How did I avoid that?
You
I
are
don't
fucking
know.
Lucky, my
I
friend.
don't know how you avoided all that acid damage.
I'm like Neo.
Yeah, you just maybe it's just like the
Matrix
bed it starts to melt.
angles.
It like all the acid just melts the bed, and you get none of it, Chaplain. So you're totally fine, amazingly enough. But the alien does take 2 damage.
I'm just looking like, oh, that's curious.
Oh man, it'd be a shame if we got another turn or something.
Or 2 in a
Okay.
row, apparently.
Anything else, Mason? Sounds like no. All right, moving on. The creature.
His
All right.
friend.
Here's what I'm going to do. I have to bring up my little rollable table here. This is what kind of creature is this? I think he is a
Says he's a drone.
Yes, he's a drone, but what kind is he? That is it's stage 4. Okay, cool. I need to know because different attacks for different kinds of aliens.
Huh.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Well, giant bugs me.
All right, so here's what happens. Let me get the. Yeah, there we go. That's the one. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and determine rolling randomly to see what kind of attack it does. Here we go. Boom. And okay, cool. So interesting. Okay, cool. So you see this thing go, and it pulls up, throws the bed off of itself, stands up, sees you there, Chaplain, and its tail sort of whips around, and tries to jab you right through the stomach. Here we go.
Because the question is, does this work on synthetics?
Well, it looks at you and sort of like it cocks its head for a second, and then yeah, here we go. What? Okay, so its tail whips through the air, hits you, and you feel this. It just like as this thing just. It doesn't inject you with any of with anything like any venom or anything like that, as it shows in the thing. It just does 1 point of damage. So there's no venom actually that could affect you as a synthetic, unfortunately. So you don't have to worry about the stamina roll or anything like that. But you do get this. You just see in the middle of your shirt, this the white fluid is starting to come down right in the middle of your chest, and the thing goes.
Oh come on, that was a very nice. This was a very nice suit.
And then it goes again, because it's still his turn. Here we go. Let's have it roll again. This time it will just go ahead and try to grab you. So, like, it sees that whip tail attack did nothing to you, Chaplain. So it just literally comes in there and just whoosh, tries to grab you with its talons. Yeah, here we go. Okay. 2 successes. You are grabbed. So it does 1 damage to you automatically. Actually, it does 2 damage to you automatically because of the 2 successes. Oh, no, it doesn't do any damage at all, in fact. Sorry, beg your pardon. No damage. It just whoosh, grabs you, but you see that its mouth is slowly opening, all this sort of fluid emptying out as you see inside its mouth this tiny little head that goes... It's getting ready to do something truly, truly awful to you. If you want to break loose, you need to make a opposed close combat roll.
I mean, I guess I'll try doing that.
Mason, you see that. I would like you to make a panic roll as you see what happens to Chaplain.
Oh, good God.
Does that include us back here too?
Short range, I would say yes. Okay, you hold it together, Mason.
Yeah, that's 1 success.
Okay, that is fine. And I was going to be on your turn, but that's okay. But I will consider that the success on your turn, Chaplain, because that's a slow action.
Wait, why? What do we hit the stress roll again? I hit stress. It didn't do it.
Oh, panic roll, not stress dice.
Oh, panic. That's why. Gotcha. Panic roll.
Okay, you both keep it together. You just like your eyes widen, and Hammer's eyes widen as you see this creature grab and lift Chaplain off the floor. Its head opening up as if to strike, and that is its turn. Chaplain, you've made your close combat roll. It will also make an opposed close combat roll. It's the 10. Here we go.
Of course.
And 2 successes. So you are still stuck in this thing's grasp. Its vice-like grasp.
All right, as I see this happening, I am going to take my shot at it.
Okay. It's kind of got Chaplain in the way, so I'm going to give you a -1 mod, because he's basically holding Chaplain right in front of him, right?
All right, let me look at my weapons real quick then, because... I can't shoot it with a fucking grenade, because that would be bad. And I'm in medium range, so I'm just going to shoot him with my service pistol.
Okay.
Shoot him off. Bam, so you said -1.
Yes. There you go.
Woo!
2 successes. This thing does have armor, so he will make a... that is not an armor-piercing weapon, am I correct?
No, it is not.
Okay, there we go. Armor roll.
one
One
still
success, so 1 damage to this creature, but it does, unfortunately, as well. When you shoot it, this acid splashes out of it.
Oh, we're
and-
still learning.
I'm sure you are. And here's what happens. As the acid splashes out of it, 3
Oh,
damage.
shit. And
And,
so that
uh,
doesn't count as a stunt because one of them was negated, right?
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
just checking.
Okay, so
Unfor-
3 acid damage to you, Chaplain.
As I see Z open fire, I'm gonna go ahead too.
Oh my god.
Okay, fire away.
All right. Oh right, I have a button for this now.
Yes, you do.
Any modifiers on this one?
No, yes, actually, same. -1 modifier because Chaplin's still in front of him. You hear it go, ah! Holy shit.
Damn.
You went whole hog. You went whole hog and still only got 1 success. I'm very impressed. It is armor piercing, so here we go. Let's see if this thing's armor can withstand the 1 damage that you did to it.
Tough boy.
Hey Matt, I got a
Does he have
question.
to roll higher, or does matching mean it doesn't?
Matching
does
means
still
that
hit?
it mitigates the damage, right? So it
Even if
actually
it's
takes-
armor piercing, then?
Yes, and armor piercing simply means that he rolls fewer armor dice.
Got it. Okay. All right.
What was your question?
So what's the difference between the successes and the damage box that I see in the card roll?
Correct. So if you get a 1 success, it does the minimum amount of damage. So the smart
I
gun,
see.
for example, if it hit and it pierced the armor, it would do 3 damage to the target.
Got it. I see.
And then any
Cool.
additional success would do either stunts or additional damage. With me?
Okay.
All right,
Trying
cool.
to figure out, and this is actually really quick. Maybe it can be afterwards, but tracking ammo. Is there anywhere that we do that? Like, how do we know?
You
when
don't
we
need
got
to
the
worry
ammo?
about ammo until you lose all of your ammo. So if you
But
panic,
how do we know when that's happened? Oh,
Because-
so only if we panic. Okay.
if you panic and you lose all of your ammo by just going whole hog and you don't have any more ammo, then you use a reload to pull your ammo in. It doesn't track ammo. This game does not
Well,
track ammo.
that was the question
Huh.
about when we pull them off. Like, do we know how many shots we have?
No,
before we have
don't
to
worry
reload?
about that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just checking. Thank you.
But good question. All right, Chaplain. You unfortunately could not get out of this creature's grasp, but you still have a fast action left. Anything
Oh.
else you want to do?
Oh shoot, what is my fast actions?
Well, you were planning on retreating, but until this thing grabbed you, unfortunately.
So there's really nothing I can do.
All right, cool. Silva. Silva's like, fuck, what the hell's
Like,
going
he can
on in there?
He can save that to try to block something, can he? Blocking is a fast action.
Correct. Blocking is a fast action. But it
Oh,
is
well
no
then.
longer his turn, so he can't do anything.
Oh.
Yes, that's correct.
But it's still the round, so he can save that fast action to block if he gets attacked.
I'll go
Is
ahead and
that how that
allow it.
works?
I'll allow it. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case, but I'll allow it. Technically, I think that you're actually supposed to use your fast action on your... Like, if you were to block
Well, because
as
I
your fast
was
action...
reading through the handbook earlier today. I'm sorry, I'm slowing down combat.
that's
I
fine.
was reading the handbook earlier today, and it was saying something about how, like, if you think you might get attacked, you might want to save your fast action.
That's correct. That's correct. Okay, so I'll allow it for a block. If you have anything to block with that would be sturdy enough to block this thing.
My cutting tool?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
I mean, it's the only thing I have on me.
That's fine. You're just coated with white fluid at this point, Chaplain, and like half of your systems are melting away slowly but surely, but I think your cutting tool might be able to block this thing. If you're lucky. All right. Silva runs... Shit, she double moves. She runs... She goes from this zone to here. She comes in past you, Mason. And... Yeah, she's just... Fuck it. She's just gonna fire on this creature with a -1 mod. With her... With her pulse rifle. Here we go.
Please fail.
Okay, unfortunately... Oh, no. Not only did she fail, but she panicked, too. She's like, fuck! And she shoots. She panics. She loses all of her ammo. And she makes a panic roll.
I thought you only lost all your ammo if you actually fired on the roll where you panicked.
Nope. I mean, she just fired on the roll and she panicked.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, sorry.
All right, cool. So here is the panic roll for Silva. Fucking hell. This is not going well, guys.
Who made the bet?
Wait. So she double moved and fired?
She moved from this zone to this zone,
Oh, okay, never mind.
which is
It's
just a
only moved
yeah,
once.
exactly.
She did not double move.
Correct. She did not double move. She was thinking of double moving, but she got in range enough. So she panics. She kept her cool, but she loses all of her ammo and she has to reload on her next turn. That's her turn. Dante is up. Dante's like, fuck, what's going on? She moves to here.
That's a she?
Oh yeah. Her
Yeah,
name is
Dante's-
Ruth Ann Dante.
Ah.
That's a she.
I mean, the art. It's kind of hard to tell with the art.
She drops her
Big Bang is
RPG
a
launcher.
she,
Yeah,
God
Big
damn it.
Bang. She
Oh,
drops
no.
her. She drops her RPG launcher on the ground because she doesn't want to blow the whole goddamn place up. And she pulls out her pulse rifle and shoots that also at a -1 modification. Lucky.
Why me?
She wants to kill this thing, man. Hopefully by killing it. And she fucking fires and misses too. And she's like, God damn it! Move out of the fucking way! Hyams pulls out his gun and says, okay, we gotta get everybody out of here. We gotta get everybody out of here right the fuck now. I want an evacuation right now. Olga, get everybody out of here. Evacuate the goddamn station. And
I yelled back, not the interrogation room, over my shoulder.
interesting. Make a command roll.
That is so not going to go well for me, but okay.
I'll allow it.
No, I'm just saying with my dice.
Oh no, not at all. No,
Exactly.
nobody, it's like nobody pays attention to you, Z. Sorry.
God damn it!
Hyams runs out the door and he runs down the stairs. Iona, you see
I was gonna say, yeah.
a whole bunch of marshals running the fuck out the door. Yeah, I'm gonna say that they all go on Hyams' turn. Hyams and the marshals run out the door. One of them has this guy in handcuffs, trailing in front of him. You recognize that guy with the thinning hair as the guy on the video cameras.
Asshole.
I wasn't in that room. I didn't see the video camera.
Oh, that's right. You weren't in the room. Never mind.
No.
I recognize him when he fucking goes past.
Absolutely,
God damn
you
it.
definitely do. Olga like starts grabbing a whole bunch of papers off the desk and runs out the door. That is
Is there
the
any
end.
way to
Go ahead.
gauge their tent? Any way to gauge their like observation or something?
Make an observation. Yeah, absolutely.
Nope.
You're like, what the hell's going on over there? It's just snowing. It's too hard in the snow. The blizzards actually are starting to pick up. That is the end of Hyams' turn. Stoles attempts to get out of his binders. Yeah, let's have him do that. He will do a. Let's have him do like a. Strength is 5. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, I'll just do a strength roll here.
That's a strong dude.
He's strong,
Wow.
but he just like, "Ah, fuck, I can't break these cuffs. And so he moves on. Olga, and now it is Z's turn.
Just, fuck this thing. I do not like this thing at all. How close do I have to move to not be at a minus die when I shoot at this
The
one?
problem, it really isn't distance, right? The problem is that
Chaplin is right there.
Chaplin
Can
is
I-
right in the way,
Ugh.
And I can't move.
and he
You
is
could
grabbed
aim
by
and
this thing.
If you aim, I think it gives you +2, but then it'll be -1 because it's
That's
Chaplin.
correct, exactly. So that's only a.
I'm actually
+1
no. You
total.
know what? I am actually going to aim and
Aim is a fast action. Yep.
and hold my and then Overwatch until Chaplin's out of the way.
Great. Okay, I will allow that. Perfect. Moving on. Hammer.
I aim and I shoot.
Okay. So that's a total of a +1 modification.
So let me see.
So just a 1 to the mod whenever it asks you for a modification. My God, Hammer!
Oh,
It's the game all over again.
What's going on, Hammer?
What is happening?
Look at all those fails.
I mean, that's good for me, but yeesh.
Come on,
I mean,
Hammer.
if he fucking kills Chaplin, I'm grenading his ass. Just
you just
so
like
you all know.
you just watch as Hammer's like ah, and he just like the whole hallway is just completely gutted by Hammer's smart gun use, but not a single target. Like everyone drops to the ground for a second, like, what the fuck, man?
So sad.
All right, Mason.
Mason's going to aim and shoot, so that's a +1 modifier.
So normally aim would be +2, but because of the -1 from Chaplain being
Yeah.
held by this thing, if you want to shoot this thing, it would be a +1 only mod. So just a 1.
Okay. But by pushing the button, will it give me the modifier window?
Yeah, so if you hit attack, it'll give you, and it'll ask you for the
Okay,
mod, just put
cool.
number 1. There you go. Okay, so you aim, and you're like, I see you, fucker. And a blast of pulse rifle ammo flies past you, Chaplain, and hits this thing in the face. Let's see if it does any damage with, yep, it actually does an armor. Oh, God.
You might be roasty toasty. after
Yeah,
this,
let's
buddy.
see. Okay, so it mitigates, right? And you see your rifle bullets go and just deflect off this thing's hard carapace. Sorry, Mason.
Well, it's turn.
Okay.
Yep.
It is now its turn. And as from before, it will now initiate, I believe, if I double check on where this thing, it goes all the way back.
I think it was a head bite.
Yeah, headbite attack on its next initiative. Oh boy, here it comes.
Block, 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 block.
I'm trying.
You want to block? Okay, go ahead and make your block
You
roll.
might win the bet out there, whoever that was.
Where is block?
So that is just a close combat roll?
Yeah, didn't I say I was blocking with the cutting thing?
Yep,
But you please just roll close combat.
that's correct. Go ahead and roll it. 2 successes, nice. So you get this thing right up in this thing's jaws and just jam it in. Let's see how many attack successes the headbite does. Here we go. 1 success.
Oh.
Okay. Luckily, too, as this thing, like, you just jam it into the head, and then you see this thing just, like, you see the little head going,
Did he get a stunt from that?
Yeah, does he?
from close combat? Yeah, 2 successes is a stunt.
But two cancel. They cancel each other out, and then there's one, right?
So 1 cancels out the attack, but he also gets a stunt from the, well, let's see if it
Oh.
applies. Let's see if it applies, right? Close combat
come
stunt. Here we go. Oh, that doesn't work, actually.
If it does drop a held item, is he an item?
No.
Well, it says disarm an attacker.
Okay,
Well, it's
I'll
up to
give
the
that one to
attacker.
you. I'll give that one to you then. That's fine. I'll give you the stunt to you. So he actually does. Then I will say that you shoving this thing into its mouth, it just doesn't doesn't realize it goes and drops you on the ground.
It's the propane tank from Jaws.
Exactly. Okay, so that is his turn, or at least that's the first of his 2 turns.
Oh, no.
It's now the second of his 2 turns. He's dropped you on the ground. Here's what he's gonna do. What's he gonna do?
Playing.
Yeah, he plays with you. He sees that you're on the ground. It's like, or you see him go. It's going to. Yeah, it attacks with not to kill. You are knocked to the ground. Well, you're already on the ground. You drop all of your handheld items.
Well, my only
Still have
hand
to roll
item
an
is in its mouth.
There you go. Well, no, it probably fell to the ground with you.
But it has to roll an attack roll for it, right?
No, this is automatic.
Ah, okay.
Yep, this is an automatic attack. So yeah, if you could take stress, you'd get +1 stress. And if you could make a panic roll, you would make a panic roll. But because you don't, it just sort of like it looks like it's just playing with him right now, guys. And now it is Chaplin's turn.
Chaplain, get the fuck out of there.
Now,
Bail.
didn't I already have like a +1 on that whole bail?
Yeah. From your mobility, if you want to retreat.
No, yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, so make sure that when you retreat, make your mobility roll with a 1 mod.
Mobility.
Is it if he fails since it gets to hit him, or I forget how that works?
It gets an opportunity attack. basically.
Correct.
Are you
Oh
shitting me?
no.
Ah,
Are
God damn
you
it.
fucking shitting me?
Like, he
Hey, I
still
had-
gets to run away, he just gets hit on the way.
Correct. So let's determine what this hit is. This is a standard. I'm just going to have him roll one of his signature attacks and let's see what happens.
Come on.
Here we go. Signature attack. Boom. Capture for the hive. So it's going to hit you with a tail. It's going to and try to whack you in the as you're trying to run away. It hits you in the legs. if it hits you, which it does, for 1 damage. So you're down to 1, and you guys watch as white fluid just sprays out of Chaplin, and he's just.
You can still run. You can still run, motherfucker.
Keep running.
How far can I run? Like,
1 zone.
so, wait, 1 zone.
Get in front of me. Just get over
1
next
zone
to
is
me.
right there. Yes, exactly.
Because now I'm taking my Overwatch shot with the goddamn grenade launcher.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
Okay, go ahead. Make your roll before Silver goes. There you go. Holy shit.
Oh man.
Okay, so here's the problem with the grenade launcher, guys. First of all, the target will take damage, but all other targets in the same zone suffer
No one else is in the
explosion.
same zone.
Well,
He's in the room by himself. We said that was a zone.
okay, I'll allow it. Yeah, that's fine. Jesus Christ. Normally,
That's why I did it. That's why I did it, because we said the room was a zone.
okay.
Otherwise, I would not have shot him with the
Okay,
goddamn
I'll
grenade.
allow that. I'll make it more clear where the zones are a little bit more
Okay.
on maps further. But yeah, grenade launcher. Wow, holy shit. Let's see if any of the damage is mitigated. Actually, I don't think explosion damage is mitigated by armor, but I'm gonna try it anyway. That grenade launcher is not armor piercing, but it still does make armor damage or armor cancellation of it if necessary.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god! So, I shit you not, man. He had armor.
It does say +1
Cool
extra point
alien
of damage, so he does.
Well,
still
He
take
does
the
take
extra
1.
point of
That's
damage.
correct. He does take the 1
Alright.
point of damage. And nobody is in there to do any acid splashing, so you see that the walls are slowly starting to melt from all this acid, but like this giant sort of kaboof, and fire and smoke fill the entire cell. Silva's like, get the fuck out of here! Everybody get the fuck out of here right the fuck now! And Silva goes ahead and also launches a grenade in there too.
there's gonna be nothing left of this building.
And she shoots
Don't care as long as it's dead.
the creature will also make an armor roll. Boop.
Oh,
and
man.
and none of the damage actually from this yeah, just like the explosion. I'm sure I'll look later and see that like explosion damage is not mitigated by armor, but for now this is perfect. Silva's like, get the fuck, this thing isn't, it can't be killed, it can't be killed, and she takes another point of stress.
I really hope nobody has to play her later as a backup character, because she's already fucked.
Exactly. Dante's like, I want everyone to get the fuck out of here right fucking now. And she picks up her RPG launcher.
Oh god!
And she
yeah.
assumes Overwatch.
Oh yeah, Dante.
And now Hyams goes. Hyams does nothing except like tell his marshals to scatter and not come the fuck back until that thing is dead. Stoles falls to his knees on the ground. Olga starts to cry and whimper. If you want, Iona, just because you've missed this whole combat, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want me to jump on in?
It's up to you. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll your initiative for me. Let me add you to the turn order. Because I think you probably know what the hell's going on in there, but I'll add you to the turn order.
I have.
Yeah,
one
but
idea.
Something is going on in there.
For real. You want to roll initiative, and then let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because it's the end of the round anyway.
5.
5? Cool. All right.
Fuck.
This is some crazy shit, folks. All right, let me
I'm still alive.
go.
We were so close. I mean,
All right, Z, you're up.
All right, I can move. Like she said, get the fuck out. And for once, I actually agree with the boss lady. So I can move 1 zone, so I can get here by the door.
Yep.
Oh, what?
I'm gonna use the reception desk as cover and take Overwatch at the door.
Okay. Okay. You can't take Overwatch because if you use cover.
Oh, taking cover is all right,
Exactly. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna take Overwatch at the desk.
Great. Okay. Hammer.
all right.
I am out of the way finally.
I ain't leaving here by yourself, Dante. I'm staying with you. I'm gonna take up Overwatch right here. If it's not killed by this RPG, he's gonna shoot it.
Okay. Mason.
All right. I'm just looking to see if can I have my flamer ready?
Sure.
Right.
Overwatch
will
with
that
your
count as any
flamer.
of my action? No. I want to basically want to try to flame it and then run out.
Yeah, sure. You can flame it.
Okay.
This will be with no mods.
All right.
You're welcome.
Burn it down.
Oh, there's a panic roll though.
Because all the
So go ahead and roll your panic roll first to see that all of your unit. You just use all of.
So I have a talent that's a passive -2 to panics.
-2 to panics. Okay, so when you roll your
Yeah.
panic, everybody take a look at their talents, guys. If you haven't looked at your talents,
Yeah.
you have multiple
I ju-
talents.
I just saw I have
I
2
have
talents. I'm
multiple
like, wow.
Yeah.
oh, what?
So
All right.
-2 is 6.
Six.
Oh, I
Okay.
have more than one.
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't know
absolutely.
that.
Yeah, you guys are experienced Marines.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 6. You keep it together, Mason.
Mine was permanently locked on 2. I never saw
Which
one
means
before.
that your fire does go through, and I know for certain that fire is not mitigated by armor. So, it's fire intensity 9. So go ahead and roll 9 base die and see how much damage you do.
Come on. Come on.
9 base die, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
9.
9 base die. 1 success.
Aw.
All right, so that's just an additional 1 damage. Okay, so here's what happens. The creature is just like wreathed in flame, and it starts to shriek. It's just like screaming and banging its head against the walls, and it's starting to break through it's trying to like break through the bars, and then you see that it just hisses at you, totally on fire.
Oh, yeah, shit. Can't anyone close the fucking door?
And I run out of the hallway and say, "Light him up, Big Bang."
Well, it seems to be almost dead at this point, but let's see actually, because it does have a critical injury here because it's at 0. It's broken, per se. So let's see what happens with these things. Critical injuries for... what happened to it? Give me 1 second.
Man, through the entirety of the other game, I don't think we killed one of these things, so this is good.
Okay,
did.
I need to just check something here, because I thought I had put critical injuries for Xenomorphs, but I did not, so give me 1 second here, folks, while this is ongoing. Just vamp while I take a look here. And through the core rulebook.
By the way, I'm out of that hallway.
Okay. I'm very glad to hear that. There we go. Aliens. There we go. Okay. Critical injuries. Don't mind me while I look for a table that I forgot to put on the thing here. Sorry.
Being weird aliens, do they have their own?
They do. They have their own critical injuries.
Oh, nice.
I just wish I knew where it was. I'm going to check out the index here in the core rulebook. All right. Critical injuries. There we are. 290. Here we go. Okay, cool. Now we're good. All right. So let me look it up. I should have put this on. 2. All right. So I get to roll. Or actually, you know what? The person who made the final roll on it gets to make the roll for this thing. So who was that?
And Mason's not
That's
here.
Mason. He left.
Nuts.
That's fine. I will give the next person in who's actually here.
Oh, wait, Mason's here.
Is he here? Okay, cool.
Mason's back.
Jonathan, I will give you the opportunity to roll on the critical injury table for me for these creatures. Just
so
because.
I roll.
Yeah, let me just tell you what to roll here.
Okay.
Stub its toe.
It does not stub its toe. Here we go. Just roll a d6.
All right.
How violent will he die? He's
What you got?
Wow.
5.
5. Okay, yeah, instant death. The thing is just on fire. You see, go, and just collapses, and this awful stench fills the entire station.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
And that's the end of combat. So, Holy shit. And then like and this is great. Dante like takes aim and she's like, fuck. For real?
Yeah,
shit, man.
Mason
Sorry,
totally
Big
stole
Bang.
that kill.
I'll make it up to you later.
Whatever. That's cool.
I'm just all jittery and all that.
Whatever. All right, whatever. So I'm gonna give Iona, who didn't get a single turn that entire combat, the opportunity to do something. Go ahead, Iona.
Seeing everybody pour out of the building, but none of my team yet, I am going to get to the front of the vehicle and start the engine with the assumption that my team is not that far behind.
Okay.
Because it's 2 fast actions. I think that's all I get, right?
Yep.
Yep, that's it.
Make a piloting roll. I'll give you advantage. Modifier. +1.
Don't blow out the tires.
Yeah, for real.
Why
Ah,
Oh, you know why? You hit a plus. Don't
'Cause I
hit
hit the
plus.
plus.
Yeah, just hit the note. Just type in the number 1.
God, damn it.
Guys, I'm telling you, it's really cold.
You want to push it, Iona?
I have a question, a really quick question, because Iona's piloting was 5 earlier and now it's 6. Did she have a bonus on that?
So, no. Yeah, she did have a bonus.
Oh,
That's
okay,
correct.
just checking.
Yeah.
I was just checking.
Absolutely. So, do you want to push it, Iona?
Yeah, I'll push it.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and add 1 stress and then push your piloting roll. This will be your two actions.
And that gave me should be furious. Glad I'm here.
I assume I
so
hear
glad
all
I
this
built it.
happening from the door.
Yeah, I would say so. You hear the start of your APC engine starting up and then slowly going down and down and down.
Would I have heard the grenade launcher go off?
You
at
better
all?
fucking believe you would have heard 2 grenade launcher canisters going off.
Oh,
Maybe,
now-
actually, you know what? Even better, because you're here, you probably would have seen like the back wall of the station just blast out.
I'm kind of having a moment right here where, like, I really want this fucker in front of me, but I also want to go get the goddamn APC started. So what I'm gonna do
Yeah.
is I'm literally just gonna grab Stoll by the handcuffs and say, "This asshole, this is like your facility isn't safe. This asshole is coming with us." I'm gonna drag him over and throw his ass in the APC.
Hyams comes over to you and says, excuse me, soldier. I'm
Yeah?
sorry, let me get my Hyams voice. Excuse me, soldier.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, he's still, that insurgent is still martial custody. He's still in martial custody. You have
Yeah, I
no
know, and you
jurisdiction
gotta-
here.
You got a giant fucking hole in your jail. Where do you think is safer for him? Inside this armored vehicle or
We'll get
inside
it
your
patched
jail?
up. I don't know what the fuck that thing was. I don't know, some kind of mutant. But let me tell you something. Stolz is in a lot more serious safe care with us than he is with you guys. Jesus Christ.
I'll tell you what, why don't you come in here and talk to him in here while I get this fucking thing started, all right? I don't want to let that guy out of my sight. I already lost 1 fucking witness today. I ain't losing another one.
Make a manipulation roll.
Is there any chance that he is trying to order me around?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Then I get a +2 because I am a hothead.
All right, cool. I love it.
nice.
Damn
Oh
it.
my God.
what is happening?
Hey, you know, it's the dice. What are you gonna do? He says, "No, I'm sorry. Listen, I know you're all hot and bothered from all that stuff that happened, but we're just gonna bring him back in, and if you guys have dealt with the problem. I don't
We
hear
have
any
dealt
more
with-
screaming and blowing shit up in there. So hey, we're good.
The problem is fucking dealt with, but this guy needs to be dealt with too. All right.
Well, let's bring him inside and deal with him.
No. I'm just gonna like look in the door and be like, God damn it, Silva, I'm gonna try and get the APC started. Somebody needs to talk to this fucker. I'm
Quick
go
question
through
on
the
the
vehicle.
I got it.
Yes.
Let me
Yes.
handle it.
Iona, go ahead.
It says there are 13 passengers. Does that or does that not include the driver?
It does include
Is
the
it-
driver.
Okay, so we actually have 1 more person than we have physical room for in the APC now.
We're not taking everybody with us.
Okay.
Good.
You're not gonna take all the marshals and Stoles and everybody else with you in the APC.
I have no idea what's going on.
This is
inside.
true.
I
This is
figured
true.
I'd ask.
This is true. This is true.
Is there any chance due to my injuries, I can start to repair myself?
Yeah, let's talk about how synthetics repair themselves. I think Comtech rolls are used to repair synthetics.
Like a long ass time
It-
though, because I
it-
remember doing this in our test, asking about this in our test run
I'm pretty sure that is the correct.
when I was playing Ash.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that is the correct. I mean, if you think about it, about
Well-
Ash. He was all fucked up, and they had to like basically re-engineer him in order to do that. But let me see what happens. With
I mean,
that.
I'm
Go ahead.
all kinds of fucked.
Yeah, you
Tis
you
but a flesh
pretty
wound.
much are. Here we go. Damage. Synthetic. Well, if you're broken, you roll for a critical injury table on a specific synthetic table.
Well, I'm not broken.
Correct. Androids don't heal. You need a shift of work and a Comtech roll to repair all lost health points and all critical injuries. You can repair yourself.
So how long is a shift?
A shift is, I believe it is a few hours.
Hmm.
I think
It's like
it's
5 or 6 hours.
yeah.
Well, we're gonna be. Shit. Well, how long do you think we're gonna be here?
Well, we set out for a while.
Well, we can't get up. Fucking elevator's busted. Or shut down or some shit.
Set you
guess
in the
I'll-
APC or something.
Shit.
Chaim says, it's freezing cold out here. Could we just please go inside? Everybody go inside. I keep fucking switching out of my Chaim's voice. Everyone just get inside. Listen, get inside. He tells all of his marshals to bring Stoles inside, and they do so. Olga, go inside. Okay, I'm sorry. She goes inside, sits at the desk. Z, you're going to try to help get the APC started?
Yeah, but if we're all going inside, that can wait.
Okay.
I kind of grab Iona. I'm like, come on, we ain't going anywhere, apparently. I go in.
All right, very good.
Take the keys. I will grab my my M56 though. If they're all armed, I might as well be
Beautiful.
prepared.
And as everybody sort of sits inside and tries to figure out what the fuck just happened, we're going to take a break. Because God knows we need it. Woof. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Mm.
So we'll be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes. See if we can finish out this act before time runs out for our folks here. So stick with us, folks. 5 minutes goes all too fast. See you in 5.
Thank you, 5.
Was being very cute for a second.
Oh,
there.
yes, your destroyer of worlds, your cat.
Yeah, that one right
We're
there.
back. All right. So we're gonna move here. This is where things get interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I would like to heal myself.
Yes, I'm
during
sure
this
you
whole
would.
process.
Chaplain, if you would like to, I'm going to go ahead and say that the APC probably has specialized tools that you would have to make a Comtech roll that would heal you twice as fast as if you were just going to heal yourself, repair yourself, right? So the APC, I'm going to say that it has some electronics tools in there that if you want to make a Comtech roll, which you just did, thank you, 2 successes, I'm going to say it gives you 2 hit points back. Rather than having to wait all your hit points back in one shift, right? I'll say it gives 2 hit points back. But you have to say it by the APC.
Right.
Right.
I feel like every hour he can make a concept roll to get some.
I
points
think
back.
that's a pretty decent way of handling it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cool. All right, so Chaplain walks outside. He's covered with white fluid. He's like, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I've had better days.
Yes, yes.
All right, Mr. Stoles, come on down. Come on.
Stoles
Come over.
sits in the chair, and the 2 marshals just pick him up under his armpits and move him down to where you guys are.
I take a Reese's body is basically destroyed at
Oh,
this
it's
point.
fucked. It's like on fire. It's been
Like-
burnt to a crisp for the most part.
Especially that.
No, go ahead.
Oh.
Especially that weird egg sac in the thing.
On fire, dead, gone.
I thought he
destroyed.
was going back to the interrogation room, but
Oh no,
Not the
I came back over here to see if Reese had anything interesting on him because these guys were supposedly escaping with some kind of information.
Right. Reese has nothing on him, or whatever he has on him is burned, if it was anything, into
And
nothingness.
Nope.
I'm gonna go ask Why is he giving me the cards thing? That's weird. I'm gonna go ask the marshal if Reese had any possessions on him that were confiscated when he was arrested.
Let's see. Reese says no. I gotta be honest. I keep fucking changing my Hyams voice. He says no. He just came in. He was completely fucking drunk. We picked him up at that bar, and he just kept complaining that he didn't agree with the rest of his squad, and that they were all fucking idiots. That's all he kept saying.
Damn it! Now the fuck is dead, and we can't ask him why. All right, thanks, man. I'm helpful.
Hey, listen,
Alright.
you guys have done me a solid. I'll do you one. Whatever you need, you want to use my facility in any way, it's up to you.
Like, well, I think, Captain Silva, that we would like a chance to speak with your prisoner here.
Yes, I agree. Exactly what what Z said. Exactly. That's correct. Zimyevsky. I'll get it one of these days,
that
Z.
was close enough, lady.
Chaim
close
says,
enough. All right.
yeah, sure, as long as you don't beat the hell out of him too bad.
I mean, I make no promises for Private Hammer over there, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
Where do you want Stoles?
Just put him in here, in one of these rooms. Well, let's do number
Put
3.
him. That's a bathroom. Put him in the fucking interrogation.
No,
room
each one
like
of them is a
goddamn
cell
man.
with a bathroom.
Oh, all right. Put him in the fucking interrogation room, man. Come on.
All right.
I
I
just-
agree.
They
I
throw
was just
Stoles into
over
the
there.
interrogation room. The marshal steps in and allows whoever you guys want to use to interrogate this guy.
I'm already in.
I'm
Oh
a-
God,
I'm
Hammer!
I'm gonna let Hammer do it. I'm gonna stand in the doorway and watch.
In the viewing room, yeah.
Good cop, psychotic cop.
Oh man,
Oh,
I
so-
don't.
Oh, so
I
I
don't
can't watch
know.
from the viewing room? When I asked earlier if there was a way to watch, you said no.
Oh, there's a viewing room, but it was
Yeah,
closed
like,
off
right.
to people who were not used.
Oh, all right. Then I'm gonna stand in the viewing room for now.
Okay.
I want to watch this go down.
All right, Hammer.
Let Hammer do his thing.
All right,
Play the hammer down.
Mr. Ivan Stove.
Yes.
Just who we was looking for.
Oh, that is very pleasing to hear.
So listen, we ain't got a whole lot of time, and there's some weird shit happening. So I'm gonna need some answers real fast. So is he handcuffed in the front or the back?
He's handcuffed in front, and he says, "I would like to have some water, please."
You know, looks over at the deputy. It's a deputy.
Deputy Marshal, yeah.
Yeah, deputy marshal. It was like, you got some water for this guy.
Yeah, I can go get some water. Sure.
Alright.
He steps out of the room.
All right. So as he does that, he takes the seat across from him,
Okay.
and I'm assuming he has his hands on the table.
He does.
kind of.
Yep.
In front of him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So like I said, we ain't got a whole lot of time. Grabs his hands, slams them on the table in front of him.
Ah!
Gets his knife out. Oh, me and you, we're gonna have some fun right now.
We are not allowed. You are not. This is not. This is not. This. No. How? Where are you? Make a.
Do you like
Do I like pain? Go ahead and make a manipulation roll. I'll give you a +2 mod to it. 'Cause-
And the best
Is
thing
it-
is, I have an ability that lets me use my strength roll instead.
it's-
no.
Jesus Christ.
On-
Is
hold on.
Mason the one who's in the room with me right now?
Mason's not in the room.
Who's in the room with me right now, other than
Oh
Chapman?
yeah. I'm in a viewing room with you.
In the viewing room
So-
with me. I'm gonna look over at Mason and be like, all right, how long do we let this go on?
I say I counted 3. 3
Success.
digits.
One
See
success.
what he gets.
Okay.
See what he gets.
Yeah, that's a success. So still like says, okay, please, I do not like knives. I do not like knives. Please remove the knife, please. I will tell you. I just please just.
So pulls a knife out of the table, puts it back in his pocket. Okay. So tell me about Wojciech, Reese, and Cavallo.
I only know about.
Wait, check. I stand in my point.
Okay.
Jesus
I only know that this one you speak, Wojciech, and he actually speaks the name Wojciech with a very clear Eastern European pronunciation. Like he knows exactly how it's pronounced. He says,
I hear that shit.
Wojciech was picked up by my people. They brought her to the old refinery. It
Oh, the
is-
refinery. All right.
Yes, this is where the UPP will take control of her. They told me that she was offering the UPP stolen intelligence, and that she and her marines they smuggled some bio weapon samples out with them as well.
All right. Keep talking. I like what I'm hearing.
That is all I know. I only know that the insurgents, yeah, they were planning on handing her over to the UPP at the refinery. That is all I know.
Is he lying though?
Yeah. Can I kind of see if he's like?
Yeah, you could make a. I'll give you a +1 to your observation roll.
Can all of us who are watching also make an observation?
I would say it's +1 because he's really like intent on finding out the truth.
I mean, can we make one without a mod?
I'll
just
say
watching
the
with a
one
mod?
who has the highest observation because it's a group observation roll, right? So,
I only got +2.
Oh.
5 total.
4 total.
No, that's not me.
okay,
Five,
so
five
Z.
total.
It sounds like Z has the highest observation roll. Go ahead, Z.
With no mod?
With a +1 mod.
Plus 1.
1 success. Yeah, he's not lying.
Cool.
All right.
I look at Mason and I nod a little bit.
So, I mean, it's been a long time. Has the deputy gotten back with that water yet? I mean, I could keep going, but
I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, I'll go ahead and say that the marshal comes back into the room with a cup of sort of grainy water, puts it on the
so
table.
as he comes in, Hammer stands up. All right, I got what we need. Make sure this asshole doesn't get out of line for you. All right. And he just like as he's walking out, he just like does this. You know, one of those.
Okay.
Back at Stoles.
Okay.
And then walk out the room.
Yeah, Stoll sort of like looks at you and he grabs the wire with 2 hands. I can't believe I'm doing this. That's such a bad reference. He grabs the water with 2 hands.
Wait.
Sips the water, puts it back down. And he says, something I ate. Heartburn. Excuse me. Bleh. I'm all right. I just needed the water. And the deputy marshal sees this giant divot in the desk from where Hammer has just shoved his knife. He's like, the fuck happened here?
Don't worry about it. And he's gonna walk away over to the others.
Okay.
Okay, I got what we needed. Let's round up the captain and get back out.
Oh, huh?
When we knew he wasn't lying, was he lying about the fact that he didn't know anything else? Was that part of
Yes.
the lie?
That's correct. Meaning that he was not lying.
I was making sure that was the thing he wasn't lying about.
That is correct.
Is Silva still shitting the brick over there?
Silva actually has been walking and talking to Hyams and Dante. Iona, Silva actually says, hey, you, Iona, come here.
Yeah, what's up?
Hyams here says that there's some stuff on this feed now because Chaplin's repairing himself. You're sort of second in command when it comes to techie stuff. So do me a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need you to check the comms, the computers, and the cameras to see if there's anything that Marshall Station's picked up on.
I look at this marshal and I say, do me a favor, man, close that door, would you? I want to make sure the door to the interrogation room is closed.
Okay, he hits the button and goes.
I'm gonna go back in the interview room and keep watching.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, Chaplin, unfortunately, during this time period, I know you're moving around and stuff, but you're still in the APC. Sorry, buddy.
Oh,
The car.
the-
You're in the car. Get in the car.
In the cat.
You're repairing yourself.
Don't wait in the car.
Oh,
Aw.
I mean, at least I can't be cold.
It's true. It's true.
Right?
All right. So that said, I would like you go ahead and make a Comtech roll, please.
Sure
I
did.
did. 1 success.
1
You already
success. Excellent. Okay, great. All right. So you determine by making a Comtech roll, you sort of look around. You see that there are several different feeds that the Marshall Station has information on either through cameras or through radio throughout the entire facility, and so, or as I should say, throughout the entire colony. Yeah. So the first thing that you sort of plug through is you see the jail cam, which looks through all of the different jail cells. One of them was focused on what was Reese's cell, but now it's just like a blackened ruin. So there's like a big like foam of black grainy shit on top of the camera. So it's just like, it looks like it's like doing that stuff. You flip to the next screen and it's an infrared sensor screen of the entire colony, of any heat signatures in case there are any kind of explosions in the oil refinery. And there is a new heat source. And it shows like a little, like a red blip, like blue,
Yep,
blue, coming from the old oil refinery, which has been shut down for decades.
I say
it-
articulately.
Is this where it show up?
I gesture and I try and wave over the commander of the station, but also any of my team.
But-
Did we add something to the oil refinery recently?
What do you mean?
Because boop, boop, boop.
And, like all the people like crane their necks in on the computer stations, like, the fuck is
Is it-
that?
There's
this one-
something on the infrared, guys.
Is this when I walk up to that, or what should I? What
Yeah,
I do
y'all
after
can walk up and look around. It's fine. But
All
like,
right.
you just see that
I'm-
Iona's
I'm
at the
wa-
desk.
I'm just watching Stoll through the glass.
Cool.
So I'm
I
gonna
don't trust this fucker.
just tap Iona on the shoulder and just like nod at him. It's just like, yeah, I'm on it. And then
You're on it?
I tap the captain, and I still over here for a second.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Just what? you get it right? Okay.
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about, but whatever. Iona, anything else? And you flip to the third screen, and it shows that the communications system is between the Marshall Station and San Rocco Medical Facility. San Rocco facility, you see all these logs of days and days and days of San Rocco facility checking in, making sure everything's okay, any potential hospitalizations, stuff like that. They communicated a storm front was mounting with a blizzard potentially on its way starting tonight, maybe in tomorrow. But they've stopped communicating as of 4 o'clock this afternoon. Completely. No reporting at all.
Okay, is there any way to look at the camera of cell 4 and rewind that camera and compare the depth of the heat signatures, or like the color intensity of the heat
Right.
signatures?
So the heat signature that you see is basically just kind of like I don't know, not a single person, right? It wouldn't be just a single person to be picked up at this distance. It would be multiple heat signatures or something that would cause a lot of heat, like say the oil refinery being turned on or something like that, to cause that kind of a signature from this distance.
Okay. I guess I was curious as to whether or not we could compare the heat signatures in the oil refinery versus what was in the cell.
Right.
But
Totally different.
Can I try and copy any of the recorded information of the cell just so that we have video
Sure.
of this thing?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Can you rewind it and see what the fuck happened to Reese? I'm not there. I'm just throwing it out there.
Let's try it.
Okay. Yeah,
I
you
feel like
rewind
Iona
it to
would
like
think of that.
you rewind it to last night. You see this drunk soldier sort of like being shoved into a cell. He's like, you can't. There's no sound on it at all, but you just see him going.
That is 2 successes. I would like to use the second for a later related roll.
Okay.
And let's watch the tape.
Let's go to the videotape. Yeah, you see Reese literally no sound. He's just like cursing whoever just threw him into the cell. He sits down in the cell. He sort of goes, And he throws up into his hands. And he looks into his hands. He's like, and he turns towards the wall. He puts his knees up against his chest in a fetal position. And then you just see his body start going. And then stillness.
I would like to use the banter feature again.
You watch this, and you're going to need the banter because this
Yes.
definitely increases your stress by 1.
Okay, great. Well, that's going to bring me down to 0 when
Okay.
I use it to eliminate 2.
Okay.
Everybody within short range of me, which is at least Hammer here, is also going to drop down 2 in every turn spent in a safe place. So I guess we are in a safe space. I'm going to turn to Hammer. I'm going to say, now you see what he's doing there? It probably says something about what he ate that's causing the particular problems here within his intestinal tract. And oh my God, that's where it's coming from. Everybody in short range dropped down 2
Oh my God.
stress.
Okay.
You're right.
So
This is the
You're all right.
perfect roll for me. I'm so sorry.
it's good. It's good. It's good. Very good.
I'd come to
Bard
the
stuff.
room, but I'm still watching this goddamn fucker through the window. 'cause I
Okay,
just
he's
don't
doing
trust
nothing
him.
except drinking that and like occasionally burping.
Right. I still just don't trust him, so I'm
Okay.
gonna keep watching him.
That's fine. You keep watching.
Mason will
I'm-
head back to the main room.
Cool. Last thing you notice, Iona, is that there is a you hear some channels with sound on it. You put your headphones on and you try to sort of like use the communications equipment to listen in on any of the background noise or any background communications, right? And you hear a pattern to this background clicking that you hear, and you're sort of like starting to write this down like it's Morse code almost. And it actually is a code that you can understand. It actually, you start writing down letters and you're writing down more letters, and eventually you come down and you like pick up the piece of paper that you've written on, and it says awaiting package delivery.
Hey, Hammer,
What's up?
can you go get Z? Hey, Silva, can you get over here?
Yeah, sure. Excuse me. Oh, wait. Oh, she like shakes her head. She's like, let's try that again.
Sir, I have some important communications that require your attention.
That's better. All right. She stalks over in your direction.
I hand Silva the headphones and go, this might relate to the crossing guards, sir. I'm not sure if it's important, sir.
The crossing guards, right. The crossing guards. Yes, totally.
I'm gonna assume Hammer gets me, and as we walk out, I'm just gonna say, "Don't let that fucker out of your sight." To the marshal, deputy marshal here, and then I'll head over.
So, sir, if I may review the facts for all of our synchronized informations, our crossing guard friends are looking for something important. One of the people that we're looking for seems to have gotten sick, and then he died, and something seemed to have come out of his chest. Then something giant fucking attacked us. And we also have no communications with the hospital. So math suggests we're fucked. Oh, and there's a storm coming in. Sorry, fact check.
Great. Fantastic. Just wonderful. Wonderful. All right.
Any of our other interested parties check into that hospital lately?
Can I look at the logs for that?
You do not see anything in the logs about any interested parties as far as you're concerned.
This shit's fucking weird, and I don't like it.
This
So,
is super weird.
About that refinery, Captain.
Yeah, go ahead, Hammer.
From our good friend Stoles in the back there. He said that there's they brought that Wojcik person over there, and it's the UPP is trying to buy information off of that guy, and they said they brought some kind of bioweapon into the mix, and judging by what killed the other guy, that sounds like what we're looking for. So
I think we might have met it. That's
So this is bad.
All right.
Oh, it's real fucking bad.
All right. Just let's see if we can contain our shit here for a second.
My shit is contained.
All right, Marines, fall in. Outside. Let's go. On the double.
Nice.
Marshal Hyams, thank you for your help here. We're going to take it from here. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna turn my head at Hyams and be like, I strongly suggest, Marshal, that you keep that guy in some kind of cell that has walls and not bars. I'm just saying. I got a bad feeling about this.
Isolation.
I think I'm still in the car, right?
You are still in the car. So Silva and Dante come down and see you repairing yourself, just like in the middle, like you've got like literally like scalpels and like wires and hoses just like trailing out of your internals, and you're like, oh hey, what's up? Just gonna do this a little bit, and they're like,
Is
gross.
there anything else that just like don't sit with me right about this Marshal station? Is there anything else that feels weird?
I'll say make an observation roll. Yeah, 2 successes. Remember your stunts there for for your observation. For isolation. I read what Private Hammer wrote. And yeah, I think nothing untoward. I'll be honest. Although, like, this guy Stoles is a creep, and he probably, he's acting kind of fidgety. But beyond that, you're pretty much sure that you've got at least where you need to go. The potential leads are this oil refinery and/or the San Rocco Medical Facility.
Yeah. Oh, I'm actually gonna ask him much real quick. This guy Stoles have anything interesting on him when you brought him in?
Nah, gotta be honest. We recognized him from his picture, and he's in deep with these insurgents. So fuck him.
Fuck him indeed. Well, thank you very much for your time, Marshal.
Yeah, good job out over in with I don't even know what that fucking thing was, but I didn't even want to know.
I don't fucking know either. All I know is I finally found something I like less than I like people. I'm just gonna make my way out the door.
And Marshall, if you see another one of those, I highly recommend giving him the fire from hell. And I leave with Zemewski.
Okay.
That was close. Nice try.
Yeah. Those syllables are hard for me to do.
Zimieski.
I will try my
Before
best.
Iona follows them out, can I take a second to kind of maybe Comtech? I don't know what you want. Look at that repeating code and see if I can't figure out what frequency it's on, maybe better translations, and plug it into the APC.
So you do notice that this frequency, this transmitted message, is coming from the north, specifically in the vicinity of the oil fields and the oil refinery.
I was thinking more to monitor it, whether or not we go directly to the oil fields.
Yeah, I mean it's still broadcasting out.
Cool.
Is what I'm saying.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. Then in that case, I take that tape of the Xenomorph in Cell 4, pocket that, and I head on out and follow Silva.
Cool.
And the crew.
Out you go. All right. The car is still sort of humming. It's not turned on, but I guess that works for a lot of things in life.
Kind of have to clean up the
Wow,
fluids.
where'd that came from?
Right. Let me look at Iona. I'm like, let me give this a go.
All right, make a piloting roll.
Or whatnot.
There you go. Oh no!
I am going to use the banter again, and I'm going to tap.
You can't do
on
it because
the
it's been a
shoulder.
turn. Sorry, it hasn't
It's
been a
okay,
turn
I'm
yet.
making panic
Sorry.
roll. I got it.
Oh,
She
you're
keeps
good. You're
it.
good.
She keeps control. She's like, fucking
Dude,
thing. She's
I'm a dude,
that's right.
man.
Zim.
You're gunning it too loud.
Zimieski
Off
is
the
a-
gas.
Z like slams his hand on the dash. She's like, fucking thing, and then
Alright,
all of a
I
sudden
got-
it goes.
I got 2 extra successes, so I'm
In piloting.
I'm taking a +1, and also I'm fucking showing off, man.
How are you gonna show off? Tell me how you show off with
I'm
turning
gonna
this
show
car
up.
on.
I'm just gonna kind of like sit
Do it.
there, look at Iona, give her Iona's a him, give him a nod.
Okay.
Gonna turn the fucking key, and
Do
it's
it,
just
do
gonna
it.
roll to life immediately.
Love it.
I'm
Do
gonna
it.
nod and smile and start driving wherever
Okay.
the fuck we've decided
Are
to
you-
go.
Are you gonna do a donut?
No.
All right. So, where are you heading? You're out of the Marshall station. Where are you going?
We're either going to the hospital or the refinery.
Or
What
the
do you
oil
say?
field.
The wind is picking up pretty heavily now. You guys see like the snow is going. It's going sideways. It's literally just like.
I got that wrestling. As we're doing that, I'm up in the gunner seat and just
Okay.
make sure nobody can see me real quick. Just gonna go ahead and just get like. All right. Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Okay. I want everybody to make an observation roll.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Everybody,
Mason, no. Iona, yes.
everybody.
Chaplain, no.
What is wrong with me?
I don't know. Maybe you need a repair or
He's
something.
really snowblind.
Well, this is in the car, so it's even worse. Observation.
Even while driving.
Z. Maybe it's because Hammer's like sitting in the shotgun seat. But Z, you notice that Hammer takes this like this syringe of blue fluid and just jams it right into his arm, and then he goes, "Yeah."
Okay.
Huh.
Honestly, I just look at him and I make eye contact for a second to let him know that I saw that. I just keep fucking driving.
Just nods, stares and nods.
Okay. So
I know.
I mean, I'm still damaged, so
slightly damaged. You just got like most of your internals are inside, but the APC rolls out of the station. Where do you guys want to go?
What's the direction, Cap?
where's the map? Oh, there it is.
There's the map.
Check
there-
out this shit. I think honestly, like the hospital, that shit is fucking weird. But they said that our people are going to the hospital, or we're going to the refinery. So I
Target's
feel like
the oil
that
refinery.
targets
sounds
in the
right.
refinery. The hospital's fucking strange, but that ain't our goddamn problem.
Okay.
I agree, but I will say that if they're anything like how Reese ended up, you think that they have a bad stomach and they might drop him off at a hospital.
I don't disagree with you, Mason, but if
But-
this bio weapon they're talking about is that, and they're taking it to the refinery to give it to the UPP, well,
but-
then we need to make sure that that shit doesn't happen.
But what's to say that there's probably more people with that kind of material over where there's a bigger population at the hospital?
All right.
Yeah, but
Silva says,
go into
"Listen,
the-
you guys are driving me fucking crazy. Listen, we'll just make this a democratic thing rather than me trying to overrule all you idiots. All right.
So-
Look, just put your hands up if you want to go to the goddamn hospital." Silva puts her hands up. Two people.
Can I start driving again?
Z is like driving with one hand, so he can put his
No.
one hand up if need be.
I look
So
around Mason.
Silva puts his one hand up, and Silva sees you, Chaplain, for the hospital. Anyone else? Mason, Hammer, Iona.
I would love to get the Chappie fixed.
Okay,
Chappie can't get fixed at a hospital. He's a fucking robot.
this is true.
They might have the tech for it.
All right.
Mm.
So
We got the tech in here,
that's
but okay.
three. That's three people for the hospital, and then Silva sort of puts her hands down. She says, "All
We
right,
might need a coin flip.
how about the refinery?" And then Dante puts her hand up. Z, Mason,
This is
and Hammer.
All right.
So that's 4 against 3.
Iona's gonna climb into the plasma cannon turret if that's the case. The phase, yeah, the plasma cannon turret.
Yeah, that's in the front.
Get ready for shit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna nudge Hammer out of the way. or,
Oh no, I'm in the other
are
one.
the,
There's two.
Okay.
There's two. You get the plasma. I got the machine gun.
I'm in that Batman duck down front. gun.
All right. So you guys drive north, and it's a long drive. It's like at least 6 or 7 kilometers till you get to the oil refinery.
Mason
I feel
begins
like that
checking their
means
equipment.
that our robot friend here probably fixes himself up a little more, maybe.
I'd say he gets another point. He gets one more point.
There you go.
4 out of 6. I mean,
I bet.
If you got any more jokes, I don't know.
Also, Okay. Oh, you want to do that? That's cool.
Those of you who emptied your ammo, aka those of you who used, I think, the incinerator. I think that was Mason, right?
Yes, I used that.
So
I think it was
I-
Mason and Silva.
Mason and Silva.
might-
Yep.
I'm kind of defenseless over here, by the way. My cutter was destroyed in the process.
What do you want? You don't? Do you even know how to use this shit? Silva says.
Perhaps a replacement cutting tool?
Yeah, sure. There's one over there, and she points, and there is actually a replacement cutting torch stowed in one of the web gear on the wall.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Just don't fuck up another one, please. Okay.
It was in self-defense.
Okay, self-defense, whatever. Jesus Christ, you droids are killing me.
I apologize.
I'm sure you do. All right, just fasten yourself in. I don't need you more fucked up than you already are. And the APC
Chaplain.
drives north.
Chaplain, you got armor?
Uh,
I feel like Iona is saying something, but we can't hear it.
No, I keep finding.
Oh.
I'm waiting for an opportunity, but I'm holding my breath.
Okay.
It's
not that-
alright.
I was just gonna banter and take
Yeah.
everybody's stress level down while we've got a long drive.
I
I
mean,
don't-
Mason's just gonna armor up Chaplain if possible, and
can I wear
Sorry.
armor?
You can wear armor, yes.
Okay.
but we have an extra set or two of armor,
You
right?
do. You have each of you have an extra set of armor. So remember that there are 7 of you, so you'd have to take someone else's extra armor in order
So you
to
said
do
it
that.
was 4 and a 5 personal armor. You said.
M4 and M5, they both basically give the exact same amount of armor.
I only have an M3. What the fuck is that?
I think
Uh,
it's better.
Say, I got
Maybe it's
an
M3 and
M3.
M4. Sorry, not M4.
Yeah.
M3 and M4.
So I'm.
I would assume the M3 is the lighter stuff because we're wearing the big heavy guns, so we probably can't wear super heavy armor on top of the heavy gear.
Okay.
And then
I
4 is
don't know.
probably stronger body armor. Maybe.
idea.
I have a
I mean-
thing about armor here. I think it's suits
I
and
got-
gear. Yeah, here we go.
Like, where do I put armor
Nope,
at?
that's not
anyways?
and so on your sheet towards the bottom here, it's suits and armor. Not. Yeah, there we go. So there's M3 personal armor. Yeah, it's M3 personnel armor, and that gives you an
Yeah.
armor rating of 6.
So you put it on, you stick it in your gear, and then you make your armor rating 6.
All right.
So the. Oh God, 60.
Also,
If
quick,
anything, Mason.
quick question, because I am carrying something that says power 5, but
Mhm.
my power currently says 0. Should it be 5?
Only when you use it. So if you use
Oh,
it,
when I start using
right?
it.
Because
then
you
I
have
make
if you have
my power
one
5.
thing that's power 5, then you just put power 5. But if you have multiple things with power 5, then you want to keep track of each one's power.
I only have one thing that's power 5.
Great,
so
then
can
go
I
ahead
make-
and put the power 5. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect.
So.
I did that before, and it got moved back to 0.
Okay.
So it's called the M3 what?
Personnel armor.
Personnel.
Okay.
All right, so you guys drive to the oil refinery. Takes about 20, 30 minutes to drive up there.
Oh, hey, did we get our banter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did get your banter, so you guys reduce your stress by 2. Which is
It
great.
starts as me singing, whistling. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind from the little gun turret until someone yells at me, and then I just start yelling back at them.
I was gonna say, because actually, I think that you whistling would have taken my stress up a notch, but then the yelling brought it back down.
It's very, very helpful. People find the sound of singing soothing. I don't see what the problem is here. Keep
Well,
your eyes on
maybe
the road, Vicky.
maybe
Vicky,
maybe I'm-
be nice, and I just start
Maybe
petting
I'm
the
not
inside
a
of the
fucking
car.
people.
Maybe if you did it on key.
All right.
You
Country
humans are-
You gotta
road.
remember, man, I don't fucking like people.
You you humans are very weird.
I
Shut
like
up,
that
Chaplain.
Chaplain. I'm like, you're not people, but I'm not sure I like you either.
All right. So you
Ah,
guys,
Chappie's fine.
as you guys are laughing, and you see Silva sort of like grimacing, and Dante's like, she's like, sort of stretching out, and resting her head against the side of the APC wall. Silva's like, God damn it, Dante, fucking sleeping in the goddamn APC again.
Like, do I notice that when like I'm glancing back to yell at people?
I'm gonna go ahead and say yeah.
Like, this goes against everything in my nature. But Dante, you all right?
Dante falls asleep. She's asleep for like she takes a cat nap.
That's fucking weird. Okay. I mean, actually, I took a nap earlier, so I'm like, oh, all right, whatever.
She's fine. She just gets real tired. That's all.
Okay.
Big guns. They weigh a lot. All right.
Sure. you guys approach the old refinery. And I will tell you what happens.
Where is this refinery?
It's at the very northern part of Ariarchus.
Oh, the
It's
oil fields.
it's all the way up here.
Okay.
So, as you approach the oil refinery, this barren stretch of snow-covered land, you see this massive landscape of fracking rigs. These giant metallic monstrosities. These pump jacks, these like seesaw pump jacks that you maybe have seen if you ever like went out to an oil field, for example.
Or watched a movie.
Or watched a movie that had oil rigs in it. Or like There Might Be Blood or something like that.
No
Exactly.
country, no
I
country
drink
for-
your space
Oil
milkshake.
Country for Old Men. There you go.
Yeah.
You see these
Certain
giant
episodes of The Simpsons.
massive mobile drilling rigs, and the landscape is dotted with oil wells. You also see that there is a number of spherical oil tanks, gas treatment units, waste storage, etc. As you drive past through this sort of strange landscape of metal, dirt, rock, and oil products. And you see just innumerable pipes going this way and that. Clearly, what the oil refinery is all about is distributing the oil pumped from this area to different parts of the colony. And you do happen to see, in the distance, a fenced-in area with a whole bunch of enormous oil tanks surrounded by waste hoppers and treatment pipes and stuff like that. And in the back of this area is a metal shed, for lack of a better term. Just like a sort of a house on stilts raised above it. And you do happen to see that around this house are a set of barrels. And these barrels are on fire. They are not like fire, but like there's fire coming out of the barrels as if someone is using them to warm themselves and provide heat.
Iona is going to reach down from the turret and put the PDT wrist locator transponder visible to somebody in either the driver's seat or a shotgun, so that they can be directed towards the largest heat source that I saw earlier, if possible.
Okay.
We have a map for this, by the way?
I want to ask you guys where you want to be. Do you want to drive straight up to this area, or do you want to get out before and walk? What do you want to do?
Where is the heat source in relation to like the outside fence? And that's why Iona's showing it to us. Yeah.
Sure.
You know what I'll do is I will show you the map, and then you guys can determine where it is that you want to be. Okay. So there's the map of the area. Here's the office.
Zoom out.
And so the office is the building, but everything else is outdoors.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
These are pipes, obviously, distribution pipes that go to these oil tanks,
Like,
waste
which
hoppers, etc.
Which gate are we currently driving towards?
I would
Like
say
this
that you're
one?
probably, closest to the southeastern gate.
All right, okay.
Where
And
are those
then,
pictures?
and where is this heat signature that Iona is showing me on the transponder?
Is specifically this area here.
Like
It's
right
not
outside the office?
localized to like the barrels or anything, but the heat signature is that area with the office around it.
And is this something that can be driven under? No.
No.
All right, then I am gonna drive us into. Do these things look?
You wouldn't be able to drive in through those gates. They're chain link fences.
We can't. Oh, all right. But then there's not like an open gate that will fit a vehicle.
No, not an APC.
Okay. The old deck must be like right where that gate is, because every time I click there, I get click to draw, drag a deal, and I'm like, but there's no deck. All right, then.
Maybe by these two
Is
waste
there-
hoppers.
No, we can't drive all the way in, but there is a gate over here that we can drive to.
Let's see, the closer we are, the better.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna drive around the outside.
Around the outside.
Around the
Oh,
outside.
God. This gate right here.
I got
And
no, I got
then,
nothing. I got nothing.
As we get there, I'm reserving my little impress someone from earlier to, as we get here, be like, all right, we're just about there. Hold on to your butts. And I'm gonna actually just do a really quick spin in a circle so that we end with the butt facing towards the gate and the front facing towards where we're gonna want to leave.
You
Okay.
also are you also purposely trying to wake up Dante?
No,
I
I'm
mean-
not actually trying to wake up Dante. She can take a fucking nap. I took a nap earlier. It's fine.
Yeah, but like with the spinning, I mean.
No, this is my stunt to impress people. I'm impressing you with my skillful driving.
Everyone is impressed by your amazingly skillful driving. Silva says, "That was pretty cool."
Does anybody still need
I gotta skip her
banter
little-
down or no?
I'm good.
I've got 1 stress still.
Great. As we pull to a halt and we all
that's right.
veer around from that pull, I just stick my head out and go, "Thank you all for flying Aeroarchus Airlines. You may now exit the vehicle."
Silva says, "God damn it! Don't you take anything fucking seriously, Amina?"
We're on the. we
Is
gotta be on
this
the-
a beach? Do I look like I have my feet up?
Jesus
I take
Christ.
everything seriously, sir.
Sure you
Still so sad I never got to use that in the last campaign. I was gonna tell war stories. It was gonna be great.
So good.
It's a good feat. It's a good feature.
I
So,
thought we parked over here.
did you park to the west side or the east side?
We
parked-
literally parked right here.
Okay,
behind
cool.
The South
I'll grab
Distillation
you.
Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, with the APC gate up against the door. or the
Okay.
entranceway.
All right
Yeah.
then. Silva piles out. She looks at Dante. She says, "Dante, Dante, wake up!" Dante, sorry. All right, we're cool. What? We're here, dumbass. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me just, pulls off her RPG. She's like, listen, I don't know what we're gonna need, but if you start blowing shit up with that fucking RPG, this whole place is gonna go up like a goddamn Roman candle. So leave it in the car. Dante's like, fine.
Really
She
feel
stows
like that's a bad idea.
She's like, you guys
Dante,
realize
yeah.
where we are, right? This is the fucking oil refinery.
I know, but like some things are blow upable. Okay, whatever. Captain.
I'd rather we avoid explosions while we still can.
I like explosions though.
Well, good on you.
I'm gonna cock my grenade launcher and I'm like, Captain,
Yeah.
would you like to do the honors?
Who's got the cutter?
Pardon me.
Oh, Christ.
I think you
no.
meant me.
No, sorry, I meant no. Marines fall out, but okay, whatever.
No. We're listen. You want to like yell and scream? Be my guest, Z.
I'll just go ahead and just.
I don't. You just seem to enjoy it. It's fine.
I'm just gonna.
I just give her a little salute and then
Make a heavy machinery roll.
light my cigar.
Chaplain, less these grounds.
Okay.
And the cutting torch, you just open a giant hole in this fence.
Iona's gonna get on top of the APC and just kind of keep observing the area in a 360.
Right about here? Okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just FYI, each of these areas, now that it's a lot better, each of these areas with the light green area, these are zones.
Cool. Very good.
In case you guys want to
Okay.
use your stealth, right? Because you can do stealth 2 zones.
I mean,
That's up to you if you want to
Not-
use your stealth.
Not a terrible idea, to be honest.
we all stealthing? The group.
So
stealth?
no, group stealth is the worst stealth person, right? Remember the person
Stealth
who has
is
the worst
just
stealth.
which mobility?
Remember the start of last session?
Correct. Yes, the start of last session where you guys all rolled so well at stealth. It's amazing.
I
All
got a
McWeir.
6. I'm a
McWeir.
6.
Who has the
I-
worst mobility?
I got 6.
I have 0.
Another
You have
reason
no
to stay with
agility
the
and no
APC.
mobility?
You have to have some agility.
I mean, my agility is 6, but my mobility is 0.
Right. So
So you're
total of
still a
6.
Yeah.
Mason is 5 total.
Okay, how about Silva and Dante? I will tell you.
Marines.
Ha 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 ha.
Uh-oh.
Yes, suddenly a wild Jeff Goldblum appears.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
so Silva has a mobility of 5. And Dante, who I actually didn't put on the field yet, but I'm going to
Who's
right
very
now.
tired.
Dante is very tired. Come on, Dante, get on the screen. There we go.
Dante is very pregnant. This is my.
Dante's pregnant? Okay.
Dante's
That's
pregnant. What?
that you.
Dante
that's
has
not
an-
looking at the chat. That's what I think. That's my
Okay.
I'm with you, Mia.
metagame.
Anyone
and possibly
under
in-game.
anyone under 5 mobility
No.
total? Sounds like
I
5
see.
is okay. Well, I'm talking about under, right?
Oh, okay. No.
Total.
Anyone under 5? Anyone at 5? Who's at 5?
Mason.
Mason, go ahead and roll mobility, please.
So I still have a +1 from earlier.
Oh, from the
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
Hey,
well,
use it.
well. Please roll better than me.
Let's see it.
Come on.
Okay, one success.
Alright.
One success. Very
Yes,
good.
all right.
All right. Cool.
That's-
All right.
Delpharis is in there.
We do that every zone, or
Nope, just once.
That'll get us to the door of the office.
what's our battle line here? Or does that not matter?
right,
Yeah, it's up to you. What do you guys want to do?
I'll fuck it. I'll take point.
Okay.
Right behind you.
So you're stealthing. You're stealthing in there. And yeah, you do see as you come around the area there, you happen to see that there are individuals on the other side of the office.
I look back.
You see
at
their
the
shadows
Iona.
sort of playing, and they're standing there in cold weather gear, sort of putting their hands next to the fire, trying to warm them up.
Are the shadows where they're? So these are the fires here that we're talking about.
Those are the barrels, yeah. And then one sort of walks
And
out
they're-
into the open,
they're-
puts his hand there.
Once again, same token. Is that the guy I saw?
No, they're all the same kind of token. That's just.
I'm checking just in case that dude shows up again. That's
I
all
got
I'm
you.
doing.
I got you.
God, that distance though, that would be crazy if you could see his face from there.
I'll check. So
Another one sort of joins that individual at the barrel. They both.
is the heat signature from where the barrel is, or from
Like I said,
inside
the
office?
heat signature is a generalized heat signature. It's not from
Oh,
a
okay.
person or a plate.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like from
There's enough
individuals. Or,
barrels.
that's
No,
right.
but you did say it was coming from this side. That it was coming from this area.
That's correct, yeah. So that means that, right, so it means that if you looked on a map and you saw heat signatures or a heat signature, that there would be people or things causing heat to come out of a dead oil facility, right?
Alright.
So these two sort of pass a bottle of vodka around. One takes a big swig, passes the other, and starts drinking. What do you guys want to do?
I look back over my shoulder at the others. I'm like, you want to engage them or avoid them and check out the office?
Fuck yeah, I want to engage those guys.
I mean, I know you do, Hannah. I wasn't asking you. Everybody else.
Ugh.
I mean, personally, I would have rather aimed for the office, but
Then we bring Dante into breach. And Hammer can try and pin down everyone on outside.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Sounds good to me, Iona. Not sorry, Mason.
Dante starts coughing. She's like, I'm sorry. It's the cold.
does she look like she's getting sick?
Make an observation roll.
I swear to God, observation.
She-
Don't
I'm
worry
gonna make one of those too because I've been watching her for a while.
And I will because
So
I'm.
Chaplin did good.
Finally, Chaplain.
Finally.
Yeah, you look over at Dante. Dante's looking a little pale. Like she's got a cold.
Are you sure you'd rather not stay back with the vehicle?
No, don't leave her in the vehicle. I'd rather have my eyes on her.
At this rate, though, she's catching something.
Shut up, Dante says. I'm fine. Okay?
Yes,
I
Watson?
I just kind of lean over to Chaplin very quietly and say, if what's happening to Reese is happening to her somehow, I'd rather not leave her alone in our only mode of egress.
Can I hear that?
Make an observation roll.
Well, I did it for the sing, but let me. Do
Yeah,
it
I'd say
again.
you heard it.
Okay. Hey. She's fine.
Yeah?
I'll watch her. Don't worry about it.
I sure as fuck hope she is, my friend. I'm just saying, if that's what's going on here, I don't want whatever the fuck that thing in the jail cell was to be in our only mode of escape.
So, are we going for the office? or
Third
are
person
we...
walks out of the office, walks down, joins their hands.
What door are they walking out of? Are they walking out of
There's a
something back
door
here
on the
that we
other
can't
side.
see?
Yeah, there's a door on the other side of the office.
Alright, so there's very clearly people in the office. The office have any windows?
Not on your side. If you do see them, there aren't any. It's just a big metal facade.
I suggest we try going around to the rear. At least, hopefully, we be able to get a clear view inside.
Lead the way, Chaplain.
Me?
Are we not pinning these down now? Or are we going
Oh,
south way?
okay, fine,
on.
I'll go. I was offering you the opportunity. What's up, Mason?
So Hammer. Okay, so Jamuski, you're going to be going around the other side, right? I can be with Chaplain, and Silver and Dante could help breach.
Call me Z. So wait,
Z.
I'm going where now?
You said you wanted to go around to the other side, right?
I was gonna go check the back, see if there are windows, see how many more of these fuckers are inside.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Alright, I'll
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, so choose exactly which 2 zones you're going to be going to, please, because you can make 2 zones in a turn.
On here.
Okay. And anyone else?
So I'll move up here, like staying out of the side of windows if there is windows up here. But
There
I'll
are
go
no
right
windows. No.
here. All right, so I'll kind of like wait right here, around the corner.
Okay. Anyone else? Mason. Chaplain.
Posting by the door over here.
Okay.
Watching over those 2.
Okay.
I would probably get ready with my cutting tool to breach inside. Like once the signal is good to cut in.
I mean, you can also check and make sure it's not locked, buddy.
That's true. I mean, can I check to see if it's locked?
What? What's locked?
Wait until I can check inside, man.
Okay.
There's no
When
door
they
on
start
your side.
moving, I'll make an observation.
Wait, there's
around
no
the rest of the
there's
area.
no door on our side?
There's no door on your
looks like
side. There's a door on the
That's
other
not-
side.
This
Wait.
isn't a door?
I don't think so. No. Let me double check.
What?
Looks like one.
Oh.
It looks like a door.
Okay. If that's the case,
Is that
yeah,
door
that
in
is a
this
door.
window?
You're right. That is a door. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I am so smart.
Nope, that is a door.
SMRT.
I'm at the back looking for windows.
Okay, there is one window here. If that is what I assume that it is, there's one window here.
Then I am stealthily looking in that window.
Okay. You see that inside this building, you see a table. You see there's a whole bunch of like papers splayed out on it. There is some gear inside there as well. There's a whole bunch of ammunition in boxes. You also see that there looks like some comm units as well inside this office.
But
Any
no.
humans? No people?
Nobody. Just gear and stuff.
Oh, then I'm gonna immediately come back down here and report that there's a lot of gear that would be very useful, but no people.
Alright, I'm gonna go check to see if the door is locked.
Okay. Door is not locked.
Okay, then yeah, let's open the door.
Okay. You open the door and splayed out in front of you, you see a case, a giant metal case, about, I don't know, 5 feet wide by 7 feet long.
Oh, curious. Alright, let's
Got a bad feeling about this.
If anything starts coming my way back down this way, going down in this direction, I'm gonna point my gun at it if something does show up this way.
Okay.
I'm gonna immediately grab all the comm units.
Okay.
meanwhile I'm also checking out the papers.
Okay. The papers are basically coded transmissions between what seems like various individuals and the UPP. They are coded transmissions mainly from an individual whose name is Imre Botas. And I will spell that for you. IMRE Botos. Imre Botas. You recognize the name as essentially the guy who's in charge of the insurgency here on Ariarchus.
Any of these papers have anything related to, I don't know, bioweaponry and whatnot?
You sort of leaf through them quickly. You don't see anything about bioweaponry, but you do happen to notice that one of them talks about potentially being on hand for a special delivery.
And looking at the special delivery, I take it this has something to do with that case?
You don't know?
What kind of ammo is lying around this place?
Mostly AK-47 ammo. Nothing to do with pulse rifles.
Alright. No weapons to go with it, just the ammo?
Just the ammo.
Good to know.
How secure does this case look?
It's got 2 flip switches on the
Alright.
front of it.
Alright,
I am picking up a bunch of this ammo and just getting ready because I got a sneaking suspicion, and I'm actually going to say out loud, I got a sneaking suspicion that whatever's in there we need to destroy. And we got a lot of combustibles right here.
Well, then let's see what's inside. Saying it as I proceed to do so.
Okay. You go, and you open the case, and a beautiful golden light spills out onto your face. I'm just kidding. That's not.
Yeah.
This isn't fancy.
We good, Chaplain?
Yeah, we good.
Oh, we good.
Oh, we got the stuff.
All
We
right,
got-
Now,
All
you,
right,
you
Marcellus.
open the case, and as it sort of creaks open, you see that in a hard plastic molding are 10 M5 RPG launchers.
Wow.
Oh, well then.
Seems like they were ready to plan out some kind of attack soon.
Well, then it seems in our best interest to make that difficult.
Silva comes in on your earpiece, and she says, "What do you guys find in there?"
Bunch of fucking weapons, sir. Should we liberate them?
I think that would be a really good idea.
For once, we
What
are
do we
in
do with the
agreement.
hostiles?
That's up to you, sir.
Say
Right.
the word.
All right.
I personally grab an RPG launcher. Is there ammo for that fucker?
There is no ammo, just the launchers.
Well, then I'm gonna grab it so they don't have it.
Remember the whole oil refinery conversation about the RPG launcher?
It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to carry.
Silva says, "You guys are done talking. We're gonna fucking take these guys out. Super quick, super fast. You hear
Let's
me?
just load. Let's just get the guns out of here so they can't come in and grab them. I got all their ammo too.
Fine,
Let's go.
fine. Z, just move your ass out of there, bring him back to the APC, and then take a covering position, okay?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Do it. Go."
Alright,
Yep.
I am literally. I got all of the fucking AK ammo and all as many RPGs as I can carry. I'm assuming Chaplin's got the other ones, and I'm just chucking them in the back of the APC.
Okay. Iona, you watch as Chaplin and Z come out with this giant case of stuff. You have no idea what the hell's in them, unless you took the launchers out of the case.
Are we shopping or taking down insurgents?
I took
here?
them out of the case. We don't need the fucking case.
Okay,
back.
yeah,
This
you
thing's
just watch
fine.
as they come with just armfuls of RPG launchers under there, and
I
they're
wonder
like,
how Dante's reaction is.
Did you find them on sale? Fuck's going on over there?
Dante sort
Oh,
of
yeah.
looks at you
Yeah.
passing by her, and she's like, "That's a lot of guns."
I look back at Iona. I'm like, the enemy was having a rummage sale. I got him for half off. 5-finger discount. All right.
Anyways, the sooner we take out
And
the.
immediately coming back, and I'm just like, all right, I'll head around the north side.
I'm just gonna.
And I'm just gonna come take up position right back here.
Okay.
On your work, Captain.
Z, make an observation roll since you are right there.
I will do so.
Come on.
Come on, dice. Come on. God
Okay.
damn it.
What you don't notice as you turn and sort of pivot yourself against the wall is there is the sound of boots coming from this side of the office, and you hear crunching on the
which
gravel
side?
from the north side of the office as you position yourself. And the sound of boots is certainly a sign that somebody's coming, and it is true because as you stand there with your back towards the office, a guy in a white and red helmet like walks out the door and just turns and just like stands there and looks at you like not saying anything. You have 5 seconds to do something, Z.
I'm going at him with my combat knife,
Okay, go ahead, make your roll.
which I get a +2 because I'm sacrificing my fast action on that.
Okay.
So
These
close
combat-
combat.
These
I'm a
mar-
hard hit. I'm a hard hitter, motherfucker.
These marine abilities.
Gotta love it.
Woo!
All right. Let's see if this guy has armor.
Oh, I didn't use the knife. I used close combat.
Okay, but that's 2 successes still. Did you have any bonuses on the knife?
Let me check the combat knife itself. No bonus on the combat
Cool.
knife.
All
Only
right.
a bonus from being a hard hitter.
No problem. And the knife is armor piercing or no? I don't believe it is.
I do not believe it is. The
Okay.
knife is nope, just combat knife,
All right.
engaged, range 2 damage.
All right, so you just stab right into this guy, and he just goes, "Gah!" And he screams in pain, doing 2 damage to him. And as he does so, you hear more boot sounds coming from around the corner as another one of these soldiers, you hear, "Fuck!" And let's
I yelled back over my shoulder, "It's time!"
and let's
And
roll.
I take 1 step back from the dude I just.
Let's roll. I love that. Let's roll initiative. Let's do this thing. All right, here we go. Let me get some not creepy music anymore, but like actual fight music. Everybody,
Oh,
roll.
and I'm low this time.
Roll
Oh,
initiative here,
no.
folks. I'll roll for all the bad guys. 1 for each one.
Initiative die.
Jesus.
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. This
I'm
is bad.
low in initiative.
Wow.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I will also
Wow,
roll for Dante, and I will roll for Silva. All right, ascending.
What are these rolls?
Okay. Looks like Dante looks like, yeah, we're good there. Okay, everybody's good. The insurgents take cover and fire from cover at, well, actually, who can they see? They can't see anybody. So these guys run here. 1, 2, 3, where they have vision on Dante and Silva.
I think Hammer also had like an action or something like that.
Oh, I had said if anything comes this way, I was gonna shoot it. But that was like way.
Yeah,
way
you can't
long.
really do held actions, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So that's
My-
all right. That's all right. So they're gonna shoot. So all 3 of them are going to shoot. So these guys, they take out these enormous rifles, which are still like they're larger than your standard pulse rifle, but they look a little clunkier. You recognize them as AK-4047s or 4047s, and they all take shots at Silva. Yeah,
I back.
Oh,
Oh no.
1. And that's 2 damage to Silva. Oh, actually, well, let's see. Silva has armor. Silva has armor.
Oh yeah.
we didn't see it, boss. Another thing there. There it is.
Okay, so 1
There's
damage
armor.
to Silva from the first shot. So she takes 1 stress point just from being shot. She goes down to... Oh, damn. She got fucked up.
Wait, how
Well-
close is she to me, by the way?
So Silva only has 3 health, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Oh no.
So she's down to 2.
By the way, is she within short range?
Yes.
Because I might use bodyguard.
Okay, go ahead and use... But what does Bodyguard do?
Nice.
If someone within short range of you is hit by an attack, you can
Yeah.
dive in to take the hit.
Okay,
Oh.
so you're going to take the hit. You'll take 1 damage.
I'm gonna roll for mobility.
Okay, roll for mobility. 1 success and you take the hit. Is that correct?
Upon success. Yes.
Super. Go for it. Nope.
I'm on.
You just sort of like slide and you're like, no! and like you just see it like Silva's chest just, and then the second one makes an attack. Oh, this is even worse, guys. I'm just letting you know.
Oh,
Initiative.
I mean, she kind of sucks anyway, but
oh.
I'm
Does
gonna
anyone
tell her you
really-
said that. Okay, that's another 2 damage.
does anyone really want to be her as their backup character? I mean,
Oh my gosh! Wow.
I mean, she's not gonna be available because she just got ventilated apparently.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so the armor
Oh, there
takes
you
that
go.
second shot, and then this guy, this insurgent, the third one down at the bottom, yeah, fires the third shot.
I don't think their attack rolls are showing up in the chat though.
No, they're not.
And now, yeah, he's rolling his GM rolls.
I got
They
you.
are GM rolls indeed. I can take them off of GM rolls. That's fine. No problem. Boom. That is no successes off of the third insurgents. All right. So now it is Dante's turn. Dante's like, fuck! And she, let's see what she has in store. What does Dante have? She has her grenade launcher. Jeez. Jesus Christ. She's like, I'm not gonna let you down. And then she grabs her pulse rifle and she tries to shoot at this one here, the one closest to her. One shot, 2 damage. Do these things have armor? No armor. Nope, 5 armor. Oh gosh. Yeah, you guys watches the, yeah, seems like they have armor. But it doesn't go through, and the 2 damage brings this guy down to a certain amount of hit points. Oh, wow, sorry, my bad. I think I know why that happened. Yeah, didn't get all 3 of them. She didn't go full auto. Didn't go full auto yet. That's the reason why. It's because they're all linked to the same character sheet. Boop. And then this. Also. Okay. All right, that is Dante's turn, and then she fires, and then she moves to this area for better shots. All right, here we go. Oh boy, this guy moves over here, and you watch as he twists something. He pulls something off of his vest. He twists something, and he throws it.
Oh.
And he throws it in this area here.
I mean, Silva told us to take him out, man. We could have just fucking left.
He throws it, and you guys hear a clang, 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 and then... boom! So that's a blast radius of 9. So that means Hammer and Dante both take 9 base damage, mitigated by armor. So let's see how much damage it actually was.
That could just be straight death.
It could indeed.
So just click the armor button, right?
It was
well,
like,
let me just roll the base dice for the damage.
Oh, okay.
And let's see how much damage in explosion this was.
Oh.
Only 1, luckily. 1 success. So 1, and you can mitigate that with armor. So go ahead and if you were to roll your armor, that'd be good.
we're rolling this differently than we did with the when we shot grenades at the alien earlier.
That is correct. All right, here we go.
Ow.
And the armor for Dante. Okay, so Dante's armor is okay, but you take 1 point of damage, Hammer, and take 1 stress.
Ah.
That is like super lucky.
You
Yeah.
dodge out of the way, so this thing just... I'm going to roll a 1d6. Okay, nothing happens besides the explosion, luckily enough.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
This
Grenades,
soldier
yeah.
here sees you, Z, and shoots you with his AK.
There's nothing you can't like dodge or block and.
You could
range
die
attack,
for
right?
cover, but you have to do it on your turn, but you didn't do that.
Okay, that's fine. So that's not doing it.
So,
So that's an armor roll.
yep, armor roll, please. Okay,
Alright.
cool. So
Good.
no damage. So your armor takes it. You feel like just this thing just rattle with shots as the AK shoots you right in the breastbone. But this guy then
I yell
ducks around the
as he
corner.
hits me.
And now it's Chaplain's turn.
Okay, so I saw that Silva took quite a lot of lead.
She took a shot.
Is there any chance I could perhaps give her some kind of stimulus boost or whatever to like keep her like alive more?
You could use your med kit as a slow action, I think, right? Let me just check the
Yeah.
actual handouts here.
Pretty sure it's a slow action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
because
Tables and
Yeah,
rules. here.
first aid is a slow action.
Yep.
yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead.
Gotta
This
roll
will
a
use
medical
your
roll.
med kit though. You have 2 more in the APC. Do you have a med kit?
Yes.
Okay, then this will use the one that you have on hand, but you'll have to go back to the APC for others if it succeeds.
You said we had 5 in the APC.
5, that's right. One per each person. Thank you for reminding me.
So do I just roll a medical aid?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Come on.
2 successes. So is it for? I
Nice.
think it's for each success. It gives back a hit point.
I think
Right.
you're
Doesn't
right,
really matter
yeah.
because she has a max of 3 anyway. So you bandage her wound. She's like, oh, ow, god damn, ow.
I thought
You'll
she had a
find-
max of 4. She only has a max of 3?
She has a max of 3.
Damn.
You can thank me later, miss. Or sir.
We all know
She's-
which character from Aliens she is.
And does that give me anything for +2 or? No.
Because of the medical aid? Yeah, actually, let me give you a stunt for medical aid. Give me that.
Oh.
Because, yeah, you do have a medical aid stunt. Here you go. Looks like actually, no. It looks like it's only for recovery from being broken or some from critical injuries. So, no.
Oh. Well then.
I think it's just the amount of successes that you have as hit points.
So, do these things look like they are? What are they? Explosive, perhaps?
It could very well be.
Yeah, I think I'd rather. Seeing as I don't really have a ranged weapon, I'm just gonna. Can I move back to where the vehicle is?
Sure. No, you can use one. You can use one zone. You can go one zone.
So, over here.
Yep,
Actually,
right
no,
there.
a zone would get him close to the vehicle, yeah.
Yep, right there. All right. Z, you're up.
Alright, oh, so the guy who shot me has moved.
Yes, he has.
Well, you know what? Fuck that guy. I'm gonna move up here.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna incinerate his ass. Why the
Okay.
fuck not?
You pull out your flamethrower.
Fire.
There you go.
Whoosh. Fire intensity 9. Okay. Let's see if his armor mitigates the hit. I'm gonna give
I
it
like
a
the
-2 mod because I think fire does more damage if you even if your armor.
Alright,
Oh no.
Ooh.
Yep. So that does the fire intensity. So go ahead and roll 9. Base dice.
Cyan.
Yep. It'll do 2 automatically. But let's see if you just incinerate this guy in one shot. Okay, yeah, with 3 damage,
3.
he's dead. Boom.
He was-
I killed the other guy too. Just
I
like
wish.
in single line.
If
Gotta
only if
remember
it-
not to link my tokens here.
it's a ray, not a cone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There we go.
I
He
also-
comes back to
I
life. Ah!
I also stabbed that guy earlier.
So they only have 5 health.
And I just yell, "Fuck you!" as I flame his ass. And
He falls to the
that
ground.
is the end of my turn.
All right, Mason.
All right. I can move around in the zone as I please, right?
You can move 2 zone spaces. Fast is 1 zone. So if you move,
But like within the same zone. I
yes, that's correct.
mean. Yeah. So I'm going to get a better vantage point so I don't shoot hammer, and I'm going to aim at the one right here
Okay,
and fire with my pulse rifle.
go for it.
So that's a +1 because of aiming.
Did you aim?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to aim.
Yeah, that's +2 actually. Aiming is
Plus
+2.
2.
Oh my god!
Okay, I'm gonna roll a d6.
Uh-oh.
Green Mother
Whoops.
Mercy.
No, I gotta actually type it in. Here we go. Boom. Okay, you fire and you hear a ping, but nothing happens.
Step back around this way.
I feel like a 6 is bad, guys.
Oh boy.
And
That means
that'll be it for my turn.
Okay, Silva. Silva like grabs her side. And she's like, fuckers, fuckers. And then she goes ahead and takes a. Well, she runs over here next to Dante, and she's just gonna go fucking full auto.
oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this will raise her stress by 1. She will get a +2 because of the full auto. So this is with a +2 mod. Oh Christ!
Oh no.
She's like, oh fuckers! She empties. Well, she doesn't empty her canister, but she misses everybody, and then she has to roll a d6. Oh no!
Oh no, is this bad? Is this bad?
So-
One is bad.
1 is bad. So she hits one of the gas treatment pipes. There, and it goes. Tss, and you see the insurgents turn around like, fuck! And they like are just about to run, and the whole area within 2 zone within a 2 zone radius of where she hit it explodes with a blast radius of 9.
Oh shit.
Don't try, Hammer. It's not gonna work. I saw that.
Dang, I was
He's
so
like,
close.
I'm just gonna move into this.
I have my back against that wall, but whatever.
Just
He
a
is
bit
technically
to
in 2
the
zones
left
at once
like
right now.
that.
I'm just saying. He's at only half in that zone. So
All
that's
right,
like
so
half.
this is a 9 base damage roll.
Oh,
He'll
boy.
only half get caught on fire, Two-Face style.
Only half.
All right, here we go. I have a thing here for that. Give me 1 second.
Hopefully they die because they're closer.
Okay, so we're gonna ignore because this is just this is the environmental damage, but that is 3 successes, so that's 3 blast damage. So we're gonna roll armor for all 3 of these guys to see if it actually mitigates it. 1, 2.
It only hits the 3 guys in red? Okay. It's like a straight out shot.
Okay, so one of the insurgent. Okay, so these 3 guys. Yep. So one of these guys takes 2 damage. One of the other take 3. And then I'd like you guys to make armor rolls against the 3 damage. But those of you who are in. So that's Silva, Dante, and Hammer.
But this dude up here.
Oh, he gets it too. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
You just gotta roll a fucking Christ.
Okay, Hammer, you take 3 damage. You get a point of
Ow.
stress because you got hurt.
I swear I'm gonna patch you up later.
This guy gets incinerated down here at the bottom, by the way, because that 3 damage just wasted him.
Whoa, what the?
We haven't used the Wilhelm scream for the game yet.
Ah!
It's appropriate.
Yeah.
This guy takes 2 damage. Let's roll the armor for this guy. No armor on him, so he also takes 3 damage. Jesus, you guys.
It's a
And
lot.
now it's Silva and Dante who have to roll their armor. Oh god.
I swear to God.
Here we go.
I swear to God.
I love
Okay,
it about
Dante
characters.
takes 1
God.
point of damage.
Alright.
He gets 1 point of stress. And Silva, here we go. No.
God, no!
Oh,
Silva gets enveloped by fire and has to make and is broken. So she has to make a critical
Injury
injuries
roll.
roll. Here we go. Let's see what happens.
Oh my God.
Critical injuries roll, D66. 62.
Oh,
This
no.
is so not good.
She's dead.
That's,
oh, not good.
that's like a leg or something.
Hold
Jesus.
on, I'll tell you exactly what
That's
it
a pretty
is.
bad one.
62.
That's like way up there.
Critical injury 62. It is
The bad tip.
ruptured aorta.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh.
I was gonna say jugular.
It is
aorta,
fatal.
Yeah.
It is fatal. She will die in 1 round. She has a -2 to stamina. So you guys watch as like this thing of shrapnel flies out just from the explosion, and it goes and just lands right in her neck. No, her chest. Not aorta's in
Yeah.
the chest, not the neck. Sorry, I'm a little out of sorts. And just shunk, and just right in her chest, she's like, and just blood fountains out of her. So she's gonna die in the next round. Hammer.
Really haven't seen this happen. Like,
Captain!
goddamn building.
You motherfuckers! And he steps
Jesus.
out,
Yep.
and he's going ham. He's gonna go full auto on this.
Okay.
thing.
Oh, Jesus. I'm so glad I'm in the back right now.
So that's +2.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep. Okay, so the way full auto works is the first success does full damage. The secondary also does, and then you can distribute the third anywhere you want it, basically.
Or turn a third into a stun.
Well, first let me roll the armor for these guys. Yeah, the third one you can turn into a stun or add additional damage. But let's see if you even need it at this point. Armor for the first one, armor for the second one.
Wow.
So you just fucking waste them, dude. You just run out and just blow these two fuckers away. Bam.
Stunt. You get a stunt now.
Okay. What about the last guy over there?
Yeah, he'll take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't have that much health left, thankfully.
All right, and then I think that's all I can do, right? Is full auto.
That is
just
correct. And you hear
Okay.
from the guy who, as he falls to the ground, he's like, "Oh fuck!" and he pulls his helmet off, and he's got like all these scars all over his face, and he's just bleeding from the mouth. He's like, "Fuck! Please, save me! Fuck! I'll tell you anything. Just fucking don't let me die." And now it's Iona's turn.
Noticing the very large fireworks display, Iona is going to slide down the side of the APC, whistling something patriotic, and use her action to get in and to turn on the car.
Okay, make a piloting roll.
I
Yeah.
swear. I swear.
Okay, the car revs to life.
Finally. 5 dice, 1 success. Sorry, 15 total dice, 1 success.
It happens.
Yeah. Yep.
Anything else, Iona?
No, that's 2 fast actions.
All right, Dante. Dante turns to Silva and is like, Captain, what's the matter? And Silva's just like, and Dante attempts to make a medical aid roll. She's
Come on,
awful at
Dante.
medical aid. She has
Come
a
on.
0 in medical aid. Here we go.
I have no love for Silva, but come on anyway. Come on.
Tries to bandage her up.
Tourniquet.
No.
No.
No. Dante's like, fuck! No! And then Silva is like, it's okay. It's okay. Dante's like, no, you can't die. The soldier over here sort of crawls over into this area here and puts his hands up and drops his gun.
Don't
Chaplain.
you fucking move.
Okay, so I see. Well, first of all, I've already used my fucking medical thing,
You have.
and I see that Silver is dying.
You look over there, you see Dante is like pounding on Silva's chest. Which is probably not the best thing to do considering she has a giant piece of shrapnel, but Dante's dumb.
Son of a. Any chance? I highly doubt I can do this, but any chance I could? I'm gonna try to at least grab from inside the vehicle another medical thing,
Okay, that'll be your slow action.
and then like I said, I highly doubt I'm gonna be able to save her on time, but at least my character would.
Well,
at
you
least-
literally can't, unfortunately, because medical aid is a slow action.
Well,
Good
this
try.
at least try.
Yeah.
Yes, this is just roleplay.
You sort of run into the APC and you're like, fuck, and you pull a medical aid kit off the wall.
Yeah, then I try that run over. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll probably make it about here. Z.
Okay.
All right, I saw this guy run off, so I'm gonna run over here to this zone. I'm gonna see him down here, so I'm gonna take my other action and move down here.
Okay, that's 2.
I'm gonna look down and be like, so you're our prisoner, yeah?
He puts his hands behind his head and he goes, whatever, it's fine.
I look up at the others and I say, we got information, it's done. I just grab the back of his head.
Mason, you're up.
All right. I'm going to run over to Silva
Okay,
and attempt medical aid.
go for it.
Can I attempt to push this roll?
Yes. You will add a stress, but yes, you can.
Alright. And I just do it again?
Add the stress first and then do it again.
Stress is added.
Oh!
Ooh, roll panic, please, for me, Mason.
Come on.
3.
Oh.
Keep it together. And you are able to bring Silva back from the throes of possible death to a 1 hit point. Silva's like, "Ugh." How do you do this, Mason? Tell me how. I want to know.
So, I basically start like putting like cloth over on top of her chest and just like stop the bleeding and keep all the blood, as much blood as possible inside of her body. And I'm just muttering, don't leave us alone. Don't leave us alone. Stay with us. We're here together. Come on, and just like, yeah. I'm using the shrapnel also to stop like any blood from coming out,
Cool.
basically, until we can get proper medical aid.
She's pretty fucked. Like,
Yeah.
honestly. Like,
Well,
she-
if I yank that thing out, she's going to turn into like the into like a water fountain.
pretty much. Pretty
So,
much. All right.
Yeah.
With that
and
said,
I shout out for Chaplin.
yeah. With that said, I think we're gonna go ahead and end combat because there's nothing else really to do in combat except for this individual who you guys have now as a prisoner.
I'd pull his fucking helmet off. And throw
His
it
helmet's
away.
already off. It's on
Okay.
the ground. Yeah.
Good. So then I got him by the hair and I yank him up.
So as he's
And
doing that,
I kind of look at him. I'm like, you. What the fuck is your name?
It's Veresis.
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 Well, my name's Zimieski. Can you say that?
He looks at you and he says, Zimieski.
I cocked my head to the side and I was like, all right, Veresis, let's go. And I kind of like turn him around and grab his wrist so I got him from the back and just start walking him.
He says,
towards-
wait! Listen, I'm not going to be going to your fucking prison. I will tell you what you want right here, right now, but you must swear to me that I have immunity and that I will get a ride off of this fucking moon.
hold on 1 second. Hammer walks up.
No, I'm
No.
gonna look at Hammer and be like, no, I'm gonna look at
punching him.
Hammer and be like, Hammer. Fuck
I don't
you,
care,
this
I'm
one's
punching-
mine.
I'm
I'm
punching
gonna,
him.
I'm gonna shove the guy down on the ground. Take off my belt. Very slowly. Fold it up. Kind of wrap it around my hand. I'm gonna shove it up in his face. Like right under his nose. Just be like, tell me.
Make a manipulation roll with a +2 modifier.
Alright. Well, no, I actually get to finish my sentence.
Go ahead, finish away.
Tell me. What do you smell?
He says, I smell blood, leather. What? What is this?
What else do you smell?
I don't know what this is. Stop.
Tell me what it fucking smells like.
It smells like shit.
Let
Oh.
the belt go. Slowly loop it back in my pants. Put the
Oh.
buckle. I'm like, okay. We can talk. Tell me what you know.
He says, this Wojcik, if you were looking for,
Yeah?
she's at the compound.
Where's the compound?
I will give you the coordinates of this compound if you promise me that I will be able to have immunity. We strike a deal, I will give you the exact coordinates of the compound.
I kind of look over at Silva, who's practically bleeding out, and I was like, I'll tell you what. We got a deal. I give you immunity. You fuckers don't come after us. 7 of us, right here. You leave us the fuck alone?
Fine.
Alright, man, where's your fucking compound?
He tells you the exact location of the insurgent compound, which is to the west of here.
Alright. We're fucking done, but if I ever see a goddamn face again, immunity don't mean shit. Now get the fuck out of here.
He stands up and limps off towards the gate, passing by all of you, giving you all sort of awful, nasty looks. Stops at the APC, Iona, and you see him sort of walk across the front in the lights. He looks at your APC, he's like, piece of shit car.
I'm gonna gun the engine a little bit, although not taking it out apart.
He's like, fuck!
After all that shit, Z, you just gonna let him walk away after you nearly killed the captain?
And he disappears
beat
into the
the shit.
snow.
You gonna let him go like that?
Captain ain't dead. We ain't dead. We got what he wants. He gets what he wants, and they leave us the fuck alone. That's a goddamn win, friend.
Should I?
You get one. It's the only time. Next time, I'm gonna kill that guy.
I start pulling my belt off again.
Oh, you want to go right
And
now?
No,
We could go.
I just kind of pointed at Hammer, and I'm like, look, man. I don't like you, because I don't like anybody. So you can yell at me all the fuck you want, but Captain's alive, we're alive, we got the info we wanted, this rat and his cronies are gonna leave us the fuck alone. You tell me that's not a fucking win, right the fuck now!
And as you
Right the fuck now!
are yelling at each other over the sounds of the snow, your comm unit on your belt crackles to life. And you hear the voice of Major Hatfield.
Charlie team, do you copy? Charlie team.
Silva's like, I can't. I'm too fucked up.
Fucking copy!
And he reaches out with her comms unit and gives it to Mason.
Gunnery Sergeant Mason, weak Charlie team copies.
Where's the location of Captain Silva?
Currently underneath my hands, being stabilized.
May I also attempt to, medical aid her while this is going on?
Sure.
Because
I'll give you it for this turn. Yep.
So as,
Now that you have
as,
the pack.
as the standoff has happened, knife's coming out.
are you fucking joking?
Oh no.
Yeah, it doesn't make her worse, but it doesn't make her any better. But you've lost that medical pack, unfortunately.
Well, I don't get stressed, so.
That's true. All right. So you do hear over the comms unit. You hear Major Hatfield say,
What? Well, Sergeant, how many of the AWOLs have you picked up?
Found one killed. Still looking for the other 3. We're in progress. Over.
Oh my God, fucking hell. Well, where's the other 3? Have you found any of them?
One of them was in the marshal's office and suffered some sort of grievous wound. The other 3, from what we just gathered, are in the insurgent compound west of the oil refinery. Over.
Insurgent, you found the location of the insurgent compound.
Yes, sir. Over.
You wire that to me ASAP.
Will do, sir. I'll send over the
yep, you
coordinates.
send over the coordinates, and in about a minute or so, on your comms unit, you get a satellite picture of this building, which I'm going to give to you in your handouts as a schematic.
And as that wire comes through, I once again look at Hammer with belt in hand, like this. I'm just like, you're telling me this is not a fucking win?
No, it is, I don't even care if it's fucking win. You threaten me again, and I will
I ain't
end you.
threatening you. You're threatening me, asshole. I did my fucking job.
Silva sort of sits up, spits. She's like, tell those fucking 2 idiots to stop. Just tell them to stop.
Listen, you can go. Are you either gonna fuck each other or you're gonna fuck up a whole compound of insurgents? What do you want to do?
I look over my shoulder. I'm like, he's the one who wants to fuck me. I don't know, man.
I suggest we stop fighting while we still can.
Hammer just punches the
Nowhere near
wall.
this conversation,
punches the
I honk
window.
horn twice.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Iona?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, well, I don't know any of this is going on. I'm just gonna honk the horn twice.
Just
As soon as he punches the window, I just take my belt down and put it back around my waist and put it on, and
Someone
start
help-
walking away. I'm like,
Someone-
it's whatever.
someone help me out with Silva here.
Yeah, I got it.
As the
Thank
schematic comes in, you hear again Major Hatfield come to you on the comms unit, and he says, "All right, well, you got the location of this insurgent compound. I'm glad to hear it. I order you, whoever you have left, to mount an assault on this compound right the fuck now. We need Wojcik, and we need to make sure. Well, we need to make sure that she's taken alive. Do you copy?"
Hang on, what about the AWOLs?
Wojcik is one of
Wojcik.
the AWOLs.
Yes.
Oh, right, yeah.
Alive, sir.
You
You hear me mutter under my breath, "Fucking Wojcik, god damn it."
And Major Hatfield says on the other line, says, "Now, you have at your disposal that APC, am I correct?"
Correct, sir.
All right, well, I know I'm probably going to get flack from fucking top brass for this, but I could bring in a drop ship. I could bring a Cheyenne if you guys want to use it.
Ooh.
The more the merrier, sir.
Well, you
That's
guys choose.
fantastic
You want to
to
use the
me.
APC? You'll have to barge your way in through the front door. If you use the drop ship, you'll drop you in from the top.
I say we take the top.
Take it from the top, sir.
Fuck yeah!
Rain
and
down.
I kind of look over at Hammer, and I'm like, "Come on, dropship."
Okay.
Fuck yeah!
You're right. Let's do this.
Silva, like, sits up and she goes, I'm fucking useless. I'm fucking useless.
Hey, don't press yourself too hard. We all have our days.
Listen, I'm gonna sit this one out. Just you do your job, boys, all right, and girls. And I'm just gonna. I'll be in the APC. Could someone help me up? And Dante grabs her under her arm, and so does Chaplin. And the two of you bring Silva back to the APC. Iona, you see Silva's really, really badly hurt.
I try to help her out, but
Didn't work out too well.
Sensing that the combat is over, I say to help break the tension, I say, so, how was the shopping trip?
Silva
I
says,
assume I can hear...
Silva like
Yeah.
yells at you for the first time, Iona. She says, "Shut the fuck up! God damn it!"
Yes, sir.
you know what? Since
look-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But since we're likely gonna be using the dropship in the next mission, and we're not gonna be using the APC anytime soon, is there any chance maybe I could just use maybe the rest of the medical?
You could
shit
take
too?
whatever you want, because all of a sudden, from the east, you hear the sound of the Cheyenne engine as it centers in on your position.
Well,
I look down at the captain, and I'm like, "Yeah, shit. You may be useless, but you're still the fucking captain. At least sit in the ship and tell us what to do.
Fine.
You wouldn't know what to do with yourself otherwise."
Fine.
I mean, I figured the ship would resupply with more medical shit,
They would have more medical stuff, but
but I'm gonna use the rest of whoever's in this car first.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Just to help her out.
Yep. Go for it.
I mean, I'm
That's-
sorry if this is-
Yep.
fuck with me now.
Guess I turned the car off then.
Nope.
Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many do we got?
You're
Two more?
programming. You've got two more. Programming wise, Chaplin, you just you seem to be shorting out. Maybe your medical aid skills are not as good as you thought that they were. There you
Okay.
go.
Can-
Two successes.
Can anyone else try and heal this?
It brings Silva back to full, but she's taken some serious stress, so she's at like 5 stress right now.
Well, the good news is, you're not dying today, at least.
She says, "Good to know. Good to know." And then the sound of the Cheyenne comes in on your position, and literally the Cheyenne is a massive bird, right? It's just an enormous jet that just like comes down on your position and lands. You can drive that APC up inside the Cheyenne if you wanted to, Iona.
Yes.
Do it.
Look at that.
Backs it on in, so it's nose out first.
Actually, you can drive it straight forward because that's the way I left it pointed for you.
All right, cool. Okay, so here we go, folks. The last, I'd say maybe the last 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes. Can we hold out, you think, to finish this act?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. So, the 7 of you, as the dropship pulls up its struts, and the APC raises up into the Cheyenne dropship. And then the dropship raises off the ground and zooms off into the air, flying through the low clouds of snow and dirt. The 7 of you look at each other. Anything to say?
Iona is checking all of the weapons and making sure that the systems are all working properly on this bird.
Same.
Ready to run it.
My everything hurts right now.
Dante's like, me too. God damn. Fuck. It's all right. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Looking at Dante again. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm fine. Shut up.
I'm just gonna.
Hey, I lift that. As soon as I do that, I tip my helmet forward and I fucking go to sleep.
I'm gonna try to help patch up Hammer.
Okay.
Alright, y'all. Let's go show these fucking insurgents why we're the fucking colonial marines.
Okay.
Two back to Hammer. Yep.
Keep it coming. I'm gonna need more of those.
How many
Is
do
that
I
a
have?
band? I don't
there's-
think I have any stress
There's
right now.
3
but
left.
okay.
There's
No,
three
I'm good.
three medical packs left.
I can't banter anyway, so.
Iona, you pilot that fucking thing. You're like 5 by 5. You're in the pipe, baby.
I am sound the fuck asleep. I am out cold. Taking a goddamn nap.
There we go. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Oh, I love this music.
All right, as the
Oh.
ship comes down over the western part of Arearchus onto this small, sort of fenced-in area, you notice this that there is outside of this area an APC of a different type, as well as multiple people standing inside the front yard.
Oh God, how many?
Well, I'll show you.
I think the
There's
answer
boys in the
is a
yard.
lot.
How many? All of them.
Who brought the milkshakes? God damn it!
Somebody
So,
got
there are 4 people in the front yard that you can see right here.
Ah,
Oh, good thing we avoided those guys.
paper people.
And as the APC, as the Cheyenne dropship like flies in on position, you just hear this enormous like sting of weaponry. As Iona, you sort of signal to the gunner, and the gunner's like, "Fuck yeah!"
Yep.
And then
Well,
Whee!
and these guys fall over like paper dolls. Just all 4 of them are completely wasted. Just
Paper people.
paper
is there
people.
any sort of anti-air machinery going on?
This is the interesting thing. As you guys get over to the roof, or just get on top of the roof, maybe 30 feet up, you do happen to see that there is a skylight here where you could potentially enter in from the top of the facility, as well as this transmitter right here. But as you begin to mount your descent, 2 individuals
We have rockets.
jump out of the they jump out
It's
of
not gonna be
the
easy.
they jump out of the skylight, and they do in fact have RPGs.
Fires and missiles!
But I am
Email
retired.
hounds.
But I am retired.
Picking up empires, missiles.
And did fire the missiles. And so
I'm gonna jump on the co-pilot controls right here. I'm gonna help
this
out
is
a
what
little bit.
happens. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and assume that everyone but Silva is descending at the same time. So let us.
Made it through that entire fight just to down the plane. Oh, great.
I mean,
It's either that or
So drop ship, like we're parachuting out of the drop ship? And
no,
so
you're
instead-
rappelling down on ropes.
Repelling. Okay, I was just checking what's going on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, let's go ahead and make some rolls. Let's see what happens here.
Where are we?
I will
If I
tell
get
you.
fucking killed repelling out of this ship, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
Everybody make a mobility with a +1 modifier roll to the descent, please.
Alright.
Oh boy, mobile. Well, actually,
Did we get a banter in? Yes or no?
No, you did
That's the
not.
big- I thought what happened? I was just starting
I was,
zero.
I was trying to banter, but Silva shut me down.
Silver shut you down. That's correct.
Well,
All right.
fuck
All
my
right.
life.
So mobility rolls. Here we go. So Iona got 2 successes. So that's good. You're good, Iona.
We're not-
Surprisingly enough, Mason.
Me and Mason.
Mason, do you want to push this mobility roll, Mason?
Yeah, I'll push it.
Push it. Go ahead and roll it again. Chaplain, do you want to push yours? Oh, you can't. You're an android.
I can't.
That's right. Okay, Z is good. Hammer got 1 on his stress, and Mason got 1. Okay, so it looks like everybody but Chaplain was fine.
Oh no!
So failure means you have to roll on this awesome little rappel chart that I have.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
Well, if I got a 2, can I use my mobility stunt to give somebody a success?
no, well, he failed his, so it doesn't really matter. So
On
it
a
would be only on a
future
second
roll.
roll. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
All
what
right.
are the mobility? I need to check those mobility.
Okay.
Because I got a +2.
Yeah, absolutely. So after landing, so what happens is, Chaplain, like, as these rockets come in, like everybody like dodges out of the way and rappels down. Chaplain, the rope gets tangled up in your feet, and you now need to make another mobility roll to free yourselves from the lines. I'm gonna go ahead and start the combat, but first I have to bring you guys onto the scene. So there's Hammer. Oh, actually, I have to put Hammer into the actual.
Taking with my stunt, I'm taking a +1 to a future mobility roll.
Beautiful. All right, there's Hammer. Chaplain. Iona. Mason. Z. And Dante.
Chmievsky. God damn, it's not that hard.
These 2 guys have rocket launchers and they're on their shoulders. So let's go ahead and I'm going to clear the turn order. And everybody start rolling initiatives.
Oh my god, 11?
Ah,
No, it went that
Technically,
low.
it's a 10, but that's fine. We'll take it.
Damn.
Everyone got shitty rolls.
All right, let's do this.
We're gonna get blown the hell up here in a second.
Okay. Ooh, look at that. The insurgents go first.
Who would have thought?
I gotta do Dante too. Hold on, Dante.
Am
Dante
I,
got
like,
an 8.
What is with us being high?
Am I on the satellite or am I underneath it?
I'd say like you're right there at the base of it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're not like hanging from the satellite.
Oh my god, that sucks.
All right. So the insurgents drop their RPG launchers and they pull out 40-47s and they fire at the closest. They both fire at Mason.
No, Mason.
Oh,
oh man,
Mason.
RNG got me.
Not
Okay,
again.
that's 1 hit.
Does the armor
Roll your armor against this attack.
Come on, you got 6, I think, right?
Oh yeah. You're like, ha, fuck you. And they're like, shit. Chaplain,
right, mobility.
make your mobility roll. You're fine. You pull the ropes off of you. You're like, okay, that's good. Now you still have 1 fast action left though.
Fast action. I guess I can't use my cutting.
Nope, that's a
board.
slow action.
Well, shit. I'm just gonna. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Iona. Where is? There you are. Iona.
Yep, here. Sorry.
Do it.
Great. I am going to aim and fire with my M56
Okay.
smart gun.
Oh shit, the smart gun is out.
Smart gun. Oh,
Oh my god.
That's a lot.
if you're
That's a
right,
lot.
That can't be
Roy.
right.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Damage 0
Oh.
can't be right though.
No, it should be
No.
3.
I think so.
Three-
Yeah,
three,
on a smart
three.
gun.
Is that right? Is that what yours is, Hammer?
Yes, it is. 3.
What's your bonus? It's 3 and 3, right?
correct?
Okay. So let me fix that on Iona's sheet.
There should have been 2 more die rolled on Iona.
Yeah, that's true. That's fine. I'll give him the chance to do it again. All right, I fixed
Wait,
your
is
sheet,
this-
Iona. You want to do it again?
It's supposed to be long range. Smart gun is long range. Also.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll
No,
fix
I
that too.
The modifier of it's that's why because it was just blank. Yeah.
Boom. You're
Hidden-
done.
hidden-
You're good to
there
go.
you go.
Good shot. All right.
Instead
So
of 3 this time, that matters.
I'll keep the 3. That's fine.
Okay.
So who do you want to hit? Which one?
I would like to hit the left guy first.
Okay. Did you go full auto?
No, I just.
Okay, you just did aim, right? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Armor. Let's see if they can mitigate some of this damage. Wow.
Oh no.
3 armor on the armor check. So he's like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Anything, Iona?
No, that's it for right now.
All right, Z,
Aim and shoot my pulse rifle at this fucker.
go for it.
Should have brought a gun.
Oops.
There you go. 2 hits.
Okay. Armor. 1
One
hit. Okay, so
2 damage.
total of 2 damage. You're like, ah! You see him just like reach back for like the edge of the building, like he's gonna fall, and then he rights himself. Anything else, Z?
Done.
Dante. Dante pulls out her pistol and fires a shot at this guy right here. Close range. Boom.
Whoa.
3.
Wow.
She's fucking pissed. But let's see if the armor... Okay.
Ooh.
So, total of 2. Hammer.
Yeah. So Hammer's still kind of jacked from earlier. So. Ah!
Oh shit. What did you do?
Gonna just jump on him with his knife. Ah!
Alright, combat knife, do it.
Do it!
Oh, no!
Wow.
Make your panic roll, Hammer.
Let's see here. Panic roll.
That was perfect too, because he's like, ah! Oh, a 9. Okay.
No, nothing.
So you start to
Amazing.
twitch, Hammer. You're like, so you don't do any actual damage. You're like, you slang your combat knife down into the ground, but you start twitching. And I believe, yeah, panic rolls.
I need stress for that? Or?
Oh no, you drop an item. It's not twitching. You drop
Probably
an
the
item. No, the GM decides which one.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that you drop your, you drop your fucking smart gun,
Oh shit.
and your stress level increases by 1 to 4.
Cool.
So you're like, you literally just fucking throw your pulse, your smart gun on the ground, like you like dismantle yourself the way that Drake does when he's like fuck, and he just like he drops his smart gun on the ground, and you just come at this chick with your knife and just miss completely. Mason.
Awesome.
All right. I'm going to step away from that, and I'm going to aim at. So, what's the damage levels of the two insurgents right now? Who's more damaged?
You see that they seem pretty evenly matched actually.
All right, Hammer's got that one. I'll leave him to whatever fate that is. I'm going to aim on the left one then and fire my pulse rifle.
Go for it. Two. All right. No armor successes.
Oh,
So that is a
nice.
total of 3 damage. And that wastes him.
Yep.
Boom.
Just perfect cluster right in the head area.
And just blood spatters in the back, and you just see this body just fall to the ground. Good job, Mason. Anything else?
That's it.
Cool. This final insurgent says, "Fuck you, you fucking colonial pieces of shit!" And decides to AKU hammer in the face, but he'll have a -1 modification because it's point blank range. Missing completely. Chaplain. You're real quiet, Chaplain.
Am I?
Yeah.
Hello?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay, so all I have is my cutting tool,
That is correct.
and he's distracted by Hammerman. Any chance maybe I can move over to here
Yeah, you can move over there.
and maybe try to come up? Can I use my cutting tool to...
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
The weapon.
It's like armor piercing too.
Jeez.
I just hit the
Nope.
attack button, right? Like,
Yeah, baby. Do it.
okay. Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh God.
Oh
God.
Get him.
Jesus Christ. I think this might kill him anyway. It doesn't matter because it's half armor because of the armor piercing. So that's rounded down.
What does he have to roll like full 4 to get anything?
Well, let's see.
God!
Yeah, no, this is bad.
Oh, this is
very bad.
violent.
So
This
it's
is
4 + 1.
violent.
Yeah. How do you end this particular insertion with your cutting tool, Chaplain? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I see the hammer is like in some kind of lockdown with the guy, right?
Oh yeah.
I come over behind with the tool in hand, like grabbing it up,
Yep.
and I go right down onto the spine and start like.
Oh, dude. Ew. It's a gory fucking mess. It's awful.
Jesus.
All right. Dante is closest to the skylight, and she says, "We better get down there. I hear some fucking noises, and I do not like them." And you guys can all hear screaming from inside the compound.
All right.
Dante says, "Silva would want this. Let's go. Who's in charge?" And so she looks around and like realizes, she's not in charge. Who's the best one? Who's the sergeant? Who's in charge? It's either
Mason, I think.
Mason, Gunnery Sergeant Mason. Dante. She looks at you.
Yeah.
She says,
I say, breach and Big Bang.
Dante's like, "You got it." And she takes out some C4 and she says, "Fire in the hole!" And pff, the skylight blasts up, showing you guys a landing area directly to your west.
By the way, I lift up the smart gun and hand it to the hammer.
You're goddamn brilliant, Chappie. You have my respect.
I do it
Takes the
as much.
gun and starts going back towards over the skylight.
Okay. Who's first?
Well, I had a question first before. So now that there's nobody on the roof with us, would you consider this a safe zone?
No.
Oh no.
Never mind.
Sorry. No, I do not think this is safe.
Hammer
Jumping the fuck in. I'm jumping down. I'm
All
ready
right.
to go.
Z, go ahead and put yourself
Was
right
there
here.
Also, did you say there were 40-47s with
That's
these two
correct.
guys on the
Yeah.
roof?
Yes.
Can I grab one of those 40-47s as well?
Sure.
Oh, can I,
It'll increase your encumbrance by a little bit, but not enough to make you slower.
May I grab one?
You can grab one too, Chappie.
Because I don't have a ranged weapon.
That's true. I will tell you what a 40-47 does. It's actually in the. I will give it to you actually right now. In weapons, I'll show it to you guys. First of all, this is what it looks like. It's really kind of cool.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like an AK.
Yeah, it definitely looks like an AK, and now you have access to it. So you see that it's just a damage to, no bonus, no armor
And
piercing.
now, if you did not know before, now you know that the UPP are the Russians.
Yeah,
With
pick
their
one.
Russian names.
If it wasn't,
like
it wasn't
Saul
obvious.
And
Names
Wojciech.
and the AK-47. I was there with you.
Now, how the hell do I add this weapon?
Go into weapons. In fact, I'll just do it for you. It's easier for me to do it for you.
Okay.
Okay. You won't have a button for it, but you can just go into, instead of cutting torch, it'll be the, not second, third weapon. I'll just call it AK-4047. You have 2 damage, no bonus. It's a medium range or short range? I can't remember. Let's take a look. It is a long range.
Cost us $500.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now it's your third weapon in your character sheet, Shabby. All right?
Well, we all know if Dante
I mean,
loses her
Celtic,
fucking
alien.
grenade launcher, we got more RPG launcher. We got 5 more
Yep.
back in the ship.
Back in the ship. Dante joins you down below, Z. So who's behind you guys?
That'd be me.
Cool.
Yep, going down.
Go for it. Position yourself as you'd like.
I'll keep moving forward as they come down.
Yeah, just for FYI, this is a staircase going down. You
Oh.
do happen to see that there are 2 doors here.
Is this door in front of me open?
No, they're both closed.
Well, I'm gonna open that fucking door and go in.
Okay. You open the door. Actually, sorry, the door is actually, as you open it, it just like falls down. It's completely broken. Like it's like something broke the hinges completely off.
The fuck?
You look inside, the bed has been completely overturned, the dresser has been smashed, on the nightstand are a pack of Imperial cigarettes, about 3 or 4 grenades. That's
I
it.
grabbed the grenades and the cigarettes. I
Okay.
take both.
Super duper. What do the rest of you guys want to do?
Hammer's busted in the other door.
Okay, you kick the door, hammer. Something's damaged this door frame here as well. The whole door just falls over. And faint sort of planet light from the planet that you are orbiting falls through the high set window. The room is very dark, so this will give you a -1 modification to anything in this room. Just an FYI. Okay.
Matt, can you give me the stats on what grenades do?
They are a blast. They're basically just like your grenade launcher, except you just throw them.
No bonus. What's the damage?
Who has got grenades?
I think I have grenades.
NPCs we fought in the last campaign.
I'll
Or
tell you who
last
has
time.
them. Hold on. I'll tell you who has them. I will tell you who has them. Give me 1 second. Yeah, those guys. They had grenades. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Grenades. So 1 bonus, blast radius, or sorry, blast intensity 9, medium range throw. Ranged combat.
And what is there a base damage on them or no?
No, blast radius 9. So whatever comes out of the grenade.
Okay, alright, cool.
Iona would like to check the wrist transponder for any sort of signal beeping.
The
Proximity.
you didn't key that wrist transponder into any one specifically, Iona, so it wouldn't work because you don't like have like a location of any of the people.
Got it.
So, just for flavor's sake,
Yeah.
Hammer's gonna spin up his barrel as he walks into the room
Sure.
and look, checking around the sides.
Okay. As you walk into the room, Hammer, let me put you right here. Actually,
Okay.
you walk into
Okay.
the room and there are, there are dead bodies everywhere in this room. I'm going to illuminate them for you.
We've got dead bodies everywhere, guys. Look alive.
Fuck!
What in the
We've
hell?
got
Shoulder lamp on.
1, 2, 3.
Immediately, like, bursting out of the room I'm in.
Okay. There is a
The
broken
fuck?
chair and loose ropes at the room's center, basically.
Whoa.
Yeah, ropes. Loose
I don't know what the hell
ropes.
happened in here, but
There is a steady hum permeating the air,
Looks like they
Goddamn.
fucking hung themselves.
Check the ceiling.
emanating from a darkened alcove in the corner of this room. It is dark, but you hear this strange sort of
Like, can I turn it on?
what is that?
as you walk closer to this hum. You see, curled up in the corner of the room is a ghost of a woman, and I'll show you what she looks like. She's got black veins that run up through her skin, underneath her skin, underneath her forehead, and her eyes are almost completely veiled in black. And she sort of shakily stumbles to her feet
What the hell?
and stares at you like she
And that's Wojciech.
sort of stares at you and says, I need some relief. And as you all in that room look into her eyes, I'm going to have her do something. I need you all to make a... Hold on one second. Nope, that's not it. Give me 1 second. Where is it? I
know
need
those
to
are
find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Actually, the closest person, it would be Hammer. Yeah. Hammer, as her black eyes meet yours, I would like you to make a wits roll. Just the attribute, not any skill attached to it. So what wits do you have?
3.
So go ahead and make a base 3 dice roll.
Does that work? Oh, my bad. That was not. It's still a 3. It's a 3, 2, and a 2, so that's no successes anyway.
That is correct. Okay, so fails. You watch as what you assume to be Wojciech walking slowly towards you, and you just feel like all of the vim and all of the vigor that you've had up until this point slowly draining out of you. You also get an additional stress,
Okay.
as well as all PCs in short range of you as they watch this happen. So that is Mason,
That's me.
and that is Z. Add 1 stress. And as this person comes closer to you, you watch, and she shrieks as she doubles back in pain.
Can I
And-
just fucking shoot her?
Let me give you the description first, and then you can shoot her
Okay.
all the way you want. She rips
Okay.
out her own hair and peels her scalp away with it. And her skull bubbles out of the back of her head, elongating, as something wet and black inside her splinters her jaws and spits her teeth at you. Her body, her bones buckle and dislocate under impossibly elastic skin, rearranging themselves into something hideous. Wojciech's screams shift from madness to monstrous, and with a wet pop, her spinal cord distends and spills down her leg like a bony black tail. Fluted tubes erupt from her back. Stretched past any limit, her dermis finally rends, revealing a smooth, cylindrical skulled beast wearing a morbid mask of the woman's face. How this behemoth fit inside her is beyond comprehension. The Wojciech thing sloughs off her flesh suit. Her nose slides down her now sable skull. Mad eyes tumble from ebon sockets to roll across the floor. And in their place is nothingness. 2 Stygian voids where eyes should be, set in a metal-mouthed skull face, attached to a long, curved head. No longer human, the monster that was Wojciech can only be called Alien. And let's roll our last
incinerating
combat
her
for the
ass.
night. Let's roll our last combat for the night, and let's...
Incinerating her ass.
I'm
I
sure
wanted
you
to
are.
Before combat started.
Oh
I
my
wanted.
god. Here we go.
Fuck.
Here we go. Let's get the turn order. Where's the turn order? There it is.
I mean, thank God for guns.
Let me remove all the turns.
Yeah, I was like, the last turn order was still there.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll initiative, and let's get it going, folks.
Some of us already did. Mine was.
Oh,
a
you
5.
did? Okay. No problem. I'll just
Yep.
add everybody. I'll just add everybody.
Man, just killing these fucking initiative rolls today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Add turns. All right, I don't need Chaplain, and I don't need Hammer twice. Dante, Iona, Mason. Looks like we got 5. Yep, 6, and then the creature. All right. So, here we go. Oh my god, oh my god.
I mean,
Okay.
we all know what we signed up for.
You did indeed.
The shit. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn it.
Hammer got an 8. Iona got a 7. Mason got a 10. Okay, Z got a 5. And Dante... What did Dante get? Oh, I didn't roll for Dante.
Go good, please. Because I'm going to die here otherwise, I'm pretty sure.
We'll find out. And then the creature. Okay. Oh, no. And it goes twice, too, because it has speed, so it has...
Damn it.
God
fun.
damn.
So 2 and a 6. All right. So the creature goes first. Oh boy. Here we go. Let me just take out my little chart. Boo, 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 boo. There we go. Okay. What happens? Oh dear. Oh god. It's gonna sink its fangs right into you, Hammer. Going, and just watching you go. And it the attack is with base. All right, here we go. Venomous fangs.
Got armor?
Yep, I think so.
Oh, it missed you completely. I can't believe it.
That's great news.
Completely. All right, that is its turn. Chaplain, you're up. You're in the hallway, by the way.
Okay, so you guys see the creature from here?
Yeah, I'm gonna clear all these dead bodies, by the way, just to make it easier. That was for effect.
It worked.
But, okay, so can I see the thing from here?
Yes, you can.
Alright, so I am well aware of the fact that if you hurt this thing, or at least a creature of this type,
Stop talking, Chaplain. Do something.
I'm just gonna... What do you call that? Like, you're aiming and then the
Overwatch.
Overwatch, yeah. Until like my squad mates like get clear for me to shoot.
All right. So that's a slow action. Is Overwatch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I'm just aiming and
No problem, Z. You're up.
Hey, then I'm gonna look at him and be like, God damn it! I said it before, I'll say it again. The only thing I hate more than people is
Well,
fucking
before you do anything, I want everyone in this room to add 1 stress and then panic roll, please, because this thing is just crazy as shit. So that's Mason, Z, and Hammer. Add 1 stress and then roll panic, please. You're fine, Mason. Z. Uh-oh, that's not good.
8? Oh, I think 8's alright.
Hold on, I think everything over a 7 is bad, but let me double
I
check.
think 8's okay.
Oh my god!
I thought it was
Oh,
everything
And
over
10
9
on
was
panic.
bad.
Hold on, let me tell. Well, anything over 10 stops you from doing your action, but still something happens. So let me tell you what happens.
Over.
Okay, anything over 10 stops you from doing the thing that you were attempting to do.
Man, it'd be great if that was 11 or over.
But if it's just a straight attack.
10 or above, right? 10 plus. All right, panic.
8.
Here we go. With an 8, you start to tremble uncontrollably. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 modification until your panic stops. That's for an 8.
Alright.
For you, Hammer,
fine.
you freeze. You're frozen by fear for 1 round, losing your next point of action. Your stress level and the stress level of all PCs in short range of you increases by 1.
Wow.
So
Well,
everybody goes up 1 in stress. Who's in short range? I'm gonna say that is including you. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. You don't get stress. Never mind. Chaplain, you're fine.
I'm still gonna incinerate his ass.
I'm sure you are. Oh my
Really
god.
naughty, are you?
Very nice. right. So let's see if armor mitigates any of that.
Come on, fail armor.
That's
Fail. Been failing all night. Come on, fail armor.
Well, fire is a -4, so
Wow.
yeah, it's halved by fire.
Yeah.
There you go. So
for
1, 2, 3,
fire
4.
Intensity 9. What do I roll? Do I roll
So roll
something
your
or
fire
no?
intensity. So roll a base 9 damage to see how much additional damage from the 2 you get.
It's, 9. Ah, come here. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that's how much
Okay.
fire damage he will have on him while he's on fire. Or it, I should say. So instead, you do 4 damage to it. Nice.
And then I am going to retreat, and I'm going to use my, like, I know I've got a -2 because of my panic. I'm taking my +1 to make it only a -1.
Okay.
So, as I try to run away, mobility, -1. Dear God, please be nice to me.
Oh, 2 successes. You are able to run away. And the thing you just-
outta
you
here.
hear-
I'm up over here.
Okay.
That is my turn.
All right. The creature turns to Hammer.
No, not hammer.
Still there. Oh
Oh, God.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
Oh my god. All right. It is 10 base dice damage 1. If it causes any damage, meaning if it goes through your armor, it will create a critical injury on you, even if you're not broken.
no.
Specifically, critical injury number 45, whatever the fuck that
I will tell you what that is in a second. All right. That is Eviscerate. Here we go. Boom. Base 10. Whoa! Okay.
Hold on. Let's see if I can mitigate.
How much
some of
armor can you mitigate from an
Six.
attack of 5? You need, yeah. Oh my god.
this. Wow, no,
shit.
I'm dead. That's just dead.
Oh
no,
my
you're just
god.
You're critical injury.
Well,
no,
let's see
that's,
what-
that's 5 damage. That's all my health. So
Well,
I'm-
that's broken, and you get the critical injury, right? So you're
Yeah.
broken, and you get a critical injury. So let me tell you what the critical injury is. Oh god, this is not good. 45. You're bleeding out. 1 point of damage at every roll for mobility and close combat. So every time you roll for mobility or close combat, you take a point of damage. So you're not bleeding out, it's sort of bleeding gut. But you're also dying. So you're gonna have to make a death roll at the end of this turn, or when it comes to your turn if you're not given medical aid. All right, that's its turn. Iona.
Yeah, I am going to move to the doorway, and just be like, "Wait, what's everybody screaming about? What's going on in there?"
You look inside, you see this thing, take a point of stress, and then make a panic roll. Okay, a 6 I think is pretty good. I think 6 you keep it together.
Can I aim over our doorway friend's shoulder?
You can aim.
But I can't fire, right? 'Cause movement and aim.
No, you can still fire.
Oh, then
You
I
can
would
aim and fire.
Movement is that you move within one zone, so you're fine.
Cool. Well then, let's do smart gun.
Okay, nice.
Armor piercing. Not full auto though. I don't think I-
Okay, so that's armor piercing. Very cool.
Oh shit! Do I add 2 bonus because I aimed? I should add 2 bonus.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
so just roll 2 more bonus dice. Just 2 base dice.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
no, because
Oh, they
I'm
weren't
scared.
big.
doesn't really matter. So yeah, I would have just said roll 2 base dice. That's fine. So I'll just give you the 3. All right, so let's see how much armor this thing takes. This is a -4. Oh. Okay, only 1 armor mitigates that. So
6 damage.
5 damage. Because 1 of the
5.
3, right? So 3 plus 2 is 5. All right, this thing is not looking good.
No, his damage is 3, so isn't it?
3 plus
Oh,
2 plus
yeah,
1.
only
It mitigated
Okay, right.
mitigated
only,
1. Yep.
Only the first hit. does full
Indeed.
damage, right?
Hammer, make
Sorry.
a stamina roll.
Doesn't that thing bleed acid or whatever?
Oh shit! Thank you for reminding me.
Oh.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Thank you so
Yep.
much. That's a lot of damage too. So that's a +2
I
to its
know.
modifier too.
This is the second time this is gonna happen.
We all know
Oh
who he's gonna be if he
no!
goes to backup.
All right, so
Oh.
everyone in range takes 4 acid splash damage. Now, here's what happens. Hammer, roll your armor just in case to see how much of this acid splash damage.
Way.
If it takes 4 away, then your armor goes. Okay, so oh shit.
Oh.
So here's what happens. Hammer, you're gonna make your next stamina roll, but you're gonna make it with a -1 mod because the acid is slowly eating through you. Do you know how to do that with a -1 mod?
Stamina. I'm
Minus-
not sure where that is at.
Well, what is your stamina?
Oh, it is 3. Excuse
Okay,
me,
so just
sorry.
so just roll. Oh god,
So hit stamina minus 1.
-1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
I think you
Oh.
fucked up there a little bit because stamina should
Oh.
not be that many dice.
Oh, okay, my bad. It was
should-
no. It's stamina attached to this strength tree, right?
So I'll show you where it is. Stamina is. Oh yeah, stamina is 3. Yeah, that's right. No, you're right. You did that right. Then you're fine.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the problem. Lots of panic die there, right? You can't panic while you are broken,
But those cancel out, right?
but they do cancel out. That's correct.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3 panic. 1, 2, 3 successes.
Shit.
That's no successes.
Yep.
So hammer goes to that great hammer place in the sky,
Oh man.
and hammer
It was-
bleeds out.
It was not hammer time.
It was not hammer
It's
time.
not hammer time.
Oh.
Dante screams,
R.I.P..
runs into the room,
I'll be back.
adds a additional stress, also makes a panic roll. Jesus.
Damn it, Dante.
Damn it, Dante.
I was going to shoot as soon as the room was clear. Fuck.
That's what she does, baby. Okay, at 8, so she does the same thing as you. Yeah, she Is it 8? Is she trembles? Yeah, she trembles. She
Trembles, yeah.
trembles with a -2 agility. So everything she does, she's like, "What the fuck?" And then she takes out her gun, looks down at the sort of decomposing acid splashed. Oh, I forgot about you, Mason. Did you roll your armor against the acid splash?
I'm in range? Good God.
Yes, you are. Short
You're in the
range.
same.
Yeah, short range. Okay, so you take. Oh, Jesus. How many
3.
acid? 1, 2, 3, 4. You take 3 acid damage.
I'm still up.
You are. But also add a point of stress because you got damaged.
Alright.
Oh god, this is turning into Shitsville here, folks. Dante's like she sees this thing about to, I don't know, take a bite out of crime, and just shoots this thing in the head with a pulse rifle. That's all she can do.
Wait.
Shoots it twice. It does acid splash damage, but let's see if the armor mitigates it. It's -4 with the armor because she uses her armor-piercing rifle bullets. Okay, so 1
What's the
damage
damage?
to the creature.
Not 2. It doesn't do base damage.
2. Right, 2. That's right, 2 damage. That's right. And she blows it away. This thing, but the thing splashes out with acid as its final sort of
Oh god.
thing here.
No.
Oh my god!
Like,
Dante and Mason, go ahead and roll your armor, please. Jesus Christ!
Oh no.
All
Fucking
right.
Dante.
Fucking
I
Dante.
feel like these mechanics have to be wrong right now. There's no way it's this hard. Oh my
This
god.
is so bad. Okay, Mason, you
This
take.
is 1 of 3.
Mason takes
Jesus.
3. And Dante, you take all 4. I'm sorry, Mason takes all 4. Wait, did I do that right? No, Mason
No, I
takes.
take 3.
You take 3. Okay, so what are you at right now? Oh, you're down.
I'm at 0. Yeah.
Okay, so you're broken. Go ahead and roll on your critical injuries table.
Is that the D66?
Yes, sir. Oh,
We didn't
boy.
say it, but can we assume we grabbed med kits because we forgot to say it out loud because gameplay happened so fast.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
damn
Hammer
it.
actually had one. I had grabbed one out of the med pack, the med thing, but it was. I think it's gone now because it
It's-
melted.
Oh
Yes,
no, if
very
you
much.
have one on him, I'm grabbing it off your ass.
I'd say that the med kit survived
That's
off of
all that's
off
left.
of him.
I mean, I kind of had to carry one around anyways.
All right, here we go. This is what happens on the critical injuries table for Mason.
54. Oh.
54 severed arm.
Oh.
Ooh.
So the acid just eats through your arm, Mason. Ah! It's like that scene in Predator with the where he's just like he's literally like lost his arm. So Mason, you cannot use that arm. That is a permanent. I think that's a plus. Let me double check here for what that means. Yeah, it's 54 severed arm. It is fatal. If you don't receive medical treatment in 1 round, and it is permanent. You can't use an arm.
Good lord.
That's bad.
Alright.
Did that
All
thing
right.
die, or is this thing still going?
It exploded with this thing of acid. So
Okay.
it is, let's see if there are any additional
How-
rules here. Actually, yes, there is. I'm going to go ahead and say, Mason, roll me a d6, please.
Didn't Dante take damage? 4 damage too?
Yes, I gave her the she's down to 2.
Dante is. Oh, she's down to 2. I thought she was dead.
She's down to 2. Okay, a 4, Mason. Here we go. 110. I'll tell you what happens. As this thing sort of falls to the floor. 1 second. Here we go. Come on, there it is. No, that's synthetics. Sorry, guys. I always forget where this thing is at the bottom. Critical injuries on xenomorphs. Critical injuries. Xenomorphs, 290. Here we go. There we go. Super. All right, with a 4, and this is pretty much the end. Yeah, the xenomorph is mortally wounded and sort of contorts wildly. On its next initiative, it will try to kill the nearest victim, and then it dies. So it does have
Someone
one
drag
initiative left.
Mason the fuck out of there.
You don't know that though. You see that it's like wildly flailing around.
I know, but like you took away the initiative order. I feel like we'd still try to drag Mason the fuck out.
Okay, I'll feel you. That's fine.
It is Mason's turn next, but I'm also down.
That is true. So, Mason, make a stamina roll. Okay.
Can't panic when you're dying.
The panic offsets the success, so you have 1. So you're not You're not dead yet, Mason.
But I'm still lying on the ground.
But you're still lying on the ground,
Oh shit! Now it's its turn.
and it is
I
now
don't-
its turn.
And technically the room is cleared.
This is true.
Oh yeah. Friend with Overwatch, do you want to kill it before it headbites?
Oh yeah. How long?
Yeah.
How long ago did he take up that Overwatch?
I was overwatching, yeah.
Enough to
The,
go.
the turn has not. The round has not ended. It hasn't come back
It's
to
true.
its turn
It's
yet.
true. Go ahead.
You
Yeah.
can
I'll
try
allow
and
it.
kill
Oh.
Oh, you want me to shoot?
Come on,
Oh.
Chaplain, give him a hand.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh!
Holy shit.
The
It
first,
looks dead.
Mother of God.
I'm someone who never uses a gun, but I do it anyways.
Oh my god, that's
Boy.
perfect.
One. It was enough.
And you just blast this thing's head off. I'm gonna say that it ran out of acid splash blood. Because I've done too much damage with it already, honestly. And yeah.
I mean, I'm not Sergeant Iona, so I can't make any clever quips.
Oof. Okay.
I don't care. Get in there and apply medical aid.
Chaplain,
faster than I
you
can.
used your slow action. No, actually, no. You can, in fact, go in there and apply medical aid because it is now your turn. Perfectly, supposedly, actually.
Medical aid, don't fuck me up.
Oh my god, this is just like Call of Cthulhu. Okay,
Nope.
phew. Mason survives.
That's a +2.
Yes, well, each one of your successes mitigates, well, it can't unfortunately mitigate the loss of her arm. But she is not dead.
So
It's
how many
not
hit
that.
points I have?
You have 2.
Okay.
But you are you are missing an arm. And now we're out of
It's a
combat.
non-dominant arm.
Yeah, I think it would have been my left arm, because just how orientation would have worked. But yeah.
This shit is fucked.
And as you say that,
Also, I also run in and grab the last med kit off of Hammer.
as you say that, you hear footsteps coming from downstairs, coming up the stairs.
Found and track the staircase.
You look down the staircase. There is an individual walking up the staircase very slowly, and she looks up at you. She has dark skin, very piercing eyes, and she's wearing her hair in sort of like a back bun, and she's carrying this fucking long rifle.
Oh.
And her face is like covered with blood.
Are there any traces of the... No, I wouldn't know that because I was outside the room. I'm just going to train the gun on her and say, I need you to stand right there.
She says, "Who the fuck are you?"
Who the fuck are you?
"I'm Jamie Wright. Who the fuck are you?"
7 Miss Wright, we're here to escort you out of this terrible place.
She starts to cackle. She's like, "Escort me." Okay.
I mean, dead or alive, ma'am. It's entirely your choice.
She comes up. She's like, she looks down into the room. She said, "Oh shit." She sees like the carnage wreaked, and says, "Fuck, Amelia."
We noticed a similar situation like this with Reese.
You want to tell us a little bit more about these biological weapons you got going on here?
As in, you want to know what the fuck the shit is? Because I would love to.
I'll be more than happy to tell you everything. And as she opens her mouth to speak, you hear in the distance the sounds of bombs. And as
You
you
wanna tell-
look out the window, you guys see dropships flying in. Dropships that are not USCMC. These are dropships with a giant red star painting on the side of them. You recognize that as the symbol of the UPP.
So they are the commies. Okay.
And dropships are dropping bombs onto Ariarchus colony. You also hear the sounds of gunfire being shot. Maybe a click from your position. And Wright says, "Fuck. Fuck, we fucked up hardcore."
I look at her immediately and say, yeah, you fucking did. But I want to get out this shit alive, and I really want to know why the fuck I landed here in the first place. So if you want to tell me and you want to survive, we got a ship upstairs. You want to talk, come with us. You want to die, stay here.
Otherwise, he's getting out their belt.
Also that. But that's the thing.
Are there any more? Sorry.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. You're an android, aren't you?
We'll worry about that later. Are there any more of those beings?
Beings.
I point over towards the...
The thing that burst out of your fucking friend. You got one of those inside you?
she looks at the 5 of you and she says, I don't know. They did shit to us at Fort Nebraska. I don't know.
Wait, I'm sorry.